time. The Troy School District team bested the celebrity team by a score of 37-19, something like that. I don't remember. Now, there was obviously a talent disparity between the two squads. One, especially some of their female participants, were really good softball players. And,
They were.
One was a coach of a high school team. I think it was Troy Athens. But the celebrity team was decimated a little bit by injury and tardiness, or not tardiness. They're deciding not to show up because of other activities. Yes, you, TJ. But I do have, John managed the team. And John's performance on the field was fine. You were stellar.
Thank you.
You really ran really hard. You showed a lot of mobility.
Thank you.
Running one first to third, I believe. Was really
first
good.
to third a couple times. Had a couple triples.
Yes, you did. You hit the ball well.
Thank you.
My question to you, and it's really probably not your fault. It may be the lack of familiarity with the lineup. How, to me, when you have that, you have a younger adult like the Birchie kid.
Yeah.
Why was he catching? Why wasn't he in the outfield?
Well, we eventually did put him in the outfield.
When it was by that time.
That didn't help.
Yeah, well, he gave up like 25 runs by that time. I thought your defensive alignment was awful. And that's all on the manager.
It can be on the manager. It can be something that I need to address going into next year.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing: is both Kang and the Birchie kid were last minute ads.
Yeah, I know.
And you do have to have. You got to rely on the communication between you and your athletes, and that's one of the things we hear from AJ is those relationships that he's building.
Yes.
And I've played basketball with Kang, which is why Kang was in the outfield. I thought, okay, I know a little bit about his skill set.
Right.
No idea if he can hit. No idea if he can actually catch or throw. I've seen a lot of great athletes who cannot throw, which is amazing to me.
I have no problem with it. You put him in the outfield because he can run.
Yeah. Well, and the Birchie kid, I had started to put together the lineup and where people were going to be based on what I knew from them last year. Mm-hmm. Again, the Birchie kid I think he was added on Wednesday, and we were playing on Friday. So after, realizing that, he may have some wheels, may have the ability to, play the outfield, I did move him in the third inning.
Yeah.
But, it was a wasted use of talent behind the plate.
Yeah, I think maybe.
I did put Kang behind the plate then and put Birchie in the outfield because Kang misjudged a few fly balls, and I found out that his arm was not as strong as I had hoped.
Now, who should have been behind the plate? I don't even remember what position he played because he has no mobility, was Greg Campy.
Well, I did talk to Coach Campy before the game, and due to, physical limitations.
Right. He couldn't squat.
Yeah, he was not going to be able to be behind the plate. So we put him at second. He's like, I can feel the ground ball. Anything 2 feet to his left or 2 feet to his right, it was going to need to be hit right to him. And that's, hey, we're out there because we're there for a good cause. And I'm hoping to not only recruit some fresh talent for next year and add it to the team. I want everybody back, and I will find places for individuals, but I'm hoping to recruit some fresh new talent as well. Now, we did have our starting shortstop, and I'm not going to call him out by name, Mr. Barnwell, who didn't show.
Ooh.
And so I had to figure out, okay, who am I going to put at short? And we had some late ads as well.
Jason Banfield.
Banfield, yes. Banfield, yes.
Baseball coach at Oakland University.
Yes, who last year was our starting shortstop. Now, I did have a new first baseman because the first base is normally where I'm at. And I'm the biggest target out there.
Yeah.
However, I was not. We had a 7-footer.
Yes. Paul Davis, the former Michigan State Spartan NBAer.
Yes.
He was good.
He was really good.
You had to play from third to first. I had to be I even said this all over the speaker. I can't remember ever seeing a 5-3 put out by two guys as tall as you guys.
Yes, yes. We did have the corners locked down because of the reach.
All right, but we do have to get to one other issue here.
And that would be?
I know it's not his fault because his control was good. But why didn't you pull Gator? I mean, he gave up 37 runs.
Well, it's kind of at that point, like, I don't want to waste another arm. The confidence and my backup was going to be Coach Campy.
Oh.
He said when he finished his playing days as a slow pitch softball player, he finished on the mound.
Okay.
And the other thing that, and this is, I wasn't really excited about risking, Gator. In softball now, because of the technology and the ball and the bats, you can't, playing pitcher's a dangerous position to play.
I know. I watched, the women play.
Normally there's a net.
The face mask.
For slow pitch softball, normally there's a net in front of
really?
the pitcher, yes. And didn't have that this year. I think we had it last year.
I don't remember. Anyway.
And so I didn't, out of, and this doesn't mean I care about Gator any less, but because of the lack of mobility and quickness by one Greg Campy,
yes.
I didn't want to risk his life.
Now, the bigger question, though, was when Gator was at the plate, was he late with the swing?
Was he late with the swing? I don't know. We experienced a few moments where we had some strikeouts.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to strike out because it's a 3-2. You start with the ball and you start with the strike.
Correct.
It's the softball version of the pitch clock, right?
Yes.
You're trying to speed things along. And the other thing is if you take a pitch and you have two strikes, you hit a foul ball on the third, you're out. So we had a couple of those outs, but to swing and miss in softball is kind of a rarity.
Yeah.
Now, some of the participants, and I won't say who they were, like you could tell it was the first time they had held a baseball bat, or at least it was relatively new to them.
Okay.
Hands aren't together, and they're working on just, looking at the ball coming in, trying to make contact. You can understand when they swing and miss.
There's no time for instruction there.
No. We had some individuals, too, that didn't understand the rules of baseball. Like 1 out, you're on third base, fly ball to the outfield, you tag up. Mm-hmm. Third base coach is saying, tag up, tag up, tag up. And then the player looks at the third base coach and goes, I don't know what that means. Okay. Well,
wow.
This is, yes, we're working with a limited skill set. And so when you look at the score, you start to understand it a little more. 37 to whatever we had. We did take an 8-0 lead in the first inning.
I was going to get to that.
Yeah.
Top of the first. I mean,
we were on fire.
The stat of the day, first team in a celebrity softball game to blow an 8-0 lead.
Yeah, but in softball, it's one of the things you understand. It's going to be a highest scoring affair. There's a lot of action.
And actually, the bigger story is that one Matt Jansen was victorious over John Jansen once again.
Well, yep, it's twice.
But he now leads the series now because.
Well, he led the series last year, 1-0. Now he leads the series 2-0.
2-0.
Next year, as I mentioned, there will be some recruiting that goes on. There will also probably be a little BP that happens before this, maybe some fielding drills and some minor instruction.
Maybe a practice like a few
there
days
could
before?
There could be a few of those so that we present ourselves in a more professional manner, you might say.
Okay, what are the odds now, no kids aside, of TJ actually showing up for practices too?
Well, it will depend on if I say, hey, TJ, we'd love to have you out. We got 2 Mondays before this game. We're going to have a practice every Monday. And he'll look at me and say, oh, I got the kids. I got the wife. I might be golfing. I don't know. TJ, there's going to be a cooler of beer. I'm there. I guarantee you. If I entice him with a cooler of ice-cold beer, he will be there. And all the work will need to be done for TJ in the first 45 minutes of practice. After that, it's going to be garbage time because he'll be not as focused.
I remember last year he was a lot more mobile than I thought he was going to be.
Oh, TJ, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing that...
You guys are athletes.
Yeah.
You guys are athletes. Even though you play offensive line, you guys are athletes.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. And thanks again for everybody for coming out. A great cause. Jamie, Christy, and the kids were there. A lot of, her parents. It was just, it's always a lot of fun. So we appreciate the support. All right. Telephone number 248-539-9797. The Denver Nuggets are the NBA champions, defeating the Miami Heat last night, 94-89. They win the series 4-1. The Joker, Nikola Jokic, the MVP of the finals. He last night had 28 points, 16 rebounds, and only 4 assists. It's not the most well-played game. The defensive on both teams were pretty good, but a lot of missed shots. Denver missed like 10 free throws. But, hey, they're the champs. Parade on Thursday in Denver. And John, we were talking briefly. The owner of the Denver Nuggets, Stan Kroenke, has won in like the past year and a half. He's won a Super Bowl, right? Because he owned the Rams.
Yeah.
He won a Stanley Cup with the Avalanche. He won last night with the Nuggets, and I think the Colorado like Mammoth of some lacrosse league were champions as well. So.
Yeah, he's had a good run.
Yes, he has. All right, and the Tigers won last night in kind of cool fashion, 6-5 in 10 innings. They go at it again tonight. Reese Olson against Spencer Strider of the Braves. John was seeing Taylor Swift with his daughter and wife on Saturday, and you had the sweet SUITE experience, huh?
Yes, we were, you trying to find tickets, and I was able to. One of the individuals that contacted me had a couple extra tickets in a suite, so I purchased a couple of those, and those were for my daughter and I. My wife was sitting in a different part of the stadium, and there's a couple of things that happened. Just in regards to where I was sitting, I was very fortunate to not only be able to witness the amazing show that Taylor Swift puts on, but where I was also sitting right next to me was a television, and it had Game 4, Golden Knights, Panthers. It was a really good game, and I was able to watch Game 4, the Stanley Cup final, along with Taylor Swift. And the question is, did I have a major faux pas in watching the game and watching the concert?
Did you put the game on?
No, the game was on.
Okay.
So I did not choose what was showing. I may have agreed when somebody said, "Hey, can we put the game on?"
Sure.
Sure.
You did not have a faux pas at all. It's not even close.
No.
It come to find out where my wife was sitting, she also noticed that, back in the concourse, there are TVs, and a lot of the TVs had the game on there as well. And she noticed that, hey, there were obviously not a lot of empty seats in the stadium, but outside in the concourse, there were a lot of dads, a lot of dudes, I'm guessing they were dads or husbands, that were watching the game, and they were not paying attention at all to what was going on, down on the stage.
Right. Which I completely get. I mean, I remember when I took the girls to see Justin Bieber, I watched a little bit of it, but we were in an area where I could watch something on television besides that.
Yeah. And so you were there, you doing your dad duty.
Yes, absolutely.
But
I'm checking it out. I'm checking out the concert too. I'm not like, and I went on the merch run during the show, which is the best time to do it.
Oh, really?
Avoid the lines.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We did the merch before.
Well, you got there early.
Yeah, we got there
that was
early.
Good.
Yeah, but there was the line. So here's what I didn't understand was I'm looking at the line, and there's like a mass of people in front of where they're selling the merch, or in front of the table. And I'm thinking, well, we just get in this mass of people and work our way forward. Eventually we'll get there. Well, what I didn't realize was that there was a line to get in line. And as we started to try and weave our way around to find where this secondary line started, we're walking. And I finally, we were walking so far, I'm like, are you guys in line for the merch? Oh, yeah. It goes way back there. Oh, okay. I'll keep going back. Because there were also other, beer stands and restaurants and, vendors that I'm like, well, they got to be in line for a drink or something. No. This is the merch line. Yeah, keep going. It was literally, it was in the corner of the end zone where the tall video cylinder board is. That's where the merch, that's the line that we were getting in. And then it wrapped around almost to the 50-yard line. down the
Wow.
side. It
Did
was
it move quick? Was it
that
cashless?
part moved quick. I don't know if anybody was using cash. We were cashless, so yeah.
Just curious
I
how long it took.
assume it was all cashless. I did have this little bit of me that said, you know what, and I didn't have one on me, but I would love to get up there and say, can I pay by check?
Oh, God.
Oh, nobody. You know what?
Do you accept
Just
these
because.
pennies?
Yes. Oh, hold on a second here. I got and empty out a whole, handful
jar.
of coins with lint stuck to it and a gum wrapper.
I've
I
ne-
just thought
I've-
that would be, that was like the dad humor
Yeah.
coming out. And obviously I didn't have.
I've never seen anybody pay for a check at a sporting event or a concert ever.
I don't
This
think I
goes
have either.
way
Yes.
back before they had ATMs.
Yeah, and so that kind of entered my mind. I'm like, this would be funny, and I'm sure
Only
I
to
would
you,
be
though.
mobbed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Be funny to
Which
you and
would-
nobody
Yes,
else.
Yes, well,
Yes.
most of my jokes are only funny to me as well.
I laugh at most of them too.
Yes, well, when I'm at home, it's the dad jokes, and they're all like, "Oh, you're the only one that laughs at those."
Yes. All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
So the Ferris State football team was honored at the White House on Monday to celebrate their second consecutive Division II national championship. So Ferris State is actually believed to be the first Division II football champion to be celebrated at the White House since North Alabama's meeting with President Clinton after winning its third straight championship in 1995.
Wow.
So they had 23 student athletes from Ferris, and they joined 46 other teams representing 19 sports for a celebration of women's and men's NCAA championship teams from this season. Pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
The president wasn't there to celebrate with them because he had to get a root canal, but
Oh.
still a very cool experience to be there, without a doubt. Michigan State University has just announced that it plans to use approximately $300,000 in donations to create a memorial to honor the victims of the campus shooting. The university says that the permanent memorial will be, quote, planned through a meaningful, respectful, and collaborative process. So they haven't said yet what that memorial is
Yeah.
going to be or what it's going to look like yet, but it is in the works. The university also announced that $1 million that was provided to the Spartan Strong Fund is going to support people directly affected by the shooting, especially injured students who want to continue to pursue their education. They say that money is going to help 50 people who were not physically hurt, but who were in the classrooms at Berkey Hall and who were also there at the MSU Union as well during that shooting. Plus, they say $500,000 of the fund will reimburse or directly pay for student, faculty, staff, and first responder mental health care services as well. So that's great news. All right, it's time to be on the lookout for mosquitoes. Health
boy.
officials in Michigan are issuing a warning after mosquitoes collected in Saginaw County tested positive for Jamestown Canyon virus.
Oh, whoa.
yeah.
I've never heard of that
It's a
one.
new one. Look out.
Yeah, so
These
you could get impaled.
Oh, gosh.
Look out for
By
those
mosquito.
impalers,
Yeah,
yes.
you don't want that. These are the first infected mosquitoes for any virus in 2023 anywhere in the state. The virus, of course, is spread to people who get bit by infected mosquitoes. It usually occurs in the spring and the mid-fall. The good news is that most people don't actually get sick after they get infected with this. The initial symptoms can be a fever, headache, and fatigue. The bad news is that in rare cases, it can cause severe disease in the brain and or spinal cord, including encephalitis and meningitis. So
Wow.
try not to get any mosquito bites, which is almost impossible
Yes.
in the state. This is wild. A dead woman in Ecuador woke up in a coffin at her own funeral.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, front row seat.
Man, mourners at her funeral were left stunned after the dead relative began banging on the inside of her coffin.
Let me
It
out.
was
Yes.
a closed casket.
Yes, it sure was.
Anybody hear that knocking?
The 76-year-old woman regained consciousness right there in the middle of her service, and her son says that her left hand was hitting the side of the coffin and it was shaking. The son also says that he claims the funeral was held just 4 hours after she was pronounced dead. And
Wow, they wanted to really
wow.
move things along.
They didn't waste
Anybody
any
got a
time.
will?
They didn't waste any time. But obviously, he is very happy that she is still alive.
Is he?
He says he is, and he hopes that now she can recover and be by his side for a lot longer.
She has either great lung capacity or those coffins have some holes that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Hey, America's favorite vegetable has just been named. We'll see if you guys agree with this. I definitely don't. According to Green Giant, America's favorite vegetable in 2023 is corn.
So I've got a problem with that.
I know you do.
Okay.
I do. All right, I'm not gonna. It's not a vegetable.
Corn is a what is it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
That's-
vegetable.
It is.
What is
so
it?
What, a
I
grain?
looked this up. It is a grain. And
It's
the
a vegetable. Corn
it
is
is not a vegetable. It is not. And I could go into the answer is more technical than you might think. To fully understand it, you'll need a little primer on corn biology. And so they go into it. It's actually a fruit.
Get out of here.
Okay,
It's
like
not a fruit.
tomatoes, I understand can be a fruit, or it is a fruit. Not corn.
More specifically, corn is a caryopsis, which is a type of fruit in which the seed coat is tightly fused with the whatever the rest of this
Whatever.
is. But it is the grains are also a
Okay.
type of fruit, so it is not a vegetable. There is a flaw in the voting system here,
Well, there wasn't really any regulations. They just literally surveyed people and
but
said,
it's not a
"What's-"
vegetable.
Well, according to
You're like the
Five
only
thousand,
person I've
you know.
ever heard of that say it's not a vegetable.
no,
what's
I-
your
as soon
favorite
as I-
vegetable then?
My favorite vegetable, well, it would have to. I guess I would have to go with broccoli.
Broccoli came in second, and broccoli actually was the leader in all the years before corn.
More
came in number
specifically,
one.
broccoli covered in queso. We got to have a little gravy on it.
What's
but
yours, Tony?
I like peas, actually.
Really?
Peas. And some cream spinach. Spinach in general. Asparagus, I like.
No.
The last time I had peas was probably when I was about 12, and it literally made me get like my mom was like, "Stop gagging."
I don't like fresh peas. I'd rather have the canned Le Sueur peas.
Ugh.
I'd go for a
Carrots.
potato.
Oh. Carrots are all right.
Potato's a vegetable, right?
Yeah.
Or are you going to argue me on that?
No, I'm not gonna
Then
argue on
Potato
that.
is my
Yeah.
favorite vegetable.
Okay. I would go sweet potato or mashed potatoes.
Well, sure.
Yes.
If you
Yeah.
take the potato and you mash it.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
thank
still,
you.
It's still potato. All
It's
right.
the same source.
Thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, we'll be joined by
In case you
Daniela
didn't know.
Bruce.
Put some butter, maybe.
She put together a
milk.
wonderful
Oh, yeah.
5-part
Gravy.
series on Miguel Cabrera called La Leyenda, and episode 2 begins or airs on our station tomorrow night.
Hey, when was the last time you enjoyed a game of tennis, pickleball, or golf? Or how about taking an evening hike or walk and you were able to do it pain-free? If your arthritis, old sports injuries, or joint pain is preventing you from the activities that you love, you need to call Straith Orthopedics. Dr. Fleischman at Straith Orthopedics specializes in hip and knee joint pain. He provides affordable, minimally invasive treatments for joint pain along with robotic hip and knee replacement. Listen to what Neil, a Straith Orthopedic patient, shared about his experience. Neil writes, "Prior to surgery, I was very limited. Standing or walking caused pain. I had total knee replacements by Dr. Fleischman using the robot-assisted procedure. Today, I'm back to my daily 2-mile walk without pain. Dr. Fleischman took the time to explain options and provide answers and recommendations to all my questions." Neil, thanks for sharing your story. I've shared a number of these. I've shared a number of mine, and you can start living your life pain-free in time for this summer. You can get back to enjoying all your favorite activities, going for walks, playing golf, pickleball. Just go see Dr. Fleischman. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or go online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
tomorrow night on these very airwaves will be episode 2 of La Leyenda, which is a 5-part tribute series to the one, the only Miguel Cabrera. The person who put this all together is the one and only Daniela Bruce, who is the broadcast reporter for both the Tigers and the Red Wings. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having me. And Stoney, your Spanish accent there is getting pretty good. I like that. La Leyenda means the legend.
Yes.
Yes,
You should
we've
have heard
been
it
working
earlier.
on that. Yeah,
Yes.
it's been renamed a couple of times today.
Yes.
But I think we've narrowed it down, and we're working on the accent.
Mm-hmm.
And it's much better.
Yes.
Sounds pretty good.
Yes. So the first thing I have to ask you before we get into that, as you know, you do your job for the Red Wings and the Tigers. How have you put up with my boy Art Regner for so long, like I did?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
You know, Art's the best.
Uh-huh.
I talk to him daily. We talk on the phone, and you know how that goes when you talk to Art Regner. It's like hours of conversation.
Yeah, Danielle, yeah.
He's great and
Yeah,
loves the Red Wings
yes, he
more than
does.
anything. So
Yes.
yes, he's taught me a lot too. He's great. And
Yes.
yeah, I've learned to put up with him. Let's put it that way. He absolutely loves working with me, which is crazy, but I've learned to to shut him down when he needs to be shut down.
Yes. The Tigers this season, it started off okay, started off bad, then they got decent, and we got a little excited, and now it was exciting last night. But other than that, how tough is it to actually be around the losing so much?
You know what? Of course, losing sucks, right? And I
Yeah.
understand fans' frustrations. I get it. We want this team to be good so bad. But being around this clubhouse, they are really positive. This group of guys, they're very close knit. They're tight, and they want to win, of course. But they face every day like a new day, as they should. They forget the night before pretty quickly, and they're really positive about all of it. So it's fun to be around them. They're a good group of guys, and things are improving. They're working towards some better stuff, and I think some of these injuries piling up has been pretty hard on all of them. So hopefully that gets a little better in the next couple of weeks here.
So you get a chance to know these players better
Yeah.
than just about anybody else. And other than Miguel Cabrera, who's the best personality in the locker room?
Goodness, that's a tough question. The bullpen guys are hilarious, all of them.
Yeah.
And we talk about tight-knit groups. They all came through the minor league systems together, and then now they're all Tigers together. So like Tyler Alexander, Jason Foley, Alex Lang, Will Vest, even Tyler Holton's getting into that mix now. They are all so tight-knit and have so much fun. Jake Rogers is in that mix, obviously, as a catcher, and he came up with them. So all of them have great personalities. I really like Riley Green, great kid. He's so bummed to be injured right now. He wants to play so bad.
I know,
so-
we're bummed he's
Yeah, I
injured,
know. I
too.
told him the
Yeah.
same thing. I go, you think you're bummed? We're all bummed too. Don't
Yes,
worry. But
yeah.
he's a great kid and really excited to see what he brings in the future. But yeah, those bullpen guys, something
Where-
about them.
Where are you on the Tyler Alexander mustache? He's trying to do little
know-
Raleigh fingers there. I'm not a
Whatever
big fan.
works.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
You know, Jake Rogers just shaved his stash,
Yeah.
and that was a superstitious thing. He was not playing well. His plate appearances were not very good, and since then he's had 2 homers. He's had a couple of singles. So whatever works. You want the mustache and you think it's working, great. If you got to shave it, great. Whatever works.
And Maton seems like the whole wolf
Wolfie thing. Yeah, he's great. Him and Veerling have
Yeah.
been good additions to the clubhouse. You want to see them get their bats going a little bit more too. But yeah, they've been great additions personality wise.
The La Leyenda series.
Yeah.
Was this fun for you to put together?
Oh my goodness, so much fun. I go back to when Miguel Cabrera was winning the Triple Crown in 2012 and then the MVP season in 2013. And I was a senior in high school and a freshman in college in those years. So it was so much fun for me to work with him now, to be a part of his final season as a Tiger. No matter how much he plays or how much he produces, it is so cool to go back and look at his career and do that with him.
Yeah.
So the fan in me came out a little bit, that's for sure.
I was at a golf outing yesterday and talked to Roger Clemens. I had to moderate a thing. And I asked him about Miggy, and I see he's going to be in the episode. And he talked about, giving up the home run to, he goes, Miggy was a little smaller back then, back in 2003.
You know, it's funny. We talked to Roger Clemens and Aaron Boone, too, and they both really tried to forget it. They kind of tried to forget that whole World Series in 2003. So they actually had a tough time going back into their memory to bring up all of those details. But Roger was a great sport about it, and he loved talking about Miggy, as many people do. Everybody that I've talked to for this series has been so excited to talk about Miguel Cabrera and the impact that he's had, not only on the game of baseball, but he's impacted so many people individually as well.
I'm sure it was hard because we only see Miguel Cabrera here in Detroit as the Triple Crown guy, the amount of hits, the amount of home runs, all of the things that he's accomplished here in Detroit. But in segment one, you actually went back and talked to him about the minor league days and the call-up. What was the most interesting thing you learned about that? It's hard to even view Miguel Cabrera as a former minor league baseball player.
I mean, he was only 20 when he got the call up to the
Yeah.
big leagues, and he never went back. But the story he told me, which he'll tell in detail in La Leyenda tomorrow, he was playing in his minor league game, and he got pulled. And he was having a bad day, an unusually bad day for Miguel Cabrera. He was 0 for 2, grounded into 2 double plays, and his thought process was, I'm getting benched. They're going to send me down. They don't want me to play anymore.
Yeah.
And then after the game, he was told, hey, you're starting in left field for the Marlins tomorrow. So he tells that story a little bit more in depth, but thinking he was getting benched for having one bad game, and he ends up getting the call up to the major leagues, and his debut was incredible. And I don't know how many people actually know that story, which is another one that we're going to talk about in La Leyenda. He had an incredible major league debut. So it's a pretty fun story, and him reflecting on that was pretty funny too.
And he gets called up in the team that goes on to win the World Series.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the trade to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Was he, I mean, because he's from Venezuela, so he's always been in a warm climate. I imagine at first he was maybe bummed.
Well, he didn't admit it, but maybe he was. I could see that.
Yeah.
And of course, obviously, being from Venezuela, Miami is pretty close. It was easy
Right.
for his family to come see him when he was in Miami, but he comes to Detroit with familiar people. He knew Dave Dombrowski really well. He knew Al Avila really well. They were a huge part of signing him to the Marlins originally. So he was excited when he saw the roster in Detroit, and he was like, we're going to make runs. We're going to make the playoffs. And he was pretty excited for that to be done. And Dan Dickerson contributes to La Leyenda as well, and he actually sat down with Dave Dombrowski while they were in Philly a couple of weeks ago. So that interview is included, and it's really good. Dave Dombrowski's super interesting, and how that trade went down at the winter meetings that year in 2008, and just so unexpected.
Oh.
It was crazy.
Well,
and the
Dombrowski
story-
used to keep everything close to the vest anyway, but I remember working at the other station on the air during the afternoon, and all of a sudden we find out Miguel Cabrera is being traded here. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
He's a young superstar. We're getting in the prime of his career. And, you know, we had to give up 2 promising prospects, Andrew Miller and Mabin, but, man, it was unbelievable.
I got to imagine going from, talking about the minor leagues, talking about everything that he's been able to do and the moments in his career, was it really hard to narrow it down to what to include in these 5 episodes?
It was very tough, and we tried to group some things together. So the first episode, if you didn't hear it, was actually, it was way cooler for me to do than I thought it would be originally, because it was
Yeah.
about his discovery, a 16-year-old kid in Venezuela who was discovered by Florida Marlins scouts Luis Alhawa and Miguel Garcia at the time. And I talked to both of them, and they told the stories of them going to Venezuela, visiting the families, and trying to build that relationship with a 15-year-old kid who had to wait a year and a half to even make the decision as to where he was going to sign. Incredibly interesting stuff. And that was really, really cool to talk to all of them and get to know that whole backstory. But obviously, I'm really excited. We're doing a 3,500 episode. We're doing a Triple Crown MVP season episode. We're going to talk about the impact Miguel Cabrera has had on the community here in Detroit and in his home country of Venezuela, because some of the things he does are pretty amazing. And I don't know if we highlight that enough, especially in Venezuela. So it was a little difficult, but it feels like we hit all the major things that he's done. And I'm really excited about the rest of the series too. And this one's pretty exciting. Like I said, these are the ones that are going to teach you something, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, everybody knows about the Miguel Cabrera that won the Triple Crown, that had 3,000 hits, 500 home runs. But do you know Miguel Cabrera
Right.
before he got to Detroit? And that's the interesting stuff.
Does he do you tackle the conversation of the impact, not only that he's had on baseball, but the impact he's had on baseball in his home country of Venezuela?
Oh, yeah. We talk about that a lot, and that's going to be talked about throughout the entire series. We've talked to so many different players that have come into Comerica Park, like Eugenio Suarez. We talked to him, a big impact of another Venezuelan, Eduardo Rodriguez, a Venezuelan. We actually just talked to him, and we're going to use that in later episodes. It's amazing the impact that he's had. And those guys were young. They were kids when Miguel Cabrera was winning the World Series in 2003, when he signed the biggest signing bonus that they've ever seen a Latin American player sign. And they talk about the way that he impacted the country. He's like a superhero. That's how they say it. He's like a superhero in Venezuela, one of the most famous people there.
Taking the money aside, do you think there's a side of him that is sad the way this last season, their last couple of years has transpired. Because to me, I remember, because I'm old, when Willie Mays played his last year, and it just broke my heart. And it just, he got a few hits recently, but it's sad to see him struggle because he's so great. He still has all the vibrancy.
Yes, and I really don't think he's sad. I think if you were to ask him, he would tell you he's a team guy. He's
Right.
always going to tell you it's about the team, and from his perspective, he's upset that he can't contribute
Right.
a little bit more. And the thing about him, though, is like you said, the energy is there. When someone hits a home run, when someone scores and they get back to the dugout, he's the first one to be up and cheering. And he teaches everybody every day. AJ Hinch the other day, it was pretty funny, right before his media availability during batting practice, Miggy was out there hitting ground balls to the infielders, and that's usually what a coach or a manager
Right.
would be doing. And AJ goes, oh, he's looking like a coach more and more every day, but don't tell him I said that. So he's somebody that loves the game, truly, truly loves the game. And when you talk to his fellow Venezuelan players like we have, or his teammates past and present, they're going to tell you that the biggest thing they've learned from him is that when you're going through an 0 for 30 streak, you have to be just as happy as you are when you're hitting 500 or when you're hitting just under 500. You have to be excited and you have to love the game. And that's exactly what Miguel Cabrera does. And he's still happy to be around this team. And he talks so highly of Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green. So that was something that was really cool to chat with him
You've
about,
also
too.
been on some of the broadcasts with Dan Dickerson.
Oh, yeah.
How much fun is that?
Amazing. I say this all the time. I get to work with Dan Dickerson and Ken Cal, and they're two legendary play-by-play guys in the city of Detroit, and it's so much fun. I learned so much from both Dan and Ken, especially Dan right now, because baseball was a sport for me that I still need to learn, and there's so much to learn about baseball. So much info is out there. Dan teaches me something every day. AJ Hinch teaches me something every day. So it's been really cool to be around the organization and be a part of the broadcast with Dan and Jim.
Well, hopefully one of the teams will get in the playoffs.
Oh,
next
man.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little
We get a
playoff
little
run for
playoff
you.
fever going.
Yeah, we need to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. La Leyenda airs tomorrow, episode 2, 7 o'clock, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Daniela, thank you for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy. Gator will be trying to do the 2 Grand Slam. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I want to tell you about auto accident injury attorney David Femininio. David has been helping victims of auto, truck, and motorcycle accidents in Michigan for over 25 years. And the best thing about David is that when you call David, you actually talk to David. He's going to take the time to speak with you about your accident, your injuries, and how he can best help you through such a difficult time. David handles all the legal technicalities so you can rest and recover. You can call David right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
97.1 The Ticket. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. I wanted to ask, John, we mentioned this briefly earlier today.
Yeah.
We were talking about chicken wings
Yeah.
because Craig Monroe and Todd Jones and Dan Petrie, but I was more Monroe and Jones, I believe. They were doing this Players in the Stands broadcast, which was really fun, actually. And especially when the team is losing, you have to have something different, I think,
Sure.
to enjoy watching a losing baseball team. As it turns out, as we know, they came back and won the game. Well, they were discussing chicken wings, and it was revealed that Todd Jones, unless I heard it wrong, uses a knife and fork to cut his chicken wings.
I can't even imagine what the. I mean,
'Cause even if it
why
was-
would you take the time? It's basically, I mean, for the drums, it's 2 bites, maybe 3 if you're
Yeah.
gnawing on the bone a little bit,
Yeah.
and then the flats,
Yeah.
it's usually 2 bites.
Yeah.
And with a fork and knife, it seems like so much work for a little bit of meat.
Yeah. I mean, now maybe I misheard and maybe just talking about chicken fingers, but even chicken fingers,
Chicken fingers, like it's
the same thing, right?
It's in the words, yeah.
Yes.
It's in the definition of it. You use your fingers to eat it.
Yes.
Now, if you're serving it to your kids, you may cut it up with a fork
Right.
and knife
Exactly.
and put it in front of them. But they, again, that will use their fingers.
Right. I mean, look, and I said I sometimes will cut spaghetti with a knife and fork, but not
It
into
sounds
small.
like
I'm just
that would be a Doug Karsh way to eat a chicken wing. I've seen him eat some wings. How's
Yeah.
some wings?
yeah, but now he won't use a knife and a fork.
I wouldn't think so, but
No. I don't know if you guys
know.
watched
Maybe
the
maybe
Tigers game last night when Monroe and Jones were talking about eating chicken wings, and Craig was appalled, as I think he should have been when Todd Jones admitted that he eats chicken wings with a knife and a fork.
I'm not appalled by that,
Okay.
but I'm the one who's not a big chicken wing guy.
Okay.
I don't like to get messy when I eat.
All right.
really?
Really?
Ribs?
Don't eat them. Not much. Unless they like fall off the bone, I typically don't do it.
Just because they're messy? Or
Yeah.
you just don't care for them?
Well, there's a little bit of that too, but ribs are okay. But I don't need to cover myself in barbecue sauce.
John, is he?
I'm a big fan of any meat that when nature gives you your own handle. So a steak, a tomahawk steak. Like I'm not going to sit there and I don't want to
You're gonna
necessarily
go all Fred Flintstone and just eat it right
right off the bone.
Brontosaurus burger?
Yeah. I'll use a fork and knife until I get down to the bone, but then you got to get everything else off of it, so you just gnaw on the bone.
or you could cut it away from the bone and then you're all set.
Yeah, it's just easier to gnaw it.
All right, Gator, time for the $2 Grand Slam.
Heather would be so appalled to go to dinner
Yes.
with me.
Yeah.
It really would.
You do this when you eat too.
No, but that's what Tom thinks. If he was here, he would be doing the arms out.
Watch me eat this
Yes.
steak.
Yeah, that's basically.
Tomahawk, good.
Our
At least I don't wear
contestant
my
earlier
from the guy
today.
giggling over here is at least I don't wear my bike helmet when I eat.
Shots fired. You haven't even said anything.
I know.
Well, he's over there
He just
giggling.
got back. I know.
Yes.
I know you've caught 2 strays. I'm sorry, Doug. Go ahead, Stoney. I'm sorry.
Our contestant this morning got 3, so I'm very confident you'll do better than that.
Okay.
All right, the clock will begin when I start. Here we go. What holiday is this coming Sunday?
Father's Day.
Ronald Acuna Jr. plays for this major league team.
He plays for the Braves.
What is the nickname of the University of Utah?
Utes.
Heat power forward Kevin Love played at this college.
UCLA.
She played Michaela in the original Transformers movie in 2007.
Megan Fox.
Who won the men's singles championship in the French Open Sunday?
Djokovic.
This team won the Stanley Cup in 2022.
Colorado.
Who is the manager of the Atlanta Braves?
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Houston Texans?
The guy who used to be, is it Raheem Morris?
She had the 1997 hit, Man, I Feel Like a Woman.
Shania Twain.
There you go. You got 8. Oh, we go back. Who is the manager of the Atlanta Braves?
Yeah, I don't know, Bobby Cox.
Brian Snitker.
Yeah.
Who's the guy
And
who came from San
D'Amico
Francisco?
Ryans.
D'Amico Ryans. There you go.
D'Amico Ryans. Very good.
right.
Well done. What do you guys got
good
going
pull
today?
on the Transformers.
Well, I remember Megan Fox fondly.
Oh, really?
Not so much. I
play on words there.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not a fan of her lately, But
But at the time,
but then yeah. It
Oh.
was more.
Do you think Gator knew his favorite the NBA thing? I should ask him that.
oh yeah, it was,
There
it
are
didn't-
10 numbers that
have never been
been
worn
worn
by
in
an
the
NBA player in an NBA game, but there's only one that is outlawed.
the outlawed or
Yes.
Yeah, the outlaw. You cannot.
you cannot
you
wear
are
it.
not allowed to wear it.
did somebody wear it before? Or
No, you're just not allowed to wear it.
no, I'd wear it.
Can you not wear 99? I don't know.
No,
No, you can wear 99. It's been worn.
it's been worn. 69. Rodman tried and they wouldn't let him wear it.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's been banned by the NBA. I never
Yes.
knew that.
Well, great.
Yeah.
That's good news.
Yeah, I know.
We'll talk more about Megan Fox, I'm sure. And the demise ever since Machine Gun Kelly hookup. Tigers turned things around last night for one night.
Yeah, it was
but
fun.
It was a lot of fun to see them come back the way they did, and they had a hit parade going too. So is that a sign of better things to come, or is it just a blip on the radar screen? Got some news and notes from Lions camp and stuff.
All right. Carson Anderson next. Come out. Have a great day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
Morning, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Gator's got some computer issues, so he's relocating here in studio. Those of you watching on Twitch, seeing Robbie, the engineer, fix Gator's computer. It'd be like flying blind without not having a computer doing the show. But it's Stoney's fault.
It's Stoney's fault.
Robbie says it's Stoney's fault.
No, I know. That we had issues with it the other day, with a microphone the other day, and I think it just shut off. We're good. We're good. A little fun fact about Robbie the engineer.
Yeah.
When I went back to the engineer's area, which is, I don't know, roughly 100 yards away,
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody walk as fast as Robbie walks.
He can walk fast.
He walks fast. Like, I think I walk pretty fast.
Yeah.
Not even close. I'm like, really? Whoa. And he's like, I'm not, it's only medium speed.
Sense of urgency to get here and fix your computer.
Yeah,
thank you,
sense of
Robbie.
urgency, and I do appreciate it.
Bravo, Robbie. Hustle. Good hustle. Good hustle. And yes, we will blame Stoney.
Shots
Listen,
fired on Stoney.
We can't. I caught 2 strays during crosstalk.
I know, but
I'm
we
firing
gotta
back.
count from-
Of course, it's Stoney's fault. He got in here at 5 a.m. It wasn't working. Did he bother to tell an engineer?
Ooh, I mean, fair enough. But this is, I
Glad
mean, you
you're up
caught
and
strays from Jansen, though.
I did catch strays from Jansen.
And now you're
Twice.
just passing them on to Stoney.
I know that's not fair.
It's funny, but
Well, John can break me in half, so I go easy a little bit. But how was your weekend? Because
It
I
was,
wasn't here yesterday.
no, you were not. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad to hear.
And we had the softball game on Friday night, which was a lot of fun.
Yep. No injuries this time?
Well,
Oh boy.
no, I mean, I'm okay.
Did you throw 156 pitches?
I threw a lot of pitches. I don't know if you heard the score of the game.
I saw something online. Did you guys give up 37 runs?
Only.
How many were earned?
I feel like I should take myself out of the equation on that question because I was the pitcher.
Yeah.
Kang, how many earned runs out of the 37 do you think?
Probably plus 20. Like, I don't know. Would you say
Most of them?
Yeah.
I would say half.
Well, no,
Maybe
yeah.
half.
Listen, the defense didn't help them. We'll put it that way.
No.
But I did not walk anybody. And in the 3-2 softball league, I think that's pretty key.
Yeah, I agree.
So I felt good about that. But no, there was
Did you go the
some.
distance?
I did.
You gave up 37 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and then I had a major
For those
faux
that
pas.
had the over, you had a major faux pas?
Major faux pas in my playing in that the last few innings, ball was getting rocketed all over the place. I mean, it was rocketed all game long, but the last few innings, it seemed like a lot.
Yep.
We got off to an 8-0 lead, mind you, in the first inning, the first half of the first inning,
Yep.
and then lost 37-17. So the pitches are just get rocketed into the outfield where people aren't.
Right.
Sometimes where people are, over their heads, in front of them. A lot of running done by the outfielders. And I didn't really take that into account. I just, when I got the ball back, I would look out and see that they're back in position, and I would just
And you'd pitch
and
right
I'd
away.
pitch. And it wasn't until after the game, we're having drinks afterwards, and
The outfielders were killing you. weren't they?
yeah, and Gina Trotman from Channel 7 and her husband Zach who played in the NHL. They both said something like, "Yeah, hey man, so we got quite a workout back there. maybe you could have let us catch a breather." And Kang's like, "Yeah, dude. I mean, I just caught my breath. I haven't even caught my breath yet, and you're throwing the next pitch." I'm like, I felt terrible because I'm like, "You're right. That's totally on me. My bad.
Yep.
My bad." And I felt terrible about it. But they were still going to run because it was all over the
Just
place.
a little bit more rest
Yeah.
in between running.
I took a really hard thrown ball that came my way and hit the bottom of my hand, like just above the wrist, so the meaty part of the palm,
Yep.
just under the glove, caught me there. That hurt quite a bit. I also got hit by the same guy, same throw, or different throw, but another really hard throw to the upper right arm. But that was okay. I feel bad for Carly Johnston from the Red Wings.
Yeah.
She was playing third base, and there was potentially a play at third that really should not have been a play at third. They should just let it go, but somebody threw it in very, very hard. Same person, and it ricocheted off of one of her arms and off her other wrist, and it looked bad. And
Really?
I like went over. I'm like, "You okay?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm okay." So she's a trooper. She's a tough chick, and it was good for her. But that was gonna show several colors probably by today.
Was there any athletic feats worth sharing from anyone on our team? Anybody do anything?
Well, I did not want to run.
Okay.
Based on what happened last year. So John's like, "It's no problem. Just you can pinch run. We'll get a pinch runner for you. As soon as you hit, run to first base, and
Courtesy
then
for the pitcher.
yeah, and we'll get somebody else to run from once you're at first base." So, okay. And he hit me last in the lineup, and I was like, "That's fine. Doesn't matter to me. I'll pitch. I'm good with that."
Last batted out takes your spot, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my first at bat, I hit a ball pretty hard to left field. It gets down before it gets to left fielder, but also kind of took an angle and it got past the left fielder.
So now you got to go for 2.
So I'm taking the lightest jog ever down to first base, and then I realize, oh crap,
I
it's
got to go
past,
for 2.
and now
I got to go for 2.
No, not go for 2, go for 3. And I didn't really pick up the speed that much because it was a stand-up triple, and it was an easy stand-up. Like, I should have had a home run, but I just didn't want to run.
Right.
So, and Jansen's coaching at third base. I was going to stop you at second. I'm like, I couldn't possibly have stopped at second because this is ridiculous. I literally walked into third base.
So did you stay at third, or did they come up with a pinch runner?
No, then somebody came out and pinch ran for me, so it was great.
All right, gotcha.
But
how's Kang?
Kang's athletic.
I
Kang
know.
crushed the ball his first at bat into left center field. Hit it pretty well. And
I'm not surprised.
yeah. Jansen's here today. We didn't have a chance to talk, haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I think we all agree there were some managerial mistakes.
Probably some tactical errors, but we would have lost anyways. But it probably would have been a closer score, I would say.
You know,
But yeah, it
positioning
is.
people in
Yeah.
the field, literally positioning people in the outfield, there were some mistakes.
Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered. Kang's right. The team we played against, the fine teachers and community leaders from Troy,
Yep.
they know how to play softball.
Okay.
Professional hitters, Doug.
Were they? Yep.
Snipers, straight snipers.
Half the team was left-handed.
Yeah, half the team is left-handed.
And they were just poking the ball down the opposite way, right down the line,
Over and over.
over and over
So-
and over again, doing the same thing. If they were if they were right-handed, everybody's going to the pull field. No, we're going to hit the ball down the opposite way.
Did the most important score is how much money was raised for the?
I didn't get a total, but I think there was a lot of money raised. And the news that came out of it was that there will be a Jamie Samuelson field in Troy at one of the they're constructing a whole new facility, and I guess there'll be one of the fields there will be named after Jamie.
That's
And they
awesome.
hope to have it ready by next year when we play the game next year.
Doug, you know what this means? Hopefully. Artist rendering.
Artist
Artist
rendering.
renderings,
renderings,
yes.
man. They did break out just an outline of a plan, right, for
Yeah.
the field and all
Yeah.
that stuff. And
But we need renderings.
yes, we need
Yeah,
renderings.
absolutely
You know.
need renderings. We love renderings here at the Carson Anderson program. So, all right. Well, you know what? I am going to make sure that the golf trip that I do annually does not conflict with next year's softball game, because I want to make sure that I can be there and be a part of a great cause for our old friend Jamie Samuelson, and certainly glad that it went off with another successful event last Friday night. All right, so you mentioned before the break there that Tiger win last night. We got an NBA champion. Something interesting's going on in the league, and I wonder if it's good or bad for the league. We will get to that today at 10:20, plus your phone calls and feedback. Wait till you hear what today is. You know how there's National this day, National
Yeah.
that day? Today might be one of my all-time favorites.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
National Kale Day.
No,
Here we
it's
go.
not. No, it's not. I think you will like this one.
Okay. Well,
I
we'll
think you
see.
will.
We'll see.
We'll get to that at 11:30. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I am in search of a better night's sleep. I've been thinking about a new mattress for a while. I stopped in a True Sleep mattress store out in Shelby Township, actually. Got to see Paul. Paul is awesome. He's a straight shooter. And, went through this whole rigmarole with testing out different mattresses. And also they had this kind of machine that would tell you exactly what kind of mattress that you need. And a specialized fit is what's going to improve sleep. And right away, they were able to point out which mattress was going to be the best fit for me specifically. And they have reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses, too, which is great. So find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in either Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
All right, Gator. So the Tigers end that losing streak. And the most amazing thing about it is, I mean, look, I said it when Riley Green got hurt and Vierling got hurt and Eduardo Rodriguez got hurt. I think you were out. And I just said, look, the fairy tale's probably over. And they lost, what was it, 9 in a row?
9 in a row.
Yep. And they end the losing streak last night. You look up and the damage is they're 5 games back, which is it's not that bad. But
It's not.
I mean,
And they've got 4 games coming up against the Twins
And
after this series.
we had hoped that they would be, within striking distance of the Twins and barring any major, surprises here.
We've had enough surprises.
Yeah, we've had enough surprises. It's probably not going to be the case. But 5 games back is not the worst thing in the world if you want to keep yourself interested. And our big thing is be interesting. So when Torque hits a bomb in the 9th and gets the walk-off single, that's interesting. Reese Olson pitching tonight, to me, is interesting. So at least clear that low hurdle for the rest of the way and be interesting. But, Gator, NBA champs, the Denver Nuggets, led by Air Awkward, the first player in NBA history to lead all players in points, rebounds, and assists in a single postseason. He's also the first player with 500 points, 250 rebounds, and 150 assists in a single postseason. Nikola Jokic is redefine. I mean, I don't know if he's redefining the game or the position, but he gives awkward people hope everywhere because he's the best player in the NBA.
It's incredible what he can do.
Yep.
And
all steak, no sizzle.
after watching him as much as I've been watching him in the playoffs, because I didn't pay much attention during regular season, but once playoffs start, you start to watch basketball again. And I've determined that if he couldn't do half of what he does if he were 6'5".
Right.
He gets the most out of his length and his height that he can. It's not like he's got some great vertical or anything like that. He's not some amazing athletic freak. He's just able to lumber through traffic, and because he's nearly 7 feet tall, he can stay up by the rim, and it's like playing Nerf hoop.
Yep.
And he's managed to find a way to have such a soft, deft touch around the rim and get everybody else involved. And of course, he's got a ton of skills with other things. His passing ability is amazing. And when you're 7 feet tall and you're 7 feet tall and you can see everything, it helps. He's phenomenal, and he is the most awkward athlete you'll ever see.
And it makes me like him even more. And
I agree.
And just they should market with the. I was thinking about. Well, I'll get to it a little bit later on. But here's a question. Last 5 years, we've had 5 different NBA champs, including 3 teams. One that hadn't won it since 1971 in Milwaukee, and certainly not an NBA marquee destination.
No.
Toronto, first time to the NBA Finals, they won it. Denver, first time to the NBA Finals, they won it. 5 years, 5 different champs. And I almost feel like we can include Golden State because Golden State spent the bulk of our lifetime being an NBA afterthought.
Yeah.
They really were.
Like
And
they
then-
had a team in the early 90s,
Run
with-
TMC.
Yeah, exactly.
They World Be
Hardaway,
Freed.
Mullen.
World Be Free years ago, and then nothing, and then Run TMC, and then nothing, and then the Splash Brothers.
Yeah, Weber was there for a little bit, right?
Yeah, they had some decent teams, but they
Yeah,
were
but
just,
nothing
it
that
was
was-
nothing. Yeah, they were.
Going to contend for a title, and then they had a dynasty, and it looks like the dynasty is done.
Yep. But is this good for the league? I mean, the ratings are better than expected.
I think it's great for the league.
I hope so.
I think it's fantastic for the league. You look at, there are aging superstars, but they're still superstars. LeBron James, Kevin Durant, James Harden, Steph Curry. These are stars of the league, but they're aging stars.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great to see that there's this next crop of amazing players that's going to take the league to new heights again. And you mentioned that the ratings are up. Yeah, people want to see something new, want to see something different. And there's other reasons too, other factors we've gone into before with the gambling aspect. But you get Jokic and there's just so many players that are fun to watch. The guys that they have in Boston and the Greek Freak is fantastic. We hope that we have a budding superstar or two here in Detroit, and Trae Young is great. John Moran, if he can get his act together, he's a phenomenal player. Donovan Mitchell and all these guys, that are really superstar athletes and superstar players that are more than willing and more than ready to take the mantle and let's run with it for the next 10 years in the NBA.
It's weird because let's say, I mean, I don't know who the guy is, right? Our lifetime, it went from Dr. J to Magic and Bird, collectively were the guy.
Yeah, Isaiah
then Michael Jordan, then Kobe, then LeBron.
Shaq in there.
Yeah, but who's the guy? Who's going to be? I mean, did Steph Curry? Was it Steph Curry? Or does it?
I think it was Steph. I think because Steph
he was taking it from LeBron for a stretch there.
Yeah, because he was
The
unguardable.
guy.
He was unguardable. He knocked every shot down. He was launching shots from 30 feet, and that wasn't a stretch. That was like, oh yeah, it's a legitimate chance he makes the shot. And he took the game to a whole different level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had that's what's great about all these guys we've seen, and that they advanced. The league was about them. But there are certain aspects of what players did that changed the game. Magic changed the game with the way that he passed the ball. Michael changed the game with what he could do in the air and the athleticism. LeBron was just this complete team player guy for a long, long time. But Steph Curry has changed the game maybe more than any of them because every team not only emulates him, but their game plans are built around, the league is built around what Steph Curry did that nobody was doing, and that is three-point shooting. It's all about half the shots in the league now, it seems, are three-point shots.
Well, the other thing about the guy, too, I feel like if you have to discuss it and debate it, then there isn't a guy.
No, I don't think there is a guy, and
No.
I think that's a good thing for the league because you've got so many stars that, why limit it to just Luka Doncic or whomever? You've got a group of maybe 15 players right now in the league. Every team, if they don't have a guy, they got someone who's close to being a guy, that's a lot of fun to see. Now, I hope that what we don't do is end up building super teams again, and then instead of having these 15 teams that have these great players, that it consolidates down to 6 or 5, and then it's just a battle of attrition to see who's healthy going into the finals, and that's who wins it. I don't want that. I like to have a different star each night coming in to our town when we go down to watch the team play at LCA. I want to see somebody different and great every night.
Well, it's new blood, changing world order in the NBA. Kang, I want to get your 2 cents on this coming up. Also, got to talk about that Tiger game last night, and if they are clearing the lowest of hurdles this season. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, talking about the NBA champ Denver Nuggets, led by Air Awkward, and this 5-year stretch of 5 different teams winning the NBA, and how it pertains to us. I mean, I don't suspect Detroit. Like, Detroit probably is closer to Miami than Denver to begin with, like as a team that's going to battle and scrap and try and get into the playoffs and then hope to pull off a miracle. I heard on the radio, Gator, before this playoff started, that basically 7 and 8 seeds have no impact on the I heard that on the radio.
Who said that? Don't like to call people out?
Yeah, go ahead, call them out.
Somewhere between 10 and 2. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh,
Did you say that?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
But there was an 8 seed right there in the end, which is, the data still stands. It makes you appreciate what Miami did. Actually, makes me a little bit more, like, as much as I can sit here and we can make fun of me, and there's no shortage of that. What they did is pretty damn impressive, and I don't know if that means the next team that if you're an 8 seed, you just talk about what Miami did. That's what you do. You guys say, hey, we can do this too.
Well, the NBA is different today than it was 5 years ago. It's different today than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah,
load management has made a huge impact on what happens with these teams heading into the playoffs, and a lot of it may just be coaches literally using load management to make sure that his team stays as healthy as they can heading into a playoff run.
Yep.
I mean, if you didn't look, the Lakers looked like they were completely discombobulated all season long, right? Mm-hmm. Guys in and out of the lineup, LeBron frustrated. What are they going to do? But at the end of the day, it's still a team that had a ton of talent. And once they get into the playoffs, can they get it together? Yeah, the experience that those guys had, I don't think it was that far-fetched to see the Lakers go as far as they did. Looking at what Miami did, I'm not going to blow smoke up a channel. I didn't know Miami was good enough to get there. I thought for sure that Boston or Milwaukee was going to represent the East, and that didn't happen. And, Miami took care of both of them.
Well, that's why this whole Miami Heat story is so Cinderella-esque, and you kind of get drawn to it because the Lakers, you make the argument, load management. They have 2 superstars in Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Miami Heat did this with essentially undrafted guys. I mean, Jimmy Butler was on fire, but the rest of the team, and Bam's a really good player too, Gabe Vincent, Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin. These are the guys they were like literally counting on to come through, or else they weren't going to win games, let alone series. And they came through, and that's why this 8 seed out of all the 7, 8 in the play-in teams to make it was really surprising.
So where are you with 5 champions in 5 years and some new blood?
I personally like it, but I'm a fan of the game anyways. I'm hoping that the people in general that are fringe fans like it, and I think with the ratings early on in the NBA Finals showed that they did. The NBA is built on stars, not just one superstar, but stars throughout the entire league. You mentioned it earlier, Gator. They want arenas, no matter what arena you're in, on any given night, that you're going to see somebody. You're going to see Luka Doncic. You're going to see James Harden. You're going to see Giannis, right? They want that. They want more parity, kind of like the NFL. The NFL is, how many quarterbacks now are marketed by the NFL? Like the young quarterbacks that you got to go get one, right? Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, and then you let alone the top tier guys, even Rodgers on his way out, marquee name, Mahomes. They want the NFL parity. They want where every city kind of feels we got a shot this year.
Yeah, and the pool has gotten so much bigger when it comes to superstars because of the influx of talent that's come in from Europe. It has made a huge impression on the NBA. It wasn't really there 10, 15 years ago. I mean, yeah, you'd have a player here and there from Europe that was good, but now it's like, yeah, these guys going towards the top of the draft, and we'll see how generational a talent that Wembanyama is, but he's going to be the first player taken, and it's exciting. I think it's an exciting time for the NBA to have this many young superstar athletes that represent so many different areas of the world. I think it's great.
So with that said, we'll see what happens with the final TV ratings. I will say that I'm enjoying the new blood. I hope the masses do too. It'll be healthier for the league. So.
Well, plus it gives us hope here in Detroit that we're building something, and hopefully it's built right. That the experience that Ivy and Duran got this year, playing without Cade Cunningham, that'll grow beautifully with Cade Cunningham this year. And whatever they decide to do, It's a very important offseason for Troy Weaver to decide what he wants to do with the 5th pick overall with some cap space. He's got a veteran player or two that the teams would covet. I think Weaver's going to make some deal because he always makes a deal. So it's exciting to see what the Pistons do next.
Yeah, it'll be an upset if he doesn't. Like
Yeah.
the way he operates, there's already plenty.
Minus 25,000 if he makes a trade.
There's plenty of discussion about the number 5 pick being moved. So we'll see. They do need a veteran. I mean, if you ever wonder, like, it's fun having all the young guys and all that, but you don't win that way. And maybe you're not trying to win until those guys are a little bit older, which is fine and understandable. But hey, man, let's see if they can put together, add a veteran or two to take a big step forward. So. All right, so Tigers win last night. They end that losing streak, as we mentioned. After all this mess, they're only 5 games back. But again, until Riley Green and Eduardo Rodriguez were out there performing at the level they had been, which
they wouldn't have lost 9 in a row.
They wouldn't have lost. They wouldn't have lost 9 in a row, and B, there'd be a little bit of hope. But my question is, are they interesting? So what makes a team interesting? It's essentially the next generation of player proving that they're worth it. There's not a lot right now to lean on, right? I mean, Torque had a good weekend. He had 6 hits over the week, well, including yesterday.
Torque and Carpenter both had, nice. I mean, Carpenter got a hit late in the game last night, but it was impactful, and he tore it up. He was 8 for 12 over the weekend going into last night.
And Torque with 2 doubles and a home run in the last 4 games, showcasing a little bit of power at least. And his batting average is slowly climbing here, but it's a slow process, and it's a long way to go. But hell, we got last night. For now, we've got last night where he went 3 for 6. He had a double. He had a home run, a big home run in the 9th to cut the 3-run deficit to 2, and then the walk-off, I'm going to put in quotes, single, which is probably more of a sacrifice fly, but he hit it deep enough that
I'll take it.
Yeah, they just let it drop. But
this is a guy who was first pick overall in the draft and high expectations, and rightfully so. The guy who was setting records in college for bombs, and we've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting here, and we're all impatient here because he's still like 650 at plate appearances into his career. It's not long, but nonetheless, he is getting older and he's maturing. Let's go. Let's start to see this. I don't know if last night is that moment in time where Spencer Torkelson figures things out. I doubt it.
Probably not.
But is it something that's indicative of, okay, the ball's finally landing where it needs to land? He's always been hitting it hard. Are we reaping the benefits of what the numbers showed that he was supposed to be? And maybe that's part of it. But he's only got 6 home runs on the year. Let's start to see this power. Let's heat it up. I hope that he's on the right track here because they desperately need him. But yeah, he's a guy. Kerry Carpenter's a guy, came right back in the lineup and tears it up over the weekend. You're looking for him. Andy Ibanez, again, one of these guys where the numbers tell you he should be hitting better than what he is because he hits the ball hard when he puts it in play. But he has 3 hits last night, improves his batting average by 22 points last night alone. So what does that tell you? It tells you he doesn't have that many at-bats. Mm-hmm. When you go 3 for 4 in a game and you can increase your batting average by 22 points, that's like, he's played 3 weeks, right?
Yep.
So I was ready to write him off, and I kind of am still because I think he's just one of these journeyman Major League Baseball players that fits on a roster, but maybe not necessarily a starter. But in this lineup, because this lineup is so bad, he's getting the opportunity to get starters playing time, and he needs to start making the most of it. And he did last night with a home run and a double, and he walked, had 3 hits. Good to see. But yeah, there are a handful of guys like that on this team. Reese Olson's another one who gets a start tonight.
Well, the Ibanez impact, including the gunning the guy out at home plate in the extra innings, was kind of awesome.
I don't know how that was overturned or how that stood and wasn't overturned. I thought replays clearly showed that he was safe, but great throw.
Yep.
Great throw.
A little bit up the line, obviously, but got it there in time and preserved the double play there to end the 10th and give the Tigers the chance. And then the Tigers, they made the defensive play, the not spectacular but good enough defensive play in the 10th, and Atlanta didn't. When the Tigers was at Rogers laid down the bunt, they made the error, and then Torque came up and won the game.
There's a guy in the team that I'm watching very closely, and I'm hoping like hell that picks up, and it's Javi Baez. And the reason is
They're paying so much for him.
Well, of course they're paying so much for him, but I want a decision at the end of the season that's going to benefit the Tigers. So either he's played well enough, he's not going to opt out, okay, and we're like, okay, he's back, and he's back to being Javi. He's going to be a guy who's going to hit 25 bombs a year, maybe hit 250, but he's going to be a real contributor and hopefully a solid glove at short, although I've got some issues with him at shortstop. Or he's played well enough in the second half of the season here that he opts out of the contract, and it just frees up more money for the Tigers to do what they're going to do, which is probably where I'm leaning towards. I hope that that's the case, that he can play well enough where he thinks he can get a better contract.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that happens, but this is what I'm looking for because this is what the season has left us with.
Well, yeah, we don't. I'm all about Reese Olson tonight, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's okay. Turning the page, that's the next interesting thing that will happen. This will be his third appearance. His first two are pretty damn encouraging.
Yeah.
A guy that had interesting secondary numbers when they got him from Milwaukee and had a really good year last year and then struggled at AAA until it all came together.
In his last few starts
Last
at
few
AAA.
starts at AAA, and now the major league level, it's a long way from being a successful acquisition, and this guy's part of the future. But maybe he will be, and that's what makes tonight's game interesting for the snapshot in time that is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. 248-539-9797. If you watch sports long enough, you see something you've never seen before, and I saw something I don't think I've ever seen before in last night's Tiger game. We'll get to that today at 10:48 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant, Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. Whether you're looking to build it yourself or you need a referral from a Trex certified installer, Builder's First Source has you covered with decking for every budget. Make the most out of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. 2 locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Any Tigers you want to rip on today?
Yeah, I see them get them going.
Yep. It's kind of been a Gator thing over the last couple of years. Gator rips on someone, they come to life.
At least in that game, they come to life.
Yep.
It'd be nice to get some guy, Eric Haas.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to play tonight or not, but they need to get something from the catching position. Jake Rogers is hitting a $171. I forget what Haas is hitting. I think he's hitting around 210 or something. Not good. Not good. But are you looking at guys like Veerling and Short?
What do you mean by looking at them?
Well, I mean, because I look at Veerling and Short and I see they're getting opportunities now that they haven't gotten before.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Short was the last guy on a roster. He's behind the Castros last year and the year before, right?
Yep.
Now he's getting a chance to play, and he's flourishing. It's a small sample size.
Yep.
But he's hitting 284, and his OPS is, close to 800.
And at this pace, he'll be the Tiger All-Star.
Right, of course. And with Matt Veerling, it's another guy who's was one of those trade pieces that Scott Harris picked up in the offseason, kind of under the radar guy, but getting a chance to play. And just comes off the IL and steps on the field and goes 2 for 4. Mm-hmm. But he's a guy who is expecting to play every day. At least this year he was. Until better players come around, I guess. I'm watching these guys and I want to see, are they players or not? Do the Tigers are they just stocked with 4A players? Are they stocked with guys that are the last guy on the roster? Or do they have legitimate starting players in their lineup?
So I don't think Zach Short or Veerling are that. But
I don't think they are either, but that's why I'm watching.
One thing I'll point out, because we opened with some NBA Finals talk, 4 former Pistons just won an NBA title, right? And KCP and Bruce Brown played roles on that Denver team. We say this all the time. Can I see a good lineup having a good team having Zach Short on it? Yeah, I can. He's not going to be a starter. But I feel like their roster is almost exclusively these guys. You've got Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson. In theory, we're supposed to have Javi Baez.
Mm-hmm.
And then a whole bunch of guys that could be role players on a good team. But instead, on a bad team, they're everyday players. And so is there value in some of these players? Absolutely. They can't be lead dogs. We've got too many complementary pieces and not enough lead dogs. I'm not reinventing MLB analysis here. I think everybody knows it. But when I think of those guys, that's what I think of for what it's worth. And you hope someday they are the Bruce Browns and KCPs or Ish Smith. And who is the other one?
Reggie Jackson.
Yes, that we're all on the Ish and Reggie didn't play as much, but they were all on the Nuggets. So, all right, I mentioned before the break, you see something you haven't seen before. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Did the Ozzie Albies steal at second base where he's sliding into second, throw goes down, the helmet is coming off his head, and Javi Baez catches the ball that's thrown toward up the first. It's towards first, the first base side of second, and as Albies is sliding, hands first, the helmet's coming off. And Javi Baez catches the ball and tags the helmet, which is now fully dislodged from the head.
Right.
And he's called out. And I'm laughing. First of all, because I think, we're going to talk about this, and it's going to be a helmet, which means there's going to be helmet jokes about me.
This is true.
Yeah. But more importantly, I don't know if I've ever seen that before, where the helmet came off a player that was sliding, and it's the helmet that got tagged. Now, when they went back and looked at it, they're like, okay, the helmet isn't on the player, so the player's safe. What if that was closer? What if, the helmet was partially dislodged? You know how it can kind of ride up?
Yeah.
What if it's partially dislodged?
Well, if it's partially dislodged, he's out. But that thing was completely off his head, floating in midair, and that's what Javi tagged. And then I was hoping that when he pulled that tag down to the hard swipe, that it would have caught some other piece of a part of his body, but it did not.
Which it did not, no.
Which is unfortunate. And the guys were joking about how, Jim Schmeichel used to make sure in the Tigers clubhouse that their pockets were tucked in the back. And they're like, now I know why. Because you're watching the guy slide and that pocket flap is up in the air. Like, if he touched that, is he out? Yeah, he is actually. So it would have been interesting if.
Have you
if
ever seen
happened.
that before? A helmet get tagged?
I don't recall seeing that. I was, that's one of where Javi Baez has some plus parts to his game, some real plus parts to his game. Getting the throw from the catcher is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's really good at getting that tag down as fast as possible. He's gotten guys out that I can't believe were thrown out, but it's on Javi Baez, not on the catcher. It's on Baez where he just boom throws the arm down and they're out. And
Yeah.
That was almost another case of it last night.
It was just a funny moment. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Did you see
And
the
then-
play he made at shortstop where he bobbled? It was a tailor-made double play ball
Yes.
and botches it, but then has the wherewithal to throw it to third base.
He did what? Did you say he debauches it?
He botched it.
Oh, I thought you said
He botches this.
I
He
thought you
botched it.
said he debauched it. And I'm
Yes, he removed his pants. Had to display a debauchery.
Yeah.
No, he botches the
like, yes, I did see
the ground ball, but has the wherewithal to toss it to third base and get the lead runner out, which
Yep.
was good.
Yep.
But still should have been an error. I think he was only charged with one error in the game, which is
which brought out
Another
the
error
Boo
too
Birds,
many.
Brought out the Boo Birds a little
Well.
bit, but I give the people that stayed last night credit. They were into the end of that game. When your team comes from behind, and according to ESPN stats and info, check this out. Tigers won despite trailing by 3 runs entering the ninth inning. Entering today, the Tigers had lost 247 straight home games when trailing by 3 runs entering the ninth inning.
Wow.
Their last win in such a situation came against the Athletics on June 30th of 20. They hadn't come from 3 runs or down more at home
in almost 9 years.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something. And despite the game going to extra innings, it was still a 3-hour and 7-minute game
Love that.
with a lot of pitching changes.
Love that about the new Major League Baseball. Gator, I want to get your reaction to some news today. Pat Sajak, after 41 seasons,
Wow.
is retiring from Wheel of Fortune at the age of 76. Where does the wheel rank for you?
The wheel.
Where does the wheel rank, Gator, for you because you watch game shows?
Yeah. Look, I've watched The Wheel since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when former Chargers kicker Rolf Benershka hosted The Wheel for like a year, if that.
That's one of those. Did that really happen?
Yeah.
How the hell did Rolf Benershka end up the host of Wheel of Fortune?
He had a deep voice and he had good hair.
I
don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
Honest to God.
But he didn't host it long, but he did host it. And it's been Sajak ever since. And I grew up watching The Wheel. We watched The Wheel most nights at home. My parents still watch it. I don't like how they've changed it, but they've had to change with the times, and it's not this. It's a variation
Yeah.
of the game that we grew up watching. But the show has changed so much. Remember when you used to win the money and then you would go buy stuff?
Yep.
You
And
go
there was
on their
always
shopping
a
spree.
stupid ceramic dog.
The ceramic dog, yeah.
Yep,
Or do you
ceramic dog is how you round it out. They
gift
got rid of
certificate or an account. No, I'll have a gift certificate or whatever.
so many ceramic dogs.
A lot of ceramic dogs, and then they just changed to cash money, which is great. And they have a bunch of changes to it. I still like it. I think that there are a lot of things that get groans out of people these days because of social media. With all that's too hard of a puzzle or that's nitpicky and stuff. But I'm like, the show's been on for 50 years.
Right.
They're trying to
I
change
kind
it
of
up.
I honestly kept waiting for them at some point to go, hey, look, we're all out of phrases.
Yeah.
We've used them all.
We used every single one of them.
There's no phrases left for us to use.
Yeah. So Pat's hanging it up. What about Vanna? Is she gonna?
I didn't see any news on Vanna. Kang, is there any news on Vanna?
I did not, and I think she started 1 year after Pat started, so she's been there.
Post Benershka?
She was
Yeah.
post Benershka. I
Okay,
believe,
yeah.
So yeah, I haven't heard anything on that, but so I'm assuming she's still going to be around, which seems like they should go out together, right?
You would think.
But
How many gowns has she worn?
Again, hey, we're all out of gowns. She's worn them all.
I mean, 40 years, 5 shows a week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously they film a bunch in a day, but she has to have a wardrobe change for every one of them.
Yeah.
It's amazing,
Well, that's the job, Gator. That's what kept me from applying.
is it?
Yeah, too many wardrobe changes. But
Too many gowns.
too many gowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Careful, that'll get people upset. But
Were you a wheel watcher?
I was briefly as a kid. I think I probably went through that at some point, maybe college, at Vanna stage. I'm like, Vanna White.
I love Vanna White.
But
She was great.
mm-hmm.
Is great.
I was gonna say she's still alive.
Yeah, no, she's still.
It's not a
She
thoughts
looks-
and prayers situation.
How old is she? She's got to be mid-60s, right?
Probably.
She looks great still.
Yep.
Yeah, watching Wheel of Fortune segueing into Jeopardy. It's been kind of a staple, but I don't watch the Wheel as much.
So I'm with you, Doug. We're out of phrases, we're out of places, we're out of things, right? Especially when
It had to have used just about everything.
yeah, and then they get at some point I forget when they give you the RSTLNE because this is
Right, because that's
hey,
what everybody would do. They just
So-
give it to you.
so I give the writers or whoever makes up the answers a ton of credit, but at this point or at some point they had to just have a computer generate these answers, right? I mean, you can't.
Some algorithm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you just put it into a system and say, all right, don't use these letters, and give me a phrase, give me a thing, a place to be, whatever the categories are.
Honestly,
It's
it's an amazing run.
yes.
Yep.
We couldn't do feedback fun for over.
No,
like,
we saw it.
We did it for like 10 years.
Yeah, that's why we were like, we're kind of running out of stuff here.
we needed a program for that.
We needed it. There's no
Where's
doubt.
our algorithm?
Yeah. Well, I guess to Pat, congratulations on your retirement.
No, that's awesome for him. Look, he did other things too. He had that short-lived TV talk show that he was doing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, do
He
you
had
remember
one
that?
of those. We
Yeah.
went through an era where we tried just about everybody on a talk show.
I think that was around our college years.
Yeah.
When he did
You had
that.
a
Did
talk
Bernard-
show?
Did Benershka get a talk show?
I don't think Bernushka got a talk show.
Underrated, that Rolf Benershka. He hosted Wheel of Fortune, man. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up, free press story about the Lions. Is this a concern or is it good news? We'll get to that at 11:05. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Pistons fans will be introduced to their new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon as GM Troy Weaver and owner Tom Goris will join him during a 4:30 press conference. Also today is the 34-year anniversary of the Pistons' first title back in 1989. The Detroit Grand Prix returned to downtown Detroit, a big success according to the numbers a week later. Over 150,000 attended the weekend events, with TV viewership up 179% with the switch to NBC and streaming. The Grand Prix fundraising also raised over $1 million for 5 Detroit-based charities. Speaking at Calvin Johnson's golf event this week, former Lion Darius Lay says he's getting along with his former coach Matt Patricia in Philly after the two reunited on the same staff. He called it cordial, with both of them sharing the same goal after butting heads when working together in Detroit. And speaking of the Lions, during OTAs, new assistant Dre Bly says that the atmosphere around the team is still much better than when he was wearing Honolulu blue. Yeah, we are now 85 days away from Game 1 of the NFL season versus the Chiefs. And NHL Game 5 will play in Vegas tonight. The Golden Knights can lift Lord Stanley's Cup with one more victory over the Panthers. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So what's the story, Falar, on this bill in the state of Michigan that will allow for alcohol sales at the Big House in Spartan Stadium?
So right now, all the news nerds over on the other side are paying attention to the hearings, like the votes or all that. I don't know any of that stuff. I just go off of what they tell me. But they said that the alcohol sales bill that will allow for sales at college games in the state passed by committee. And I said, oh, so it's official? Said, well, not really, because now it has to go to the floor and it might be in the set. Oh, okay, so it's probably going to pass is what you're telling me. Yeah, that's what they said.
Okay, so do you know if that would take effect this coming school year?
Absolutely zero clue.
Okay.
No idea.
All right.
I would give you an answer, but it would probably be a lie or wrong. Or
all right, maybe I'll go over and ask David Eck over there.
Yeah, David Eck knows all the details. All that minutia, I can't fathom until they tell me the actual bullet points of what's going on with it.
I say that because Rob David Eck from WWJ knows all things news, not all things alcohol. I don't want to imply.
No, there's not that.
He knows alcohol a little bit.
Does he? All right, whoa.
I've seen that station event. I hear stories
Easy.
about station events.
All right.
So he's one of the news nerds that you were talking about?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
He's the news nerd,
Yeah.
the king of the news nerds. And I say that in the most lovingly way possible.
Okay.
Rob's a great guy.
Yeah,
He
I
is
love
a
Rob.
great guy. I always feel important. Like Rob will come over every once in a while. He'll walk over to the sports side and say, "Hey, can we get you on the air for something?" I'm like, "Well, yes, you can." Rob David Eck, it needs some help.
I love Rob because if you said walk into that room and point out the person who runs the news, you would see him in 2 seconds and be like, oh, there's your guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
I've never seen someone look like their job more than Rob David.
You know he works 26 hours a day?
Oh,
He's always here.
he takes vacation once a year and he's pissed about it.
All right, thanks, Falar. I don't know, man. I mean, I've got the world that we have grown up in. At Spartan Stadium, the Big House, Breslin Center, Chrysler Center, you didn't get alcohol. I was perfectly fine with it. It's just what I'm accustomed to.
Yeah, I mean, as an adult, I'm fine without having it. I don't need it at the game. I feel like if I'm going to a college game, I'll get plenty of that at the tailgate beforehand. I don't need that during the game. But if I was a student, I'd be like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not a student anymore. So are you going to cater to? I mean, I imagine that it's probably split among people that go to the games, whether they want it or not, but it's probably more on the side that they want it. It's going to happen.
I guess my question would be, I think if you asked athletic directors around the country, a concern that probably most have is fields of empty seats or people leaving the game early. And at various levels at different institutions, but even when successful, you'll see student sections not completely filled. And I wonder if this is an attempt to keep people in the stadiums themselves. And and if it's worth it, right? So anyway, I wonder, will the student section at the big house, which oftentimes the top rows are empty, will that help with Spartan Stadium with attendance there? Will it help? Or is that part of this? I don't know if it is or it isn't. I'm thinking out loud.
I would imagine it helps a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if you asked athletic departments if they would like an extra $25 million a year or whatever, I don't know what the numbers tell you that they're going to get. They'll be like, yes, please.
Probably
thank
more.
You. More of that.
Mm-hmm. So, and then the other thing is suites. Is our suites,
Yeah.
Getting alcohol into suites play a big part of it.
Here's a question I have.
Reasonably priced alcohol.
Will they start to sell alcohol outside the stadium during tailgates?
Like official beer stands?
Yeah,
in
like
lots?
if that's even allowed. I don't know if there's probably a lot of hurdles to go through before you can do something like that. But, just thinking about what it was like at the Rose Bowl and going to the Michigan State official tailgate party at the Rose Bowl, and they were just, handing out beers. Is this something where, buy a 12-pack, and of course it's going to be ridiculously marked up, but people have gone through that, whether it's opening day or St. Patrick's Day parade, whatever it is, you see that somebody's got beer that they're selling. You're like, yep, absolutely. I'll buy it right here on the spot.
Could be. Maybe maximize revenues. So you might be right, but I don't know. Like I said, I grew up in a world where this wasn't a part of it, and I'm perfectly fine with it.
I'm sure there are plenty of problems to worry about, with people over-serving themselves and, using that time during the game would typically be used to sober up, that people just keep the party going, and that could be a problem.
Yep. Longer lines at the bathrooms.
That's what you want.
Some of the unintended consequences.
That's what you want at Spartan Stadium.
Yeah. All right.
Not as much of a problem at Michigan, but at Michigan State, it's a real problem.
Yeah. Michigan with the expansion put in a bunch of new bathrooms. Yeah. So, all right. Mentioned before the break. Story this weekend, Free Press. Actually, story came out last night. Jack Campbell, 18th pick, NFL draft. He's not guaranteed to start. There was a story, again, Dave Burkett wrote a Free Press. I'm going to read in part what he said. Campbell's shown his range of playmaking ability in open practices this spring, but Lions linebacker coach Calvin Shepard said Monday, it's wrong to assume the rookie will be in the lineup week 1 against Kansas City. Quote, it's proven here. I know it's like the right thing to say, but it's proven. We're going to play the best players. We do not care what that looks like and when that starts. And when that starts top down, it's easy for me to walk into my linebacker room after we take a guy pick 18 because it's probably 20 other rooms that players starting and there's nothing you can do about it. It's as a position coach. Well, that's not the case here. If Jack is one of the top 2 or 3, Jack will continue to go through the process of rookie development until he hits that mark. And we've read reports that Derek Barnes is kind of having a career rejuvenation this spring. Now, what happens at minicamp and OTAs, it seems like every time I start to take this stuff seriously, former players, TJ Jansen, will say, don't take it too seriously.
Well, here's what I take seriously. And through a minicamp, it's one thing to look physically impressive and all that. But when the linebackers coach is talking about you in a way that's tangible, where he's saying, instead of guessing where you're supposed to be, he knows where you're supposed to be. And instead of, thinking that maybe this is where this defensive lineman's supposed to be, he's saying, hey, you're in the wrong spot to the defensive lineman. You need to be over here. So he gets the system now a heck of a lot better than he did in the past. And that's really encouraging, I think. I love to hear that guys have done the classroom work when it comes to football to know the playbook, and then they can translate that onto the field. Not everybody can, but if in a linebacker position, you can't be dumb and play linebacker. You have got to know where people have to line up. And it can be an instinctive position, but you need to know a lot. And it sounds like, given what his coach has said, the linebacker coach has said, is that he is getting it now, and that's why he's got a leg up. It also helps that Malcolm Rodriguez hasn't practiced a whole lot because he's dealing with a little bit of an injury, but he's getting the first team reps and he's making the most of it.
Here's the quote Gators exactly talking about from Calvin Shepard. He's not talking about Barnes. He's not going away quietly. This is a player I've seen walk into the building since we started phase 2 and look like a completely different player. I mean, a kid growing into a man, taking charge, holding people accountable, running the huddle, letting everybody know, I know what I'm doing. Now let me help you out. Derek knew what to do last year. It was just when things were moving, that was slowing him down. Now it's he has all that. Now it's, hey, come here. You should be in a 9 technique. When I hear Derek Barnes going into year 3 telling defensive linemen you should be in a 9, you should be in a 3 versus, gee, why are we doing that? That's a player growing up and taking steps. But would it be disappointing if Campbell isn't good enough to start from day one? I would argue in part, yes. The best thing about this potentially is that Malcolm Rodriguez, Derek Barnes, Jack Campbell, and Alex Anzalone are all playing at such a high level that they can rotate and stay fresh. And, oh, by the way, they have depth, which matters most. Depth is important, but it matters most when guys start getting hurt. And the NFL guys get hurt. So I think it's better. I mean, I'm looking at this as better news that Derek Barnes is warranting a serious look as a starter than bad news that Jack Campbell isn't there yet, because Jack Campbell, no matter how good he is, there's going to be a learning curve.
Yeah.
And knowing Jack Campbell's, the scouting report on how dedicated he is to football, I feel like whatever he needs to learn and get better at, it won't go discounted by him. He will put everything in that he needs to be ready and improve to the point where he can start. And it's better if it's not handed to you, right? If you have to earn it.
Absolutely. It's 3 years of drafting, and it's taking a linebacker in each draft. And the first one you took was Derek Barnes. And how is he fitting in? You would hope that by year 3 or 4 here that he's ready to go. And it seems like he is. And that's very encouraging. The flip side, though, is that you did use the 18th overall pick to take a linebacker whom everybody is expecting big things from. And if he's not able to start from day one, I don't think it's a red flag by any means, but it's something to watch for and say, okay, well, why is that? And then maybe any concerns will be soothed by the fact that there is a rotation, or that you can see that Barnes is playing out of his mind and he deserves to be there. Or if it's Rodriguez when he's healthy, that he deserves to be there ahead of Jack Campbell, then his time will come. Nakobe Dean was taken by the Philadelphia Eagles last year, as was Jordan Davis, the big defensive lineman. Neither one of them played a whole lot last year. But Philadelphia had a plan because they knew that they were going to lose guys and that these guys were going to step into starting roles. Guess what? They're in starting roles right now, and we'll see what they do. It's all about planning for the future. We'll see. If Barnes doesn't work out, then you've got your guy. And maybe Jack Campbell isn't as much of a contributor this year as we thought he was going to be, but it can be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, the question that I think if you ask most Lions fans, and I, with all respect due, and it sounds like I'm going to insult them, but I think Lions fans would be wanting to see them moving on from Alex Anzalone eventually, more so than a Derek Barnes. Now, Barnes, I'm trying to look up his contract situation. He's entering the last year of his contract, isn't he?
I believe this is his
year?
third year of the contract, isn't it? Year 3 or 4?
Let me take a look here because computers. Yeah, third year. So he's got 2 years left.
He's got 1 year left. He was not a first-round pick.
He's got the 2023 year and 2024.
Yeah, this year and next year.
2 years.
I'm sorry. He's in his third year.
Okay. Yes.
He has 4 years on the
Yes, he's got one more after this year. But and then, if he's seeking more money and Campbell is good enough, they'll move on from him. I think Campbell's playing this year. Campbell's going to play a lot. But hey, Derek Barnes isn't just handing over the starting spot or the roster spot for that matter. I think probably going into this OTA season, I wonder how many Lions fans even thought he was part of the future.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Right. I mean, I guess I'll speak for myself. I thought that he could be in a rotation at best, or maybe a special teams contributor, because it looked like he was getting passed over by Malcolm Rodriguez, and then they go ahead and draft somebody in the first round. You would think the writing's on the wall that, okay, you're probably not a starting linebacker in the league, but he's taken it a different way. And apparently, according to that story, when he found out that they drafted Jack Campbell, he was excited about it.
Yeah, that was interesting that he texted Calvin Shepard right away. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Something you should be excited about if you haven't tried it yet. I've been talking about it for months. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's delicious. And it's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan. So, yeah, it's part of the Coppercraft family. You know that means quality. It is fantastic. It's a versatile spirit. You can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots with your friends? Go ahead and do shots with your friends. You want to have an every night sipper? It's great with that. You want to mellow it out with an ice cube? Have it however you want. You can drink it with ginger ale like I do. I love it with ginger ale. It's an excellent mixer, and frankly, it's just a delicious whiskey to try out. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, ripe stone fruit. I mentioned it's versatile. It's unpretentious. There's no gimmicks about it. It's just great, approachable American whiskey. And listen, it's only $30 a bottle, so it's not going to bust your budget at all. So drink it with your friends, drink it with your family. Get a bottle for Dad for Father's Day coming up on Sunday, and have at it, my friends. And you can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. This way you get to stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
I just went and talked to the chief news nerd over at the other station
Yeah.
and got clarification on this bill.
Okay.
that looks like it's going to pass in the state, and it could change the rules for this coming fall about alcohol sales at college sporting events in the state of Michigan. And this would be all schools. So we're talking about Valley, Albion, Alma, Hope, all of them, like if they want.
Olivet?
Even Olivet. Yeah.
Northern Michigan?
No, not them.
Thank you.
Of course, Northern Michigan. Yes, all of them, Gator. By all of them, I mean all of them. So it would be for football, basketball, hockey, but they didn't limit it. They've kind of changed the wording to 100 events. So that would include concerts. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When you two played at Spartan Stadium, was there alcohol sales?
I don't know. I saw the Rolling Stones at Spartan Stadium.
Were there alcohol sales?
And I'm trying to remember, and I don't think there were, but I don't remember.
So when the Big House hosted the
Soccer.
yeah, that whatever that thing was called. They had a few soccer games there, international soccer games.
Yeah.
They had some special license to sell alcohol there. I don't.
Winter Classic, I think they did, right?
Did they? I don't remember on the Winter Classic. Because that day that you're talking about the Red Wing Maple Leaf game, I went to the Michigan State game that was played in the Big House,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't believe there were alcohol sales there. But
I don't think so either, because I think that's a straight up college game.
yes, but this would allow for 100 dates. So for concerts, but that means Munn, Yost, Chrysler, Breslin. It would allow, and it would be potentially this fall.
So if Taylor Swift comes to Kelly Short Stadium.
Yes, if Taylor Swift goes to Kelly Short Stadium. So there's that, and you think back to first of all, it's a revenue stream, obviously. I wonder how that impacts attendance. And it's weird. Tell me I'm wrong on this. Football stadiums, giant stadiums, I feel like the footprint of a football event is so much bigger. And I almost wonder if it's going to be a bigger challenge for basketball and hockey with the confines being more tight. And you don't really tailgate for those sports.
No, I've never been to Chrysler for a basketball game. I've been to Breslin for a bunch of games. And the concourse can handle it.
Mm-hmm.
You got plenty of space in the concourse to sell.
Okay.
It may bump out somebody else. I don't know.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
Nice. Hey, boys. I went back to the homecoming game last year at Kelly Short Stadium, famous Chippewas, and we had beer sales in the stadium. There were a couple of guys. I don't know. I'm sure they were like organizations or whatnot, but a couple of big ice tubs with beers and buying like Bud Light's, 24 tall boys.
So I've seen some weird stuff at games where there were specific areas. I remember going to Wisconsin hockey where they were selling beers, but you had to access this area and you couldn't take them out. Was that the case at CMU, or was it just at the concession stand?
No, I went right to the concourse. There's a couple of guys that were concession stand selling beer, but I just went to the guy that had like the Tubbo beers that you see outside of any arena. And I took it right back to the bleachers, and I was drinking next to a guy who was sipping out of his little Captain Morgan's out of his boot.
Okay.
So it was just like wide open out in the open, kind of like a central kind of thing.
Interesting.
So,
I wonder why that was the case there last year.
Because it was a central kind of thing. I was going to say.
Is this a MAC thing versus a Big Ten thing, do you think? Because maybe the MAC allows it versus the Big Ten hasn't, and that's why one of those Big Ten, we can't do it because the state won't allow us, so the state's doing it, so the Big Ten will kind of get off there blaming the state.
So no, it's the Big Ten. Apparently, 11 of the 14 Big Ten schools allow for alcohol sales. The ones that don't are Michigan, Michigan State, and Nebraska. But whoever introduced this bill today was talking, and according to David Eck, was saying, look, we've got data from all the other Big Ten schools that tell us this has not been an issue. People have handled it reasonably well. They haven't seen a greater number of problems with alcohol sales at the stadiums, for what it's worth. I mean, look, I can easily live without. Obviously, I'm working the games, but if I were just going as a fan, never had it, never needed it. Totally fine without it. And I mean, look, one of the beauty of the tailgate, I mean, admittedly, is getting your little toddy, pregame, postgame, whatever. But if you can get it in the stadium, does it change the tailgate at all? Is it maybe cut back on the let's slam all these beers before we go in?
Maybe do that.
Yeah.
It may allow you to just to be more inclined to, as I'm walking through the line carrying my beverage, that I'll just throw it out on the way in rather than having to, like you said, slam it before you get in there because it's all right. I'll grab a beer when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it does that. But, yeah, I'm with you. It doesn't really affect me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tailgate. I'll drink during the tailgate and head into the game, and I don't even think twice about grabbing another beverage. I just don't need to.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up, Gator. Today's one of those national days, and this will be one of my favorites, and I can't wait to tell you what it is.
Oh.
We'll get to that at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Gator, we do this frequently. National Pizza Day, you get fired up. National Taco Day, you get fired up.
Taco Day. Today's Tuesday too. It's like a Taco Tuesday.
But today is not National Taco Day.
Well, every Tuesday is National Taco Day.
Well, you can for those who celebrate, yes, Taco Tuesday. Lean into it, my man. Lean into it. I had tacos last night at the Karsh household.
Did you?
Yeah, chicken and pineapple, a little bit of corn. Very good.
Hard or soft shell?
Soft shell.
Soft shell.
Yeah.
Corn or flour?
They were flour. I prefer the corn, but we have flour, so we
Good.
made the flour. A little like a cabbage in there too.
Right.
It was really good. Really good. Okay. Today is National Forklift Safety Day. I ask you, if you had the opportunity to operate one piece of heavy machinery, which would you most like to operate? Because I have always found one piece of heavy machinery to be fascinating. I think it would be a ton of fun to operate.
I think they all would be a ton of fun to operate. And, I watch Gold Rush on Discovery religiously.
Yep.
And the heavy machinery they operate always seems very interesting, whether it's a giant rock truck that they drive, but that seems fun. But then there's the bulldozer.
Mm-hmm.
Bulldozer seem to try driving a D12 or something like that. Seems like it'd be awesome. But then there's the excavator. The excavator looks like it's probably the most complicated one, but would probably be the most fun because they've got all these controls with it, and each one obviously does something new.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like a new discovery every time you're touching one of the levers. I think it would be an excavator that I'd like to use.
I have always looked at and thought, God, I'd like to drive a road grader. With the big blade underneath it, like the long road grader with the blade, and just plow a road. There's just got nothing but dirt in front of you, and
You're turning it into a road.
I'm turning it into a road. I'm the one stepping it up. I think that would probably be the one that I would choose.
That'd be pretty cool.
But there's a lot to choose from. You get some of those massive trucks where the wheels are it feels like they're 10 feet high.
Yeah.
Those are like too intimidating for me, to be honest with you. They're scary.
Like a rock truck, yeah.
Too scary. Kang, what about you?
Well, it's amazing how slow these machines are, but yet how powerful they are. I think the easy answer is the one you went with, Gator, excavator. That's the one I'm going to choose as well. To be able to, it seems fun yet a little bit complicated, and it's kind of like parallel parking. Only a certain few select can do it, right? I mean, if you're able to operate with one of these, and you're like, man, that guy, he's a real man. He knows how to work the excavator. I think the funniest name is backhoe loader.
The backhoe, yeah.
That's the funniest name. But I'm with you, Gabe, the excavator. That's where you. I think, like I said, I feel like you can do tricks if you're good.
Yeah, exactly.
You can.
There's so much that goes in because you got this giant, they call it a bucket, that's at the end of this long extended arm, and you can maneuver it however you want. It just, the fact that something that big and that heavy it just sinks right into the earth and rips out a giant chunk of the earth with each scoop. It's amazing.
Without with ease, right?
Just absolute ease. No issues whatsoever.
So the other thing, but even so today being National Forklift Safety Day, have you ever been at Costco or Sam's Club and they've got the whole aisle, they put the yellow tape up and there's somebody back there with
Home
the
Depot
forklift?
or Lowe's or Menards. Yeah.
And you stop and watch?
Yes.
I'm so impressed. And they'll have a pallet full of something heavy going up that they're putting on the second store. I mean, I'm always like, look at these guys go.
Yeah, and they got like this, it's like a propane tank on the back of it that powers it or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I start thinking of every, action movie made, and if I ever got in a situation where I saw one of those and it was a dire situation where I got in a shootout, I could shoot the back of that. It would explode and get the bad guy.
You've thought it through?
Yes.
When the bad guy's in a forklift?
Yeah. But they don't have to be in the forklift. They'd be near the forklift.
Near the forklift, take advantage of that.
I don't know if they did that in the Equalizer, but I know that the end of the Equalizer took place in like a Lowe's or Home Depot type place. And I feel like Denzel Washington's character was thinking about it.
248-539-9797. So there's a couple things here. One is, which would you want to use? And for those that have had I think there's some envy. We're having some, heavy machinery envy here. If you've ever gotten to operate one of these things, is it as fun as it looks? It looks like it could be fun. And
it's got to be fun, but I think like anything else, it turns into a job, and then you're like, ugh, last thing I want to do is sit in this thing for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, probably.
For us, we'd like to do it for 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
It's not our job.
Let's go to Joe. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
As long as I could be assured that I wouldn't tip it over, I'd love to sit in a cab of a big-ass crane with a wrecking ball on it and just swing that baby into something.
Yeah.
And just watch it knock it over.
Just right into the side of a 8-story building. You just wreak havoc on the brick structure. It'd be awesome.
That's it, man. That's the one.
One of the first texts, Joe, that came in is from Mark. He said, I'd love to operate a wrecking ball. The amount of stress that would release.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like you see, if you watch these home renovation shows, everybody lives for a demo day where they get to do demolition on the kitchen or the bathroom and just, have at it with a sledgehammer, rip everything apart. 100% with the wrecking ball, right?
Yep.
That is absolutely a stress reliever.
248-539-9797. Phil, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys.
Phil!
This is Phil. Yep. You didn't do that the last time I called like 2 years ago, so I'm just kidding.
During COVID, it's tough.
I know. So when I worked at a job in a warehouse, there was a father and son who worked it. The son knew how to work a forklift, but then when his dad would use it, he would drive it, and then everything would fall from the pallets every time.
Wait a sec.
Drinking glass.
You said the son would? The son would drop everything on the forklift?
No, the dad. The dad would do it. The son knew what he was doing. The dad was so clueless, he could never do it, right? Every time he would do it, we'd all hold our breath.
There's no way it's easy, right? I mean, I would have to think there's some challenges.
Oh, there's a lot of challenges, but he just would go in and just would think he knew what he was doing, and then he'd start yelling at me and blaming me. So that's what always happened.
Did you guys secretly, were you guys all kind of laughing, or was it just a giant pain in the ass?
Oh, we all laughed, and then I'd get yelled at. Not anyone else, but it was me, because I was kind of a family friend of his at the time. So
yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I think operate, and today I hope he honors National Forklift Safety Day.
Safety first.
It doesn't look easy.
No, it doesn't.
No.
None of these look easy, but and the people that can operate, they make it look easy as hell. It's like, do you remember going to malls or maybe some outdoor fair or something like that and seeing somebody operate the marionette?
No.
Okay, I don't know if you ever saw this. I remember distinctly like being at a mall and some guys like working this marionette and doing it flawlessly, like making the arms like shaking hands or whatever with some sort of puppet or whatever. And I'm amazed by it. And I'm like, oh, I'd love to have one of those. And I remember my mom saying, no, you don't. Like, what are you talking about? You have no idea how difficult it is to do what he is doing right now. And it's like anything else. You have to learn the skill to do it, and it would take a long time to figure some things out.
These machines are like Jokic. It takes skill, but they're just big and lunky, but it takes skill.
Yep.
You got to know what you're doing, and you're right. I think the really talented ones, I'm saying talented ones, can probably do bottle flips with the, even like a forklift or a high-low driver. I mean, there's ways that you maneuver, in and out of a small space, and you're able to lift certain pallets, put them directly where you want them, lay them down softly.
I think air forklift is better than air awkward. I like air forklift for Jokic. He is 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lou. You're next. Hi, Lou.
Hey, guys. Hey, I know I think it's over by Lansing maybe, where you can go in and they've got a yard where, like, if you want to do a bachelor party there, 6-8 guys go and they get to play with all the real machines. You get to do the backhoe, you get to do the dozer, the graders and stuff. And so, they charge you a couple $100 an hour or something like that. Mark Cuban's got 4 or 5 of these down in Texas that he rents. The time if you're just renting yard time, you get to use all their machines.
Wow. What a great idea.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I wonder how many places like this there are and what kind of money they make. Because you know what? I mean, it's basically saying, hey, guys, come live out the dream.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Maybe I should get married just to have a bachelor party so we could do that.
Is that what's been holding you back?
That's
Is
the right thing for the bachelor party.
Access to forklift
That's
bachelor
right, yeah.
parties?
Yes, I think this is the reason why you should get engaged, Gator.
Yes.
I agree.
The backhoe we already have covered.
Oh! Wow. Gator did wear 69 during a charity softball game. So
It's the number they gave me.
Did you?
It's the number they gave me.
Of course.
Of course.
248-539-9797.
Kang was one of 2 or 3 guys that had the same number.
11. And then another popular number was 3.
3. We had like 4 number 3s on the team. Not sure why.
It was like college football.
The accepted double number. It's just the double number.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight. You got Reese Olson pitching for the Tigers. So that's always interesting. See what he's got. And why not sit back and enjoy it with your favorite Stoli cocktail? There's nothing like quenching your thirst with a Stoli blueberry lemonade or a cucumber mule. And their newest flavor, Stoli Chamoy. So weather breaks, you can sit outside on the patio. Stoli Premium Vodka is proudly made in Latvia and is ready to be served at your next party or special occasion. It's the summer of Stoli. Please enjoy responsibly. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Talking about today being National Forklift Safety Day. We're asking people, A, if you ever driven one of these things. B, what's the piece of heavy machinery you'd like to operate? Gator, you went excavator?
Yes.
I went road grader. Great call from people on the wrecking ball.
That is a great call.
Yep. Ryan in Waterford says, guys, the giant crane that moves shipping containers around at ports would be amazing. It's like a giant game of Tetris.
Shut up.
How about this one? Brett in Farmington, one word. Blimp. You want to pilot the blimp over a game?
I don't want to pilot a plane. I don't think I'm qualified enough to.
Well, we're not qualified for any of this stuff. We have to.
Blimp is tethered, though, isn't it? Am I mistaken on that?
What do you mean tethered?
Was it tethered? Like, I don't know.
To the ground?
I thought that maybe there was a tether.
You think the blimps flying over stadiums are tethered to the ground?
I'm mistaken. I don't know. I feel like did it used to be a thing?
I don't think ever.
You're kidding. You looking this up right now?
When they land.
Also referred to as blimps and LTA, lighter than air vehicles, aerostats are aircraft that gain lift through the use of buoyant gases such as helium. They may be free-floating or tethered and may incorporate systems that provide them with propulsion and steering.
Just for clarity here, did you think that a blimp over a stadium?
The Goodyear blimp? No.
Okay. Just want to make sure. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I work for Ford. I drive a forklift pretty much every day.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
difficult.
It's amazing.
Is it?
at first, yeah. You know, anybody that just jumps on it's gonna be a little tricky, but I mean, it's just basic controls: up, down, left, right, and closing your forks. But I got something that I've had a brilliant idea, but I don't want anybody to steal it from me. But having the big three, Ford, GM, Chrysler, have a high-low Olympics.
Oh, I like it.
Oh,
I like it.
wow.
Speed skills, stacking skills, the neatness, the straightness of the line.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta have it.
Who's gonna be the winner of the big three? You take home the forklift.
Forklift trophy.
Yeah. Sounds like something you should talk to the union about.
Bragging rights.
Yeah.
Bragging rights for the year.
Mike, I'm guessing this is partly our idea because you're damn good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to toot my own horn, but yeah, I could pick a quarter up with my forklift.
Wow.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Could you open a beer bottle with an excavator?
I mean, yeah, it's a special technique. One of the old guys taught me back when I first started.
There you go.
I didn't believe him, but yeah, he showed me. I said, "Oh, okay."
Well, listen, in watching the 30 for 30 on the American Gladiators was started because of the iron workers in Erie, Pennsylvania.
That's right.
They just came up with ideas for different games and feats of strength or whatever that they would have at their annual picnics or barbecues.
Yep.
So this idea really has an opportunity to take shape. Talk to the UAW. Get it done, man. That would be fun to watch. That's something you'd see on the Ocho.
Probably.
The forklift Olympics? Absolutely.
Yep. And you know what? Why do I have a feeling we'd have the perfect play-by-play guy for it? Cal.
Oh, Ken Cal would love to do it.
He would be so into it. Ken Cal on the mic for the forklift games.
100%.
Yep.
100%.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brendan. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Brendan?
How you doing, fellas?
What's going on?
All right, Gator, this is going back some years. It was the original You Deserve a Boat day.
Sure.
When you guys were doing it. Mm-hmm. And I was unloading a vehicle with a forklift, independent contractor guy. He pulled up and he said, "Can I use your bathroom?" I said, "Sure." So he goes into the bathroom. And then that rant that you went on, and specifically the part where you said, "Put down those shoes, forget that purse. I deserve to drive a boat." And I lost it. and I wheeling around the forklift, and I put the dude's tail light out.
Oh.
But he was in the bathroom, so I just jumped off. I swept it all up. And then when he came out, and I said, "Hey, you got your tail light out." He was like, "Oh man," and I'm not kidding you. This week I saw that guy yesterday, and it's still out. It's just got red tape over it.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding.
That's hilarious.
Well, you can't fix laziness all the time.
No, you cannot. But yeah, forget those shoes. Put down that purse. I laughed so hard.
Are you still driving a forklift to this day?
I'm the only one here who drives it.
Oh, wow.
But I haven't heard the rant in a long time, so I'm usually pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Fair enough.
And Gator literally hasn't been funny since that day. So
It's
you're
true.
all set.
It's true.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, not when I've been on the highway. That's all.
You know, at the marina, when I get my when I go out to the boat,
Yep.
I have to use the app ahead of time, and the boat's in storage, and they take it out of storage. Well, they take it out with a giant forklift.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they call these things, I think they're called bulls. And so the forklift machine goes into the storage, and my boat could be on the third shelf, if you will, and this thing goes all the way up, the forks stick underneath the pontoon, lift it up, take it out, and set it gently in the water. Watching that happen is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm like, how does it not tip over? But these things are so heavy and they're counterbalanced that, of course, it's able to make it happen. But it's a engineering marvel. I love it.
Plus, you don't have taillights. It's fine.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So, Brendan, the previous caller, the guy Mike from one of the big three who said he wanted forklift Olympics, would you be a medal candidate in the forklift Olympics?
I could do it, yes.
All right. That's awesome.
That was just one of those days. It was an off. I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And something really funny hit me.
That's
great.
great,
I mean, you got to look up whatever, get Kang or whoever digs up your stuff from the past. Play that one again. That was
a long time ago. Hey, thanks for listening. 248-539-9797. Adam is next here on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Yeah, I've spent a little bit of time on a forklift. I farm. My first job, my uncle put me working unloading and loading apricot bins. So 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Adam, we're losing you.
Every day.
We lost you there. You were in charge of a forklift doing what?
Loading and unloading apricot bins.
Really?
Full of fruit, empty. And the problem was it was 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it was over 100 degrees for 6 weeks straight. It was the worst job I've ever had.
Well, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week doesn't sound like that sounds like if anything would be the worst job, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's farming, but the best thing I've driven is a big loader. So
the big loader?
Big front loader, yep.
All right.
You can do a lot of fun stuff with that thing.
What did you do with it? What was the
load dirt?
We had to load ambulance into trailers, but I mean you could move. We'd pick up tractors if they broke down in the field, tow them back to the shop. We set manufactured homes down with it. Pretty much you name it, it can be done with a big loader.
I got to tell you, Gator, if I had to cast somebody to sound like a forklift driver,
this is the guy.
This would be the guy. You sound like you know what you're talking about, Adam.
Oh, I've been in the agricultural world for 23 years now. So I love it.
He reeks of credibility.
He does reek of credibility.
248-539-9797. Doug, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Doug?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right, Doug.
Hey, Gator. I work out here at the granite shop that you like to frequent
nice.
so often. We do have a couple 15,000-pound high-lows out here. I don't know if you remember when you saw, but the one guy that called and said he'd like to be a crane operator that unloads those containers off of ships.
Yes.
Well, we unload those containers here with the granite bundles in them and everything. I don't know if you saw that when you were here.
No, I didn't, but I've seen the machines that are able to pick up the granite slabs, and I'm amazed at it. And of course, they keep everybody way the heck away just in case something goes awry, but they don't go awry. And you guys are professionals at what you do. It's got to be a lot of fun and feel very powerful when you're able to move those slabs all around.
Absolutely, yeah, it is. I've been a crane operator here for 23 years, and I've been driving many different kinds of high-lows. And you were right. I heard you talking about the counterweights and all that stuff. that's a big part of it when we're unloading bundles of granite. There's generally 7 slabs to a bundle, and the 15,000 pounder's got a big old counterweight on it, so that handles them no problem. But yeah, it's a scary job for sure.
But fun?
Oh, it is fun. I wouldn't have stayed here for 23 years if I didn't like it.
Yeah, good.
Tons of fun.
I mean, you either get it or you don't. I mean, it's just one of those things. Either I kind of call myself like a rigger or machine operator now. It's just I'm so used to doing it. We're climbing on top of bundles, and it's an interesting job for sure.
Have you had a mishap, Doug? Have you dropped a slab?
Oh, well, we've had slabs break in the clamp that will fall out due to structural issues. Yes.
Okay, so it's the slab's
we
fault.
are
It
very
wasn't-
safe.
Not Doug's fault.
It
Slab's
is
fault.
correct. It was the slab's fault. Don't get me wrong. Some guys have made a couple boo boos, and yeah, you have to be very careful. You don't want a 1,000-pound piece of stone coming over on you. That's
No,
for
you
sure.
don't.
But no. Thank you for the phone call. Today is National Forklift Safety Day. And people want to talk about forklifts.
We salute them.
Meantime, we'll get back to some Tiger talk next hour and reaction coming into the Jack Campbell story in the Freep. All that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Monty Williams gets introduced later today. And this is the kind of thing that typically is thought of as a mistake, and coaches don't always do this. But you know what I'd like to hear him say? I'd like to hear him when asked, is there a timeline
right
with this roster that you think you can build? I'd like him to give a timeline. And it's never really smart, is it?
No, but I mean, you want to be confident and you want to exude that confidence. I agree with you. I'd like to hear, if the timeline was simply this, my expectations are we're going to make the playoffs this year.
In year one.
In year one, we're a playoff team.
Because you know what that says to me? I've studied the roster,
Mm-hmm.
and I like the roster. And not just I took a position because it was offered. I took this position because I think I can win here and give the period of time. Like I know the plan for the offseason, and I'm confident that we will execute said plan and we will be a playoff team next year. These are the kinds of things that come back to haunt coaches, of course. The bar is high and 9 wins isn't good enough. And, things like that. At opening press conferences, when you set a standard that you later can't reach, it turns on you. But it turns on the eye of public opinion. If ownership doesn't care, right? If ownership, I don't mean doesn't care about your success, but doesn't, make sure that you're beholden to the expectation that you set on day one, that's okay. But I would love the idea that Monty Williams today would give some timeline, some expectation that we can build some hope around.
Well, look, the guy's being paid an exorbitant amount of money, and he's tasked with turning this thing around, getting this team to the playoffs, and hopefully winning a championship. So I don't know if he's going to actually put a timeline on it, but I would love for him to say it, because, again, it exudes confidence, and you have to be confident about what you're doing. He knows what he's doing. He's had success before, and frankly, fans want to hear it. Fans don't want to hear, it's going to be a process. We'll be ready when we're ready. We're improving every day. We've got our goals that but it's going to take some baby steps to get there. You don't want to hear any of that. Nobody wants to hear that. And I don't have a problem when somebody says, the bar is high or 9-7 wasn't good enough. Okay, that's great. 9-7 wasn't good enough. So when the next coach comes in and doesn't get it done in 2 years, doesn't get to the 9-win mark, you're gone, because you're held accountable for what you say. And you don't say it unless you're confident. So get out there and say, I hope he says something of real substance.
I do too. And again, is it a mistake? Probably. But I was golfing this weekend, and Team USA versus Team Canada. My cousin Mikey came down with his buddies. I was playing against one of his buddies, and he had to chip in, to tie a hole, to push. And he stood over the ball and he said, the old saying, when there's hope, there's hope. I like that. So I want Monty Williams to provide some hope. I want Monty Williams to give us something that we can build around and get excited about and sell it a little bit. Because I feel like this last year was such a step backwards in terms of fan interest. When Kay got hurt, I get the hardcore fan was there, but it did ruin everything.
Yeah, because, this was a team we were so excited to see the triumvirate of young potential superstars grow together. The second-year player with the 2 rookies, let's see it. And we saw it for 10 games. And then Cade was out.
Yep.
So then we were watching. It was, you talk about sink or swim. This past season with the Pistons was absolutely sink or swim. And the reason they stayed afloat for any period of time was really because they had Bogdanovich. Is he going to be part of this future? I'm curious to hear what Monty Williams has to say about that, because Troy Weaver, I'm sure, is going to speak as well. And are they going to give any insight as to what the expectations are for this coming season, or are we simply going to have to wait a couple weeks till after the draft, because we'll know there'll be some trades, there'll be free agent signings, or I guess wait for the first couple weeks after free agency too.
Well, first of all, we are going to carry the Monty Williams press conference live here at 4:30.
Okay.
Secondly, I understand 100% what you guys are saying. and that would be stupid to put any timeline. It would honestly be stupid to put any timeline on it. But I understand what you guys are saying.
Yep.
I mean, the example you used, the dude got fired. You know, like you're
but
putting
if you're
a
not
target.
good enough, you should be fired.
Yeah, I know, but you don't want to put a target on yourself right away. Now, I think if he comes out and says there's no timeline, like I said, I think that would be stupid for any coach. And Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell literally didn't come out with the timeline. I think we like the job they're doing. I think if Monty Williams came out and said, we're going to win. We're going to win at some point. I'm going to build a winner. We will win games. We will be in the playoffs. And you don't have to say, we'll do it in the next 2 years or we'll do it next year or whatever before my contract's up. But I think, does that instill enough confidence for you guys or hope where if he just comes out and says, hey, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
We're going to,
That would, yes. If he comes out and speaks confidently,
yes,
loves the core of young players and loves the resources and says we're going to win, will that help? Yes.
Yeah, without putting an actual timeline on it.
I'm okay with a timeline. I won't freak out if they don't live up to that timeline, unless the timeline's like, it's a 5-year plan. I don't want to hear 5-year plan.
No, we don't want to hear 5-year plans.
But more than anything, I want somebody in the game that I think is very credible to make me feel better about our core of young players. And if he does that today, then I will be happy.
Well, it's the guy who got his team to the NBA Finals, right?
Yep.
After just a couple of years.
Yep.
So is this a dissimilar situation he's walking into than what he did when he was at Phoenix?
No, they were terrible when he took over.
Yeah,
terrible.
and
now they added Chris Paul in year 2, I think it was.
Okay, and obviously Chris Paul helps, but did the Pistons actually have more talent
So they had
coming
Devin
into
Booker,
it than what he did there?
Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, and got DeAndre Ayton. Well, they got Mikal Bridges and DeAndre Ayton in the same draft, and then they added Chris Paul. I mean, Booker is Cade Cunningham, the Devin Booker of this team, is Jaden Ivey, the Mikal Bridges, and is
Ayton and Duren the same? Yeah.
as Jalen Duren.
I don't think it's far fetched.
Well, I think there's similarities to having 3 young guys, but you expect and hope everybody works out, and that's not always the case.
True, but I'm hopeful with the triumvirate that they have, the young players, and dying to see what the plan is with Bojan and with the number 5 pick, with potentially a log jam of big men on this team. What do you decide to do? There's definitely going to be moves. There's money to be spent on free agency. Do they have any cachet at all to lure a free agent here, or is it simply going to be through a trade that you get, somebody else's good player? I'm dying to see what they do. We know the Weaver likes to make moves. Now they've got a coach that's extraordinarily well liked throughout the league and has had some success. And they've got players that apparently other players in the league like too, particularly with Cade Cunningham.
Michael Malone finally won a championship. With Denver Nuggets finally won a championship. But Michael Malone, this is his 8th season there. So, yeah, they've been better, of course, the last few years. But when he got there, it took some time. I mean, Jokic was a second-round pick, we all know, drafted during a Taco Bell commercial, which is awesome. Right?
So great.
It's actually true.
that commercial was all over the internet last night.
Yep, exactly. Just rehashed all over again. But
for people who don't know, during the draft, they went to commercial, and it showed up on the bottom line that he had been taken by Denver midway through the second round, and it was in the middle of a Taco Bell commercial. So
as this couple is making out eating tacos on a pond somewhere on a canoe.
The Quesarito, right?
Yeah.
Was it the Quesarito?
Yeah, whatever it was, yeah. Yeah, it was Quesarito.
Fantastic.
Delicious.
All right, 248-539-9797. People still want to talk about the today's National Forklift Safety Day.
Forklift safety.
Talking about heavy machinery. Is it fun to drive? Do you have a dream of operating one of these things? I'm a road grader guy. Gator's a excavator guy. Kang, were you excavator? Excavator. Wrecking ball's a great call.
It's a great call.
Walter in Detroit, you're on 97 want a ticket. Hi, Walter.
Hey, first-time caller.
Well, thank you for calling.
Hey, I had the opportunity to work the first Grand Prix in Detroit. I worked at the Renaissance Center in maintenance. Mm-hmm. And our job was to pull the engines and equipment off the trucks. Well, we had other guys that were qualified to run the forklift, but our boss decided he's going to be the big man. He's going to do it.
Right.
Put a cigar in his mouth, got on the forklift, went in there, pulled the engine out, and dropped it.
Wait a sec.
Talk about the deck went silent.
Wow.
Are Are you talking about a Formula One engine way back in the
Formula
day?
One F1 racers, they were there, and we had to pull some of their equipment off the trucks.
Oh.
That might have been a extraordinarily expensive mistake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they probably were insured, but the F1 guys around there, they looked at him.
I bet.
It was silent.
I bet. So what happened?
I don't know what the aftermath was. We couldn't laugh. We wanted to laugh so bad.
I bet.
We waited till we got alone and laughed.
Yeah.
But those F1 guys are serious.
Oh, yeah.
That might have been the reason why they left Detroit.
It might have been, yeah. Walter, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. An F1 engine is not cheap. That's an expensive mistake by the boss.
Yeah, you don't want to drop anything.
248-539-9797. Joanne, you're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Joanne.
Well, I haven't spoken to you guys in a while. Hi.
Hi,
You been
Joanne.
all right?
You know why? Something terrible. Well, my husband passed away.
Oh.
Within this year, it'll be a year in September. But I'm a lot better, thank God.
I'm sorry, Joanne. We're sorry.
Yeah, we're very sorry to hear that.
Thank you. And I don't want to talk about it because I'm a crier and I'm all over that now. So anyway, hi. And,
Hello.
and you know, Gator, you say, do you think Joanne drinks when I used to hang up? And hell yeah, I usually have a glass of wine. Hell yeah, but I did not this time. Anyway, real quick.
Yeah.
I drove a high-low. I had heavy equipment. That's what I did. A forklift, which is a stand-up fork, and I would medal in the Olympics.
Oh, you were good, huh?
I would medal. I was as good as one of the. I'm not kidding. I dare anybody at Ford's Flat Rock plant to. I'm retired, of course, but there's any guy that listens. Joe, hey, I was good.
You were good, huh?
It's a lot of fun at first, but after so long, it is a job that.
Yeah.
It's like anything else, yeah.
You just go do. Anyway, I don't know what else to say except, King, I want you to do the old game where you guys used to say 1, 2, 3 and get.
Oh, I missed that one.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Evan and King
King's
against
a
Doug and I, yeah.
father, and he's slacking on that job.
Well, no, we should bring it back at some
Yeah,
point.
forget the kids.
Yeah.
I got to get back on this.
So good. He's so good at what okay.
Hey, Joanne,
Thanks,
again, we're
Joanne.
sorry, and
I've
thank
been
you for
hanging.
listening.
Thank you. It's been rough. Okay.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye-bye.
She's the best.
She's awesome. But she's also incredibly right. What are we doing? Why we need to do that again?
I was
Step
fun.
Brothers game or whatever we call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did we call it? We had a name.
Yeah.
Was it 1, 2, 3 Jinx? Was it?
I think it was
Something
1,
like
2,
that,
3
yeah.
drinks, yeah.
Did we just become best friends? Just call it John Stamos? I don't know.
Something of that nature. Joanne, thank you for calling. Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones, Joanne calling up, so you know it's been a good day. And she used to drive a forklift. How about that, huh?
That's fun.
Yep. Sounds fun.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
Sounds like a ton of fun. But let's get back to your open line calls. Who do we got next here? Sully in Sterling Heights here on 97.1. Hi, Sully.
Hey, Crash and the Gator, how you boys doing?
We're good, sir.
Yeah, I retired from Chrysler in December.
Yep.
I used to drive a Hilo.
Yeah.
It's a funny story. One of our guys, we call him Dizzy Steve. Good worker, hard worker.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Did you say Dizzy Steve?
Huh?
Did you say Dizzy Steve or Busy Steve?
Yeah, Dizzy Steve.
Oh, boy. Yeah, my first thought is...
Should a guy named Dizzy be operating...
any heavy machinery?
Right.
Yeah. He was good, though, but here's the golden rule. When you put the lift down and you go in the trailer and you empty the last lift and bring it in, you spin around. And the minute you get it out of there, you get off your high-low, go over, hit the button so the ramp goes up. So for some reason, he didn't do that. And then he set his lift down, which is good. He's got to reposition it. Because 3 or 4 of us are watching him. And we're like, is this break time? It's like, he should be pulling over in a few seconds. And we're all talking, not really paying attention. You see him put his lift down. He starts backing up. And all of a sudden, a minute later, it's like, where's Steve? And we knew exactly what happened. And we're like, oh, no. And we're like, you look. No, you look. No, you look. I said, I'll go look. I walked to the end of the shipping dock, and there he is in his high-low, laying on its side. This thing's like 15,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Was he all right?
Yeah.
So he backed it off with a place where there at one point had been a ramp?
Yeah. He was supposed to get off, push the button, bring the ramp up so something like that didn't happen. Set his load down instead of going and moving it for somewhere. He might have wanted to reposition and backed off the dock. Oh, boy. And he fell in this high-low backwards.
All right.
15,000 pounds. He didn't have his safety belt on.
Good God.
Laying on his side, and he was unconscious when I found him. He gets up smiling, and I'm like, he gave us a heart attack.
All right, last question for you, Sully. Was he called Dizzy Steve before or after that incident?
No, he was before, but
maybe
because he's just a dizzy dingbat. But man, he was a good driver. He should have never. And it's like, the thing is, I want to tell these guys, you always, because a lot of them don't have cages on them, and they got safety belts. No one ever wears them. They just
should.
bail out of them.
Yeah, they should. Yeah. Did you understand that story at all?
I was picturing it in my mind. They were loading stuff up at a loading dock, and at the end, you're supposed to put the ramp.
That's where I got
take
lost.
It back
I don't know
so that you can get back across, and perhaps he didn't set the ramp up, and so when he went to come across, he fell.
Yeah.
Fortunately, not to his death.
Yes. Well, he. On top of that, he probably did some damage to the forklift. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to David. You're next. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
First of all, I think when I grow up, I want to be like Joanne. She sounds pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Second of all, when I was about 17, 18, my buddy and I were working a summer job at a fencing company making steel fences. So the company that we ordered the steel from would drop the coils off. Our forklift drivers would take care of it, put it where it needed to be. So there was a mass layoff, and a bunch of those older forklift drivers all kind of went to a different job, and it was me and my buddy that were left there. And so the manager says, well, guys, hop on that forklift and bring this steel over to where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so we both said, we've never driven a forklift before in our lives.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like, take 15 minutes, go over in the corner, go where nothing else is, work the gears, figure out how it works. And so we look at each other like, I don't think this is a great idea, but we did it anyway, of course, because we were young and dumb.
Yep.
So we ended up getting everything where it needed to be. But as a final piece of advice before we get on, he says, well, if you pick up this huge coil of steel and you start to tip forward, put it down immediately.
Okay.
We're like, you know what? Is there a health and safety person around here or anything?
Yeah.
I don't think there was. So yeah, that's my story. And I mean, that was our last day of work there. So of course we're going to try it.
And did you pull it off?
We did pull it off. There was no major issues. I mean, we bumped into a few things here and there, but nothing major.
Fair enough. Bumped into a few things here and there. Well, good. I mean, by the way, when you're younger and somebody hands you the keys or, hey, go use the forklift, that's probably even more exciting now that we're a little bit on in life. Then you just probably don't have a care in the world. Like,
probably not.
I got a forklift out of this? I get to drive the forklift? 248-539-9797. Gator, coming up, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Oh.
And I saw a movie last night.
You what?
I saw a movie.
How would you have seen a movie last night?
I watched a movie.
But the Tigers are playing. You had
It was before the Tiger. It was
basketball?
before the Tiger game started. I missed the first couple innings of the Tiger game. But
Wait, to guess which movie you watched?
you were going to try and guess which
Okay.
movie I watched. We will do that. Also, feedback coming in on the Jack Campbell story that he is not guaranteed to start. Some of the reaction to the folks. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So a couple stories last hour. Got to get caught up on some feedback. One is it's moving through the State House to approve alcohol sales at Michigan State, and other college venues. Even though they're apparently some areas in the state, some schools already have sold. I'm not sure what the loophole is or what the difference is, but the point being, if this gets approved this fall at Spartan Stadium and the Big House, there could be alcohol sales. Also the Breslin Center and Chrysler Center and Yost Arena and Munn and 100 dates per campus. So you could have alcohol sales in arenas and stadiums for concerts. That's coming in. And also the Dave Burkett story about it's not a given that Jack Campbell will start, even though he's taking number 18 in the draft. Derek writes in, I'm sorry, let's not sugarcoat this. Jack Campbell was the 18th pick in the draft, and he needs to contribute in a major way. If he doesn't start, that's a disappointment. It's already a stretch drafting him that position so high. Now you're telling me he ain't good enough to start, but the 6th-round pick, Rodriguez, was ready to start and started 15 games? I think if Jack Campbell was added to last year's roster, in last year's circumstances, he very well may have started.
And he very well may start this year.
Yep.
I mean, it's minicamp. Rodriguez didn't really participate in minicamp. Barnes did.
Mm-hmm.
Barnes, being the veteran, gets the majority of the snaps at the first team. They talk about him, saying that he really understands the system now. He's a much better player, and it's good to see the growth. Jack Campbell just got on the scene. I love Jack Campbell. I think he's going to be fine, and I would expect him that at some point this season he'll start, whether it's week 1 or week 10. I don't know, but I think he's going to start. At the very least, I fully expect him to be a contributor and play a lot.
Well, that's something I would be. The one thing he said is he needs to contribute in a major way. I will be disappointed if there is no impact from Jack Campbell this year. I suspect that there will be. I'm pretty comfortable in thinking that there will be. I don't think you take a linebacker that high unless you think he's going to be special. And in fact, almost close to special already. So, it not starting, I'm okay with if somebody else has really stepped it up. And in this case, it sounds like it might be Derek Barnes. Not contributing is a whole different thing that I would be very disappointed in. Next text, Superior Dome sells beer for Northern Michigan football games. They have a beer garden in the East End Zone. Go Cats. So that's what I was talking about earlier. It feels like there's been workarounds with like beer garden situations where you could get into an area, but you couldn't take the alcohol out. I've seen that at some college games, specifically Wisconsin hockey. I don't know why I keep going back to Wisconsin hockey, but I remember Wisconsin hockey. They had a beer garden area that was, I don't know what the workaround was, but it wasn't in our state. But went to college in Ohio at Xavier. We only cared about basketball, and they did sell drinks in the Cintas Center, and it was very nice. Name texter described it as very nice.
Very nice.
Alcohol at Ferris hockey games or football games with that crazy student section would be crazy. Unnamed texter, FYI, guys, Northern Michigan Hockey has had alcohol served for years. For a long time, the arena was owned by the city of Marquette, not the university. They're called the Donors Room. All I had to do was pay $1 at the door to get in, and they're cheap alcohol, everything you wanted. So there's your workaround. It was the Donors Room. And it cost, your donation had to be apparently $1.
Yeah, there are places where you have to like buy a license or buy a membership or something like that. The Michigan Theater, I think, is one that's kind of like that in Ann Arbor. I remember seeing a show there years ago, and you had to purchase some sort of membership. I'm like, well, that sucks.
Yeah.
I just want a beer, man.
Yeah, I've been to a couple places like that as well. All right. What do you need?
Who's got to get a donation here?
What do I got to sign up for? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Greg. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. Hey, quick story for you about the high-low driving. When I was a teenager, I'm in my 60s now, but when I was a teenager, I worked for a company in Detroit that one of their main products that they made was the rubber seals that go around moon roofs and sun roofs.
Okay.
Sure. Yep.
And so they had a big well in the back where a truck would come in and back in and drop off these big rolls of rubber. And the rubber had to be picked up and taken to a different area in the building. Now, I'm working there with my buddy, and we were, I think, 16 at the time. We had driver's licenses, but for some reason, their age of driving a high-low was a year or two older. So they wouldn't let us do it. Now, both of us knew how to, but they wouldn't let us do it. There was another guy that worked there, name was Reggie, and he was old enough. The problem was he was like the guy referred to Dizzy, the earlier caller.
Yep.
You know, that could have very well been Reggie. He was irresponsible, he was lazy, and he was a showboat, right?
Oh, God.
But they told him, okay, take the high-low around and go pick this rubber up and bring it down to the other end of the factory. Well, he had to go down this aisle, which was wide enough for maybe two high-lows to go side by side. And then he had to make a right turn into another aisle and go about 20 feet and then make another
All right,
then make a left turn.
So what did he do? What did he end up doing?
Okay, so what he did was he's speeding as he's coming down the first aisle. He makes the first turn right, and he goes up on two wheels, and then he's immediately got to make this turn left. But what he forgot was that he had to go in a door. There's a brick wall there with a door opening 8 foot high by about 20 feet wide, and he had the lifts up in the air.
So he went through the door with the lift up and destroyed the door?
He smacked into that wall and literally brought that brick wall down. The high-low fell over sideways. Yes.
The whole wall?
It wasn't cinder block. It was regular brick.
Okay. Still. That's
brutal.
Yes. Reggie.
The wall.
Yeah. Probably could have moved past a couple details there, but yes, got it. 248-539-9797. Everybody be careful out there today. If you're driving a high-low or a forklift, today is National High-Lift or Forklift Safety Day.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Matt is next. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, guys? I wanted to comment on the alcohol at college sporting events.
Yes.
So I went to CMU, graduated in 2017. Me and some of my buddies, we go up to a game normally once a year. We tailgate, we do the whole thing. And one thing that they've changed recently is selling beer at the CMU football games. So what they do is they put it in black Solo cups, and then they don't sell it in the student section, but you can get it at every other concession stand within the stadium.
Okay, so and again, I don't quite understand why they're saying that this will make it legal in the state when it's obviously going on. Northern Michigan and Central Michigan are the ones that stand out. In any way, has that impacted your game day experience positively or negatively?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's great. The fact that that they sell in there now kind of allows you to keep your buzz going from the parking lot, and and they've even extended like the hours in which like you can tailgate too. So, like for example, when we went there last year, we were actually in the parking lot during the course of like the first quarter, and then they actually allow you to get admitted in for free, and then you go in there and you buy some beers, and it definitely adds to it.
So, the apparently one of the things that's being said is that the schools in the Big Ten that sell alcohol in the stadium during games hasn't seen a significant increase. In fact, I thought I talked to somebody in Michigan that said their research, this is a while ago, and it just kind of popped into my head. The research showed that they have fewer problems in and around the stadium as far as arrests and issues if they sell alcohol in the stadiums. And maybe it's because people don't mass consume before they go in.
Right. Maybe they're not getting there at 8 o'clock in the morning to get all fueled up and get there to
one thought.
A couple hours before the game instead of 4 hours before the game.
All right, Gator. You've started connecting some dots. Could this Detroit prospect be on the move? Plus, an insider writes about him. We'll get to that coming up at 12:52. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, head into the pool. Get the summer mocktail party delivered and order the new strawberry margarita and island punch or the fan favorite watermelon mojito smoothie online or on the app at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. The strawberry margarita and island punch are smoothies that you will love. They're making a splash at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Try them before the summer mocktail party is over. Make every day a getaway with the bold flavors and better for you pairings. only at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It's not too late to get your lunch. Plus, if you're in a hurry, use the app. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can order your smoothie through the app, save a bunch of time, plus you get rewards points every time you do it. A couple weeks ago, I got a free smoothie. They build up. Next thing you know, you get free smoothie, free lunch, free sandwich, free wrap, however many points you got. In the meantime, you can customize your smoothie as well with the fresh add-ins like almond, spinach, kale, chia seeds, ginger, or supplements like protein, fat burner, or Energizer. So order ahead, take the scenic route, and earn rewards using that Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. It's what I use. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, you're on Tropic Time now. All right, Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I don't see a lot of movies. When I do, we have Gator try and guess which one I saw. And Kang will help out as well. So I'm going to give you 10 questions, all right? Do we have movie music, Kang, or is this no? Should warn you before we do these things, huh?
Yeah, we have to load all that stuff in before the show.
Ah, I see.
You know, that's the way it is now.
You jackass. That's Kang calling me a jackass, not me calling him one. Are you ready? 10 questions. What movie I saw?
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is this a movie that came out in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. Is this an action movie?
No.
Oh. Is this a comedy?
No.
See, Gator, right there, it sounds like there's funny moments in this
Yes,
movie,
yeah.
but it's not an actual comedy.
Yeah.
Is that a question?
No, I'm talking to Gator.
Yeah,
I'm
we're just
helping
talking.
him
No,
out.
I agree with you, Kane.
Yeah.
Is there a major star in this movie?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So it's not one of those independent, like
Right, it's not gonna be-
Korean
yeah.
films where Doug is really disturbed after.
Correct.
So what? I did not see Paris. Is it Parasite?
Yeah.
Yeah. it
You
was
saw
not-
that on the plane, didn't
I
you?
did see that on the
okay.
plane. Yeah.
That's good.
You didn't see Parasite 2 or whatever.
There's not one, is there?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Now
okay.
it's more parasites.
Is this a sports movie?
Yes.
I got an idea.
Okay.
I got a guess.
Do you got a guess?
No, I'm going to let Gator keep going.
Okay. Unless he has a guess.
I'll let you guess.
Was this movie originally released streaming or in the theater?
I'm pretty sure the theater.
You want me to guess, Gator?
Yes.
Is the movie Air?
There it is. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
100%.
I saw
Yeah.
it.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Good for you, Doug.
Nice job, Ken.
I got to
Thank
tell you,
you.
have you seen it?
Yeah, I got to saw
Oh,
an
that's
early
right. You
screening.
saw it early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen it, Gator?
Not yet, and it's streaming now, and I will see it.
Yeah, it's streaming on Amazon Prime now.
So here's my favorite part, okay? Of
Spoiler alert.
Did they sign him?
Kidding. It's a story about how Nike was able to sign Michael Jordan.
Yes. So my wife and I watched it, and for anybody that lived through that era, the soundtrack.
I was gonna say
the soundtrack.
Gator's
is
gonna love
just-
the beginning, the intro, right?
Oh, he's gonna
Yeah.
love the intro. He's going to love the intro. In fact, we should just have him log on and
Yes.
watch the intro during the next commercial break.
Oh man.
Yeah, you're gonna love the intro.
Well, I'll just look up the soundtrack and see what's on it.
But the soundtrack is spectacular. But anybody that lived through that era will love it. But here's my favorite part. My daughter walked into the room and she is 17 and she said, "Oh, are you guys watching Air?" And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "It's fantastic." And I'm like, "That's cool." Because you wonder if somebody who didn't live through the Michael Jordan, from the beginning, the phenomenon that was Air Jordan, she liked it as well.
Yeah, because all she knows is the shoes and the fact that he's Jimmy Butler's dad. That's all she knows of Michael Jordan.
Yeah, if you want a great conspiracy theory, Google search Jimmy Butler's dad.
Well, last night confirmed that that's not Jordan's kid.
Because he didn't hit the shot. He didn't hit the big shot.
He didn't hit a lot of shots.
I haven't heard much about the movie other than it was really, really good. Do you know how much of this is truly based on actual events?
Yes, not a lot.
Okay, all right.
So they're you know how movies are, but that's all movies that take, even like biopics or whatever, they take a little bit and go further,
Some
make
liberties.
it entertaining. Yeah, liberties, shorten conversations or make them longer. But the general of it is true, though. The general story, they went after Michael Jordan hard.
Yep.
And all that. But yeah, they signed Charles Barkley too, by the way. So they didn't spend all their money on just one player.
Right, which was considered pretty risky at the time.
Yeah.
But they did an unbelievable job at actually being able to cast Michael Jordan, if you will.
To me, that was one of the great mysteries and best parts about the movie is, will you see Michael Jordan, right?
Yep.
What are they going to show him? What's he going to look like? Who is this?
Which I always think, you just can't cast an actor as Michael Jordan. Their workaround was brilliant. And the effort it took, and if you haven't seen the movie, it's not really a spoiler, is it? To tell what they did?
I didn't tell people because I wanted to leave the mystery up, whether, what they thought. Because there's an anticipation.
I'd prefer you not say.
There's an anticipation.
Then I won't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just looking at the soundtrack or the songs that appeared in the movie.
Yeah.
There's some good ones.
But the reel though, Doug, the B-roll while they're playing the music in the intro, I think would take Gator back too.
Gator, you would absolutely love the intro. I completely agree with you on that. I love the soundtrack. Absolutely loved it. I was singing along, but it was just.
Did it take you back?
Yeah,
you
man.
and your wife were
Why
just
must
like.
I feel like that? Why must I chase a cat? Nothing but the dog in me.
Did you guys look at each other and go, "Yeah"?
I got a couple of times.
Is that Atomic Dog?
Yes.
George Clinton.
Broken glass everywhere. The message. They had the message.
The message. I see it all here. Yeah. My Adidas.
Yep.
The commercials were the things they used to sell back then.
So
and what was going
But
on?
so Sonny Vaccaro is the Nike representative that, I mean, again, I don't know how much this is true, if he actually was the reason they got Jordan. I struggle with Matt Damon as Sonny Vaccaro because Matt Damon to me is always kind of a cool younger actor, kind of. He's not young anymore.
No, he's not.
But Sonny Vaccaro,
Got
in
the
my
dad
world,
bod now and
well, they played up the dad bod. Sonny Vaccaro was always kind of this older, slick hustler, and it was hard for me to. But Ben Affleck as Phil Knight is spectacular.
Oh, it's great, right?
So good.
Well, one thing is Ben Affleck's tall. I think he's like 6'3", maybe even
he's like
6'4".
6'3", yeah.
Phil Knight's like 5'9".
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's small. Not that anyone cares or even knows that, but he does a great. You don't even know what Phil Knight's supposed to act like or how he really is, but Ben Affleck is very entertaining as Phil Knight, Doug. You're
very
right.
entertaining as Phil Knight. And the guy that actually designed the Jordan shoe, the concept, down in the basement, who wasn't his character's name Phil also? It was actually his real name, wasn't it?
I think it.
think
No,
it
it
might
wasn't
have been.
Phil. I didn't use a different name.
It was a track coach from Oregon with Bill Bowerman. I think it was Bill. Helped to develop the Nike shoes.
But they don't go like crazy.
Peter. It was Peter.
Yeah.
Peter, yeah. Anyway,
that guy was funny.
He was funny, and it was really. I mean,
So you liked the movie?
I
You enjoyed it?
I
And-
very much enjoyed the
And
movie.
we all want to know, Gator and I want to know, you watched it completely all the way from the beginning
From
to the
beginning
end.
to end.
Wow.
Nonstop, which is
That's
a rarity.
unheard of.
That is
That's unheard of.
No.
You never stopped and said, I want to fold laundry or work on my glutes or anything?
I did not. I went glute workout free during this movie. So yeah.
Wow.
So Gator, I hope you see it.
No, I will see it. I
'Cause
want to see it. I actually almost watched it last week.
I think my favorite part is literally when my daughter came in and said this movie's great. I'm like, wow, okay, because you always worry that these movies that capitalize on nostalgia, the nostalgia's completely lost on someone who didn't live through it. But she probably wasn't into the nostalgia. She was probably just into the story.
Did you try to stop her and be like, you want to talk about the movie together? And
Oh, you mean like I do with after their games?
yeah, debriefing.
We did not have a debriefing, but
It's more time with your kids, you know.
yeah, I probably will have a debriefing with her and see what stood out to her. But Gator, I recommend it. Okay, you started connecting dots on Colt Keith.
Yeah, well, I noticed that saw through on Twitter. I think it was Tigers minor league report is I think that's the name of the site or the Twitter that we follow. Reported that a couple players have been moved up from single A to double A. Chris Myers is a big first baseman, left-handed hitting first baseman, who this season at high A ball in West Michigan hit 9 home runs and 32 RBIs, 333 average, a 1067 OPS, and he gets promoted, along with Justice Bigby, who is a first baseman outfielder type, 6'2", 200, right-handed hitting. But Bigby was killing it too, also hitting 333 with a 943 OPS. Jace Young is another guy who wasn't promoted yet. But Jace Young's having a nice season down at West Michigan as well, so he's going to stay there. But these guys coming up, and I noticed that Colt Keith did not play in the game on Sunday for Double-A. I just wonder if Colt Keith is on the fast track to go to Toledo or perhaps another jump.
So 2 people called up to Erie, and there was no counter move. There
were some counter moves. Somebody got demoted and somebody got released.
All right. Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Now, you did this yesterday as a topic, right?
No. Well, I mean, we talked about Colt Keith, yes.
Okay.
And I'm, at this point, I'm all for him. Whatever the Tigers decide to do, whether it's promote him to AAA or bring him to the Tigers, I'm fine with. What I don't want to see is him playing anymore at AA because he's owned it. He doesn't need to do anything more. And I don't know much about Colt Keith as a person, but what I've read about him is he's a very confident young man. It doesn't strike me from what I've read that this is somebody that you would worry about wrecking their psyche if they come up and they don't have success. Now, it's rare that you see somebody make that jump AA to the majors during the season. You know, maybe from one year to the next, you could see that based on growth they had in the fall leagues or what they do in spring training, that maybe they get that jump. So I would expect if he gets a promotion, it would be to Toledo and not to the majors. But the Tigers went through a 9-game losing streak. We know that there are some players that look lost right now. I mean, Nick Maton went 0 for 5 again yesterday. He's hitting 162. I honestly don't know how much longer they can keep putting him out in the lineup almost every day. You know, this isn't like you have 3 hits in a game, you raise your batting average by 22 points like Ibanez did or Ibanez did. This is different. Nick Maton's played an awful lot, and he hasn't hit at all other than 1 week of the season. So I don't know why they haven't sent him back down to Toledo and brought somebody else up. Justin Henry Malloy has struggled since May down there, but his numbers are still pretty solid for the season because his April was fantastic. I don't know if that's the easy button to press. You know, Tyler Nevin was the guy who got the opportunities to play. He's been up and down with the Tigers in Toledo, but some moves I think are going to have to happen. And maybe this is the move that Malloy gets promoted and Colt Keith goes to AAA, or does Colt Keith simply go because Colt Keith can play defense. He can play in the infield, and you know they know that he's played a handful of games at second base. He's played third base, and Lord knows he can hit. So maybe it's time.
An insider is asked the very specific question: is Colt Keith going to make the jump from AA to the majors? Hear what the insider had to say today at 103 here on Carson Anderson 97.1. Kang, we got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs, don't we? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Doug, I'm going to get you the soundtrack.
The movie Air, really good.
Not my favorite Dire Straits song.
That's not?
No.
Sultans of Swing is my favorite.
There you go.
That's a great song.
That's a great song.
Okay. Is Colt Keith going to make the jump from Double-A to the majors? This is from The Athletic. I apologize. I think it's Cody Stavenhagen. He's a Tiger writer, right?
I believe so.
Let me double check, but it's well, good. I've got to sign in. I'll get who it is in a minute, but here's his answer. I'm pretty sure it's Cody Stavenhagen. I don't think Keith will skip AAA entirely, but I do think his timeline is being accelerated. He might finish out the first half of the AA season in Erie before going to Toledo. But if he hits it all at AAA, his stay there would be rather short. He has the looks of a complete hitter who can soon be an everyday bat in the majors. So that's pretty big.
He is the beat writer for The Athletic.
Thank you. Got it right. So he doesn't think he's going to jump AAA, Gator, but he thinks
could be a short stay if he proves to hit.
Yep.
Because he can play defense already. So you don't have to wait for that part of the game. That part's there. And as a third baseman, who's playing third base for the Tigers on a regular basis?
Right. Who knows?
Throw your hands up. You don't know. One day it's Ibanez. One day it's Maton. One day it could be McKinstry. Jonathan Scope has played at third. You don't know. Could use an everyday third baseman.
I'm going to read the next question then. Who's more of a defensive liability, Colt Keith or Justin Henry Malloy? And here's what he says. The defense question does remain relevant for Keith. I'd still put him a tad above Malloy. Keith is a bit younger and thus has more time to improve. He cut his weight and worked with an Olympic track coach this offseason in an effort to improve his mobility. I don't see either of them ever being very good at third base, but I think Keith has a better overall chance of finding a position somewhere. He's playing some second base now, and I'm kind of surprised he hasn't started experimenting in the outfield already. So that's where he stands defensively.
Well, that's what's kept Malloy from coming up, and if he's already ahead of Malloy, there you go.
Yep. This is the be interesting part. This is what we asked them at the very least to be interesting.
Here's the other thing that you can't ignore. If you can hit, you can hit. And there's something called the designated hitter.
Yep.
So if Miguel Cabrera is going to play 50% of the games, and it feels like he's doing less than that, even though that may not be factually true, it's time to consider bringing somebody up that may not be a great glove, but if they can hit, let them hit. The Tigers have played, how many games have they played this year? 63, 64 games, whatever it is.
Yep.
Cabrera has played 33, and a couple of those have been pinch hit performances. So roughly half the games. So the other half, you're finding somebody else. How about Colt Keith? That way, who cares about the defense? You want the bat, and you want the bat for half the season here. Let's go.
Well, it's, like you said, probably round out the first half of the season, then maybe a short stint at AA or AAA. If you had to bet right now, do you think we'll see Colt Keith at the major league level this year?
I do.
I do too.
Because I think he's going to hit. I think he's going to hit at AAA when he gets that promotion. The question is, when does he get that promotion? Are they going to ride out the first half of the season and then? Or is it time now?
Well, it does make you wonder with guys called up to AA if the corresponding move would be sending him up. But that would be probably the most exciting thing that has happened since they started this fade. The most exciting thing that's happened this year is Riley Green blossoming right before he got hurt.
Yes, but, with Colt Keith, we're talking a guy who had 211 at-bats this year at AA. In the 211 at-bats, he's got 12 home runs, 43 RBIs. He's scored 39 runs. He's hitting .332 with 1,001 OPS.
Plus, he could probably drive a forklift.
Probably could.
Yeah.
So that's just so put it in perspective, that's in 51 games, almost an RBI per game. I don't know what else. Of course, defensively, it's always going to be a work in progress with anybody defensively. But give him the chance and move him along. I totally agree with what Stavenhagen said. If he's going to hit and continues to hit at the next level he gets promoted to, it should be a short stay. because they have the big spot open here.
He was always intriguing when he was drafted just because what I remember the scouting report was elite athlete, learning the game of baseball, but elite athlete. And so guys like that, high ceiling.
And this is a guy that...
It was a COVID draft, right? Sorry.
When
they only had 5 rounds?
2020, yeah. He was the 5th round pick.
Sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying?
No, I think he was the guy. Is he the guy, or is it Pacheco that AJ Hinch knows because of his time in Texas?
I think that was Pacheco.
Maybe Pacheco, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll continue to monitor his progress. Meanwhile, Justin Henry Malloy cooled off a little bit, although I didn't watch anything over the weekend. But that's one of Scott Harris's first moves was to go get this guy with apparently strike zone discipline and real upside as a hitter. So
yeah, but his bat has cooled off significantly. He's hitting .258 on the year, .820 OPS with 9 home runs, and it has been a big difference from month to month with him.
Yeah.
In April, he was phenomenal. .344 hitter. OPS was over 1,000. In May, he hit .205. So far in June, in 10 games, he's hitting $175. So people they're clamoring for him to be called up. The recent sample size of the last 35 games is not good. So maybe not as much clamor right now until he starts to hit again, which you would expect he will start to hit again at some point.
Yep.
But in the meantime, Tigers are just going to keep plugging away with what they got, and they've got some players that maybe shouldn't be here. And soon there's going to be plenty of people knocking on the door saying, we do belong.
All right, Gator and Kang, question for you. Have you seen the opening odds for next year's NBA title?
I did not look at them.
I did not see him either.
Okay. The Nuggets are the favorite at plus 500.
Not a surprise.
The favorite in the Eastern Conference is the Celtics.
Not a surprise.
At plus 550. Where do you think the Heat are? Just played the NBA title. Kind of shocked the world to get there. Nuggets are plus 500. Celtics are plus 550. How many teams in the East do you think are ahead of the Heat? And what would you guess that their odds are? I know this is out of left field.
No, well, I think, is Philadelphia going to blow things up? Is Harden going to leave? So if that's the case, that makes Philadelphia different.
I would just guess.
I would say 4th.
You think 4th in the East? I think probably 7th.
One of you got it exactly right.
Sounds like Kang.
Oh, why would it sound like me?
It's Gator.
Yeah, see, you're right.
All right, let's try again. Mr.
Have some
NBA.
confidence, Gator.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry, guys.
All right, so if the Celtics are plus 550, what do you think the Heat are?
Plus 1,000.
Kang?
I'll go 1,100.
They are plus 2,000.
Oh, double. Yep. I win.
The Pistons, meanwhile.
Raise your hands. Show some confidence.
The Pistons, meanwhile. What do you think they're at?
Oh, God.
Last?
Yeah. I'm going dead last as well.
They are tied for last with the Hornets at plus 50,000. So
sounds like a good value.
Sounds like Monty Williams has his work full. His hands full, rather. He will be introduced today at 4:30.
Is that a dollar bet, Doug?
That sounds like a dollar. That screams dollar bet.
Yeah, it does.
That sounds like lighting a
Is
dollar.
it 500 to 1 odds?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, I guess.
$1 gets you 500, Doug.
$1 gets me 0 because they're not winning next year's NBA title. But Monty Williams will be introduced today at 4:30, and you'll hear him here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up at 1:20, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, discover how good your water could be like we did with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, great deal. Get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. We're talking about today being National Forklift Safety Day. Important day.
Very important.
Unnamed texter, road grader is the hardest to operate properly. Signed, ex-grader operator.
It's a challenge.
You guys should look up excavator finesse competitions. They move eggs. They open bottles, all with an excavator.
Awesome.
Ben in Roseville writes in, I used to be a high-low driver at Sam's Club in my 20s. When you know what you are doing, it is a graceful coordination. When you don't know what you're doing, it is an expensive disaster. Another one here, excavator for sure. I was working on a farm 2 years ago, and we were expanding a body of water. The old farmer let me use it for 10 minutes, and I must say it was fun to carve the earth with a flick of the wrist. Not to mention, those dudes get paid big bucks. It's from Leo. I didn't know that. It's a lucrative pursuit,
That's a skilled job.
ability to work the excavator. Hey, man. Thank you to all those excavator drivers out there, road graders, and forklifts. May you operate safely. The guy from Sam's Club, though, yeah, I stop and watch. Whenever that's going to Sam's, Costco, got to stop and watch.
Yeah, I kind of want to see just for a few seconds, see how that goes.
Yeah.
And one guy called in, and when I go to different places to look at slabs of granite or marble, whatever, for countertops and stuff like that to keep ideas going.
Mm-hmm.
I love going in there and seeing when they actually get lifted out, and they have this giant clamp that clamps on either side of the slab and picks it straight up and moves it around. You get the beeping going on. You gotta watch your step because that thing, it's 30 feet up in the air and it's 1,000 pounds. It's pretty cool.
Yep. All right, you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So, Gator, this is under the hashtag fake flavor from Fritos, which means it's probably a fake flavor.
Right, so this isn't real?
But I'm intrigued.
Okay.
Fritos corn chips.
Yeah, big fan of Fritos.
Yep.
Like the scoops.
They have a picture with the label root beer float flavored corn chips. Do you think you'd try a root beer float flavored corn chip?
Out of curiosity, I would definitely try it.
Yeah.
I don't generally like to combine the sweet with the savory when it comes to things like this. Not that I don't know. I would consider corn chip to be a savory, but it seems weird to add the sweet to it. But I like Fritos a lot, and who doesn't like a root beer float?
I think when I go real chips and not like pretzels or veggie straws or something,
right?
My go-to would be the Fritos. I love Fritos.
Fritos are good, man.
It is what I would consider a weakness, but Fritos would be at the top of the snack food chain.
You like 7-layer dip?
Yes.
Most people are like, 7-layer. You get get Tostitos or some kind of tortilla chip. I go with the Frito scoops.
Yeah, sure.
It's a sturdier chip. It's going to hold up to the 7-layer dip.
Yeah.
It's not going to break when you put it in there. It's awesome.
Yeah, but that's literally what it's made for dips, right? The scoops.
Yeah.
Yes, but
that's what I'm saying. It's perfect.
I love bringing some of these topics up, Kang, because Gator has like strategies. It's stuff that he's employed in the past.
I want to eat.
Yep. All right, next up. Did you hear about Kanye's birthday party?
Did not. Did nobody show up?
Kanye West's 46th birthday party. He served sushi on a nude woman's body.
Mm-hmm.
Gator? Would you eat the sushi off a nude woman's body?
It's a long pause here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to make sure that whatever I say is said appropriately.
Yeah.
2, trying not to offend anyway.
Yeah. Was this a trick question? Should we have been careful?
Well, I would say this. Like having a piece of a California roll. Let's just do something like that, right?
Yeah.
I really have no desire to eat off of somebody else.
Well, you don't have
really
to like
don't.
go. It's not hands free. I think you grab a plate still, and you just get the the tongs. or
Yeah,
whatever.
I've seen in movies or TV shows where they do that, where somebody's it does not interest me in the least. No, I don't want to take a piece of sushi off of somebody's naked body. No.
I believe they still have something underneath, like a
It looks like one of the pictures. It looked like there
Yeah.
might be like a tray
Yeah,
over
exactly.
that area.
Yes, exactly.
But other areas, it looked like it might have been just straight on the skin.
skin. Yeah. See, I don't want skin contact.
Yeah, I don't
but,
put my shoe. I don't like trying on shoes.
No,
You think I'm going to eat sushi off another person's
Well, we know
body?
you're not gonna.
Even if there's a tray, I want nothing to do with it. It seems creepy and seems wrong. And what are we doing here? What's the point?
I'll tell you, I've always wanted to be invited to one of these parties. I've never been to a place where someone's serving sushi off a naked woman's body.
It sounds like something Costa would do.
Oh, maybe on a cruise.
Right, on a cruise, right, on the
Like
adults on the cruise ship.
The adults only. yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm. He's probably done it.
Costa's
a
probably
lot.
done it. He's like
Yeah.
old hat. Oh, Kang, you got to try it. It's great.
Well, I'm out. You're out.
I'm out.
All right, Kang, you're in.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Taco Bell, Gator.
Kang just likes sushi.
I love sushi.
I do love sushi.
Gator, Taco Bell.
Love Taco Bell.
I know you do. They are launching a new Crunch Wrap. It's the first fully vegan entree item. Took a few years to create. They are introducing it in Los Angeles, New York, and Orlando for a limited time. The vegan Crunch Wrap features vegan seasoned beef, which is Taco Bell's proprietary plant-based protein that has been in the works for years. According to a statement, the Crunch Wrap is topped with vegan Blanco sauce, a vegan nacho sauce that has long been in the development stages to refine proprietary flavors. Gator, the Taco Bell vegan Crunch Wrap.
Nope.
Are you going to eat that?
Nope. Absolutely not. I mean, if you had said vegetarian, I'm going to my head, okay, vegetarian, what could I do? It'd be some sort of, you have a black bean puree as a base or some pinto bean, use the beans, lettuce, tomato, everything Taco Bell has, right? You just don't add meat to it. And I could do that. But you're talking vegan, so now you got to make up for, now you got to use fake cheese. No, life's too short to go through fake cheese. I'm not doing fake cheese. And I'm not doing fake meat either.
I'm in.
If I'm going to want a Crunch Wrap, I got a Crunch Wrap.
I'm taking it.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Gator. I'm almost offended as well here. This is just give me a Crunch Wrap. I don't need. What is this?
We stopped producing the Meximelt because we got to make a vegan item. Really?
I don't think it was one for the other.
Sounds like it.
Blame the vegan food. All right, finally, Busch Light has come out with a new flavor. I saw it this weekend. I think we might have briefly talked about it, but if not, the Busch Light Apple was very popular. It had a 3-year run from 2020 to 2022. And now it's off the shelves. And do you see what they've replaced it with?
I think I know what it is.
Busch Light Peach.
Yeah.
The brand is satisfying consumer demands for a new flavor innovation that will complement summertime hikes, hangs, and days in the water with a seasonal taste on the classic. Gator Busch Light Peach. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I would definitely try it, but there's some trepidation that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be careful with peach. Peach can overpower. And if it overpowers, there's only so much that you can drink, and you're like, all right, that's enough. And it might be half a beer, and that's enough. On Memorial Day weekend, I went to a party, and I talked about it on the air. I brought this like a white wine sangria that I had made.
Yep.
It's a bunch of citrus fruits that I had juiced into this container with white wine and topped off with some Sprite and had some brandy in there, mixed it all up. It was actually delicious. And I also was in charge of bringing some beer, so I brought some light beer and some Oberon, and then I saw, and I couldn't resist it, but I got a 6-pack of, I think it was Leinenkugel Peach Shandy.
Yeah.
Like, I was really curious. So cracked one open, passed it around, people were trying it, and the consensus was pretty good, but maybe not something that you want to go long haul with. But I could have a full beer with that. But when I added it to the white sangria concoction, It was delicious.
Yeah.
It was absolutely delicious.
So the challenge with Busch Light is that these things come in 30 packs.
That is a problem.
And after one sip, you might have 29 and 5-6 of a beer that you just don't necessarily want to drink. But, and I had an experience at a younger age with peach schnapps, and I don't think I've tried anything peach since. But I never thought I'd like Busch Light Apple, and I loved it. In fact, I bought 5 30 packs when I heard they were going out of business. I have 3 of them left, saving them for the fall.
Just 3 cans left.
No, three 30 packs. Got 90 of those things.
You may want to bust those open during the summertime.
I feel like maybe you have a party coming up. You could bust them out.
Yeah, maybe.
If only I had a party.
Yeah,
coming
if
up.
only you had, man. I feel like something could be coming up.
Perhaps.
Something
All right.
happened.
So yes to Busch Light Peach. You'll try it.
Ken, you down with the peach?
I am down with the peach, man. I definitely would try it. But I feel you're right. I mean, how many can you have? How sweet is this?
Well, I think it's easily remedied. If it's too sweet, you just cut it with another Busch Light. Just a regular Busch Light.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it would go well with a vegan crunch wrap. There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Did you hear about this kid from Stanford? First of all, Stanford, Texas, super regional, game 3, winner take all. Loser season's over. Winner goes to the College World Series. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, 6-6 game. Stanford hits a pop-up to shallow right. The 2 Texas outfielders both lost the ball in the lights, and it dropped. Stanford scores the game winner. They're off to the College World Series. Texas season's over. That's a tough way to lose.
That's a horrible way to lose.
Yep.
Is it something that requires changing the light system they have there?
Makes you wonder why that happened. And, I mean, it's a painful highlight to watch because you got two outfielders with their hands
and
in
they're
the air
both like, I don't know where it is.
Yeah. And it just drops harmlessly.
That was the excuse for our softball team, right, Gator?
Yeah, well, we eventually played under the lights for a little bit.
I blame the air quality.
The air quality, I think it was part of it. Yeah.
Doug, you know what I'm talking about.
I do, yeah.
It only affects one team.
Duh.
Ours.
Okay.
They hit it a lot. I mean, they had 37 runs. How many hits?
Doug, at one point, so Dan Miller, Stoney, and Wojo were doing the MC. Like, they're doing, like, basically live play-by-play.
Yeah,
Okay.
they
On
had,
the mic.
they had like loudspeakers there.
And after, like, I think 3 balls hit the left field where I was at chase down, full sprint, by the way, okay, every time, I had my hands on my hips. Like, I was kind of breathing heavy at this point. And Dan joked around, says, oh, I see Kang out there with his hands on his hips. He looked a little tired. And in my mind, because no one could hear me, I was like, I'm so tired right now, Dan. Like, I am dying. Like,
God, if only you had a pitcher that was smart enough to just like slow things down a little bit, give you a little breather.
step off the mound.
Yeah, maybe I should have done that. Should have
Maybe
gotten
a
a
visit.
sign. Yeah,
Maybe if
a
you
visit.
just laid down, eventually he'd get the hint.
My bad.
No, you're fine.
My bad.
Did you consider like maybe having 5 outfielders?
I think we did.
Well, in the last inning, we did. Yeah.
Did you?
I think we had 5.
I think we brought out an extra outfielder or fielder.
Yeah.
It didn't change a
It
thing.
really didn't.
No, it didn't help.
We didn't tell anybody.
Doug, I'm telling you, this team it hit like professionals.
Yes, they're
honestly,
snipers, man.
Everything was down the line or on a line over over the infield and into the out. It was just perfectly like the outs we recorded were mistakes. Like oh, here's a pop up, or here's damn it, I topped it and it's a slow grounder. I mean, there were so few and far between.
So you were lucky to hold them to 37.
Yeah, I think they pulled back on the reins quite a bit the last few innings. Like balls they hit that would have been home runs, easy home runs with them running around, they stopped at second base. They had this guy in the team who had been in I think he was a military veteran and had been involved with I think the schools in Troy for 40 years. Man was 66 years old. Comes up left-handed, hits the ball on a line into the outfield and rounded the bases in what seemed like 10 seconds.
A 66-year-old?
I could not believe how fast he was. I'm like, are you kidding me with this? And I didn't know at the time. And we're shaking hands with the guys afterwards. And I'm like, man, you are fast. He goes, not bad for a 66-year-old. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You're 66? He's like, yeah. Damn.
Professional.
This
hitters,
was a professional
Doug.
team.
Yeah, it was a professional.
Did he need a pinch runner?
He did not.
Yeah. Wow.
No, but afterwards, every hit that he had, he just took it easy. He would go, I'll leave it at a double.
They called off the dogs?
They called off the dogs, and they still. I mean, you can only call them off so much when the bases are juiced.
Right.
Next guy puts in the outfield and in the gap. You're like, I guess I'll go for 2 now. You know.
The funniest thing was Birchie and I were talking after the game because we had a great top of the first inning. To start the game, it was 8-0.
8-0.
8-0. Like way better than last year, apparently. Way better. Birchie told me, he goes, after the first inning, he's like, should we take it easy a little bit on these guys? Like, that thought actually crossed his mind.
And
Like,
then
wow,
you
we're
lost.
killing it out here.
And then what was the final score?
37-17. We got outscored 37 to 9 the rest of the way after the first half of the inning.
That's pretty funny.
Not really.
All for a good cause, Gator.
Great
All for a
cause.
good
Great
Great cause. Great to see Christy and the kids out there. It was a good time.
How many innings did this game last?
7.
7.
Oh, you went the full 7?
Well, not the full 7. We were the visiting team.
Yeah.
So
There was no need for them to
they
bat.
didn't bat in the bottom half of the 7th inning.
You guys didn't rally. All right, guys, we just need 20 here.
We started to rally a little bit, but I mean, a little bit being, I think we scored 5 runs in the last inning.
They kind of let up a little.
I got to tell you, looking back, Gator's source of pride from this game is hilarious.
I didn't
When he
walk
announced
anybody.
earlier in the show, I didn't walk anybody.
Well, I am very proud of that.
And I think you got to
For 7 innings to keep finding, I mean, they were legitimate strikes. I mean, I think there were a couple calls I got, but I think for the most part, legitimate pitching there. But unfortunately, when when you throw nothing but strikes, they're going to tag it.
Hey, man, you pounded the zone. What do you
That's
want?
right.
Right?
Yeah,
I was just
Scott
listening to
Harris
Scott
was
Harris.
proud of you.
Yeah, when Scott Harris wants a softball pitcher to get shelled, I'm your Huckleberry. My goodness.
Do you know what your pitch count was?
I would guess it was somewhere between 150 and 200. I don't know.
Well, so was a Stanford pitcher over the weekend.
That's crazy.
Quinn Matthews, Game 2, Super Regional, 156 pitches. 156 pitches, which people were freaking out. Do you know the closest a major league pitcher has come like in the last 20 years? According to Keith Law, the last MLB starter to throw 135 or more in one game. Did you care to venture a guess, or did you see this?
I didn't see. You're saying the last how many years?
Since this last happened in 2013, that a major league starter threw 135 pitches or more.
Okay. What are you asking me? How many do I think he threw?
Who it was?
Oh, it would have to be a knuckleball guy. I don't know.
It wasn't.
Is Tim Wakefield still around in 2014? I don't know.
Correct first name.
I don't know.
Tim Lincecum in 2013 in a no-hitter threw 135 pitches.
Oh. How many years after that was he done with baseball?
Well, that's the thing. Remember Kenny Baugh?
I was just trying to look up Kenny Baugh's crazy pitch count, and
it was for Rice, and they had the old legendary coach, and I swear it was 187 pitches.
It was 171 pitch outing against Nebraska.
In the NCAA tournament, correct?
I believe
and
so.
Kenny Baugh, when he was drafted by the Tigers, had arm problems. And it's one of the great mysteries in sports is why do guys throw complete games all the time with massive pitch counts? I don't even think they counted pitch counts back in the day, Gator. And it seemed like arm injuries were less frequent. Is it because they didn't throw as hard? It's not true of Nolan Ryan, but
I think it's, I don't know, the combination of what you're throwing, innings moving along, less time between innings. So you're maybe not throwing as many warm-up pitches. You're just getting out there and throwing. I don't know. There's a bunch of factors go into it.
Is this irresponsible of a coach?
I don't know what the guy was throwing. What do they say? It's easier on your arm to throw curveballs than it is to throw fastballs?
It doesn't say in the story that I'm reading.
But is that the consensus?
I don't know. I thought it was the opposite way.
It makes sense to me. It's the opposite because you're not torquing. I don't know. You think like when you're throwing curveballs, you're constantly putting pressure on the elbow.
Last guy to get up to 156, Law tweeted, was knuckleballer Tim Wakefield in 1997. The last non-knuckleballer was Roger Clemens in 1996. Got up to that high.
Wow.
Crazy.
I think as far as college is concerned or amateurs, if you know you're not going to play at the next level, like a serious consideration where you're going to get a real shot, I think you just let it all out. This is your last time playing real competitive baseball. Essentially, you might be on a minor league team for a couple years, but like Kenny Baugh, that sounds irresponsible. Like that guy was a first-round pick.
Yeah, he was the 11th pick overall.
So you might want to, hey, dude, get off the mound. I don't care how good you feel.
His career stats in the minors.
Kenny Baugh
started 120 games in the minors, pitched in 134 games, 700 innings. His WHIP was 1.43 and his ERA was 4.49. It was never anything special.
No.
And, I mean, do you go back? I think people would like to just say, go back to that one game. Okay, well, if you have that one game and you have an arm event at some point, you recover from it, and then that game's in the past and the way that you're using pitchers now, it's different. I don't think it'd be fair to point to the one game. But people always point to the game that Kenny Baugh did because it was a ridiculous amount of pitches that you're throwing. And is that on the manager? Absolutely it is when you're trying that hard to win.
You remember Mace? Remember that story? I took a team to West Virginia, my 14-year-old kid I was coaching, and we played a team from Ohio. They had a pitcher on the mound named Mace, and his pitch count, 14-year-old, got up over 150 pitches.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, but this guy apparently is going to get drafted. He's the 119th prospect for the MLB draft coming up here shortly, which has him projected 4th to 6th round. I don't know. Seems pretty wild. And Stanford's playing the College World Series, so we can assume he started Game 2 of the Super Regionals. He'll probably start Game 2 for Stanford in the College World Series this weekend.
We're getting a couple ticket texts in. Edwin Jackson, when he had his no-hitter.
Oh, he threw a bunch.
Yeah, like they were saying in 140s, maybe 150.
So I think there's a note on that in the story, which has a lot of tweets attached to it. Last MLB starter to throw 135 or more in one game was Tim Lincecum in his 2013 no-hitter. He's the only one since 2010, Edwin Jackson's no-hitter and Brandon Morrow's no-hitter.
149 for Edwin Jackson.
Crazy. But, hey, man, like you said, if the kid says, I feel great, I mean, is it still the responsibility of the coach to say, no, you don't?
Edwin Jackson threw 149 pitches. He walked 8.
In a no-hitter?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, I mean, I suppose that means his whip was still below 1.
They needed it. I mean, they won 1-0 in that game with Arizona.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, we know that spring has kind of segued into summer here, and with that can come some problems. You got some problems with the air conditioning? Well, I know the people to call. The good folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they have dropped a special offer just in time to beat the heat. Now, Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and your air conditioning systems replaced. In addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. That is key. And you don't have to worry about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for a new furnace or AC system that start as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning or a furnace problem, maybe you got a pool heater issue, a boiler, a water filtration, you got a flood in your basement or a clogged drain, cold pool, whatever the problem is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971, or you can schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Just a little add-on to the Edwin Jackson 149-pitch no-hitter he threw.
Yeah.
His manager at the time, A.J. Hinch.
Yep.
He said afterwards that he pled his case with Hinch to let him stay in. He didn't want to leave until he gave up a hit or a home run. He said, you want to skip my next start? That's fine. You want to give me an extra day? That's fine. But I don't want to come out. I don't want to play the game of what ifs.
Well, it's kind of a. I mean, look at the collegiate level. At some point, you got to look out for the best interest of your kid and get through 156 pitches for Stanford. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how we doing?
Good, thank you.
I just had a comment. Back in the day, there was a great pitcher named Warren Spahn.
Oh, boy.
And he had a teammate named Johnny Sane. Oh, boy. And they used to say Spahn and Sane and pray for rain because they didn't have anybody else. But Johnny Sane was the pitching coach for the Tigers in '68. And as you know, they had a lot of complete games back then. I'm talking. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay. But anyway, Johnny Sane had a theory that he believed that you should pitch every day. He believed that, but Johnny Sane was the pitching coach for the Tigers.
Well, you got to keep the radio off, my man.
Okay, got you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Anyway, his point was that he believed if a guy pitched yesterday, he should throw again today. He wanted guys to pitch every day, even if it was 10 or 15 minutes.
So why did it change?
He believed.
What's changed, Nick?
I mean, this is my question because everybody's asking. His theory was that's how you keep your arm strong. And today, it seems like all these young kids they all have arm problems, and yet they don't throw nearly the amount of pitches. So maybe they're not pitching enough to keep the arm strong. I don't know. And then the other thing I would say is, probably back in the day they threw a lot more fastballs.
I was going to say, I think the number of different pitches they throw and the frequency they throw, that probably plays a big role. I mean, back then, if you had a curveball, a fastball, and a changeup, right? But now guys have, four seam, two seam, sinkers and cutters and.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with
sliders,
the windup, the different windup. If you look at, I think I would, if I were to venture an uneducated guess, okay, just a hunch. I've got no data to support this. Back when those guys pitched with the windups that they had, where the gloves were bouncing and the arms came way over. I'm going to bet that something about that windup didn't put as much strain on ligaments and elbows. Remember when Casey Mize got drafted, and when Michael Fulmer got also when the Tigers traded for Michael Fulmer, I have people in the game that would tell me, hey, their deliveries are ones that stress out the arm. And I bet the modern delivery that creates the most power is more stressful on the arm than anything they did back then.
I think it plays a role. With that, there's a million factors. I mean, another thing is that pitchers didn't throw as hard back then. Now, yeah, you've got your guys that are anomalies like Nolan Ryan and whatnot, but I mean, nowadays, every roster in baseball, your pitching staff, it feels like half of them are throwing 96 and above, and that you got at least a couple guys that can touch 100. Back in the 70s, there was one guy that threw that hard. And you go through the 80s, it was still one guy. A couple guys flirted with it, but now it's everybody does it. And to do it early in their careers, they're 20 years old and they're throwing 97, and I'm sure that plays a role in it too. And with the medical advances, guys can come back from some injuries, and in some case they always say, I feel even stronger than ever. But
no, some people believe in Tommy John.
Yeah, but the game has been
afterward.
Yeah, everything's changed. It's a specialized game now. Teams use their entire pitching staff to close games. It's so different. The 84 Tigers, you look at Willie Hernandez, who was the MVP and the Cy Young winner with the Tigers. He had 32 saves in the season, but he threw 150 innings as a closer. Aurelio Lopez was his teammate. He threw 150 innings as, the secondary closer. These guys, the majority of their saves were 2-inning-plus saves.
Yeah.
They didn't just come in the 9th inning, shut things down. They came in the 8th inning or sometimes in the 7th inning and pitched the rest of the way. Just a different game.
Well, in 2020, I mean, this is making the rounds again, but Pedro Martinez on MLB Network, do you remember? He kind of predicted that Casey Mize was going to probably have Tommy John surgery at some point if he didn't change his raw mechanics, because he was breaking down a split finger and saying, he's got a hitch in his shoulder. If he doesn't fix this, you know what comes next, Tommy John. And Birchie wrote an article about this past summer, because obviously when Casey Mize it was revealed that he was going to have Tommy John. People are saying, yeah, some people saw this coming, like your guys, Doug.
Yep. So look, it feels remarkably. The Tigers organization feels remarkably cursed, but I think one of the things that helped bring down, and there was a bunch, the Al Avila era, was they just didn't pay nearly as much attention to some of the science that is out there regarding arm stress, and that, it's come back to bite them, and that and about 35 other things. So Mike Valenti's just made his way.
Hello. Sorry I'm late. I apologize.
You're not.
Got pulled aside.
You got pulled aside? Are you in trouble?
No.
Oh.
No.
Is somebody else?
No, I promise. It's nothing dramatic. I was telling Jimmy, I'm like, and I needed to leave 2 minutes ago.
I gotcha.
We're here.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've got some good stuff. We're going to have some fun today. I've got Bally actually did a broadcast I didn't hate, so we're going to talk about it.
Okay.
And also how I'm related to Nikola Jokic. I have figured out we are, in fact, despite having different careers, we're the same person.
Interesting.
This is a heck of a stretch.
Yeah.
I promise. Different careers, right? Different proportions. We're the same guy. Last night, I realized I'm probably Serbian. He is, in fact, related to me.
I can't wait to hear this.
I don't want to ruin it for the show, but I will tell you once we're off the air, and I think you'll be like, yeah, it makes sense.
We came up with a couple nicknames for him. Okay?
All right.
Air Awkward.
I'm down with that.
Air Forklift.
Not terrible. But I'd lose the air.
Well, but it's irony. You put the
okay, I get you.
So part of this has to do with last night I saw the movie Air. The Michael Jordan, the Sonny Vaccaro, Ben Affleck.
For a second, I thought you were watching the Clooney movie about frequent flyer miles. What was that called?
That's Up in the Air.
Up in the Air.
I
enjoyed that movie.
I saw that movie.
Wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
He travels around firing people.
Yep. So anyway, so that's where the air thing, the irony of air forklift, I think.
Does winning a championship make him an all-time great? Or is he playing in an era where there's just no one to guard him?
Well,
he's kind of like Hunter Dickinson.
I was about to say, Kang said before the show, is the center coming back?
I don't think so.
I don't either, but it's a fun question to
I love him. He's superior to Hunter Dickinson. What I mean is, you're in a sport where who can actually guard him? He turned Bam Adebayo into a milk crate, right? Like he was just like bodying the hell out of him. There's really two, three guys in basketball. And if you comp out big dudes from the 90s, you had someone every night that was going to check you. I don't know. I don't know what to do with him.
Well, the NBA is a league that always reinvents itself and tries to stop what seemed unstoppable.
Yeah.
And maybe it just it recycles going back to the bad boys and the Jordan rules. And maybe they're just going to get hammered.
Maybe. And it might not be a great decision by us, but we are going to carry some Monty Williams presser. He does get introduced today. I'm interested. I just don't know if the audience is.
I want him to do the ill-advised thing and come up with a timeline.
Hell yeah.
I want to hear a timeline.
I want to see him curse. I want to see him punch the podium. I want him guaranteeing a playoff. Do it all.
You want a violent outburst?
I want Denny Green is what I want.
You do realize he doesn't curse. You're not going to get that.
No.
For real?
Monty? No.
I never would have hired him then.
All right.
Can't trust a man who don't curse.
Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 971.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Tigers, they'll look to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Reese Olson to the mound for his first career home start. Atlanta will go with dominant young righty Spencer Strider. Despite dropping 9 straight games before last night's walk-off, the Tigers still just 5 games behind the first-place Twins. First pitch tonight at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The Pistons are set to formally introduce... Yes.
Late June. You can't wear a flannel.
It's like 65 out today. It's very chilly. It could rain. I'm just dressing for the weather. Hey, the Pistons, if I were to go to Midtown today, they're going to formally introduce new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon. He'll be joined at the podium by Tom Gorse and general manager Troy Weaver. You can hear that press conference. I think it'd be great if he did. It'd be a great look. Maybe, Blue, Hooper will be there. Hooper might be wearing a flannel as well. You can hear all that action right here on 97.1 at 4 o'clock. Williams getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons, the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. And are you ready to have a beer at the Big House or Spartan Stadium this fall? I know I am for watching my team. Well, that's one step closer to happening. A bill passed through the Senate today, the state Senate that is, to allow alcohol sales at college games. Michigan and Michigan State, they joined 8 Big Ten schools that would sell booze at games. USC and UCLA also sell alcohol. If that bill does pass through the House and is signed by the governor, you could see alcohol in stadiums as soon as this fall. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Indeed it is. All right, let's get ready to roll. Who's excited? Roberto likes that one, huh? That's for you, big guy. Well, I'm going to tell you, Rico's back. He was investigating the Vatican and their possession of UFOs. Full report coming, half past never. No, I am going to ask you about this during UFOs today.
Okay.
Listen.
And you know what? I promise you're probably going to be like, what?
I know. I can't wait.
Okay. Listen, we're gonna get to the Monty Williams stuff later. I think Luke said 4. I thought it was 4:30 was the press conference. Is that correct?
4:30. I have not changed on my end.
No, you know what? The guy's in here in July wearing a flannel. Get your facts straight. Now listen, but this is a much lighter shirt. That's a flannel. I mean, really, we're not doing this. Let's just hold on.
Defending himself.
I know. Let's recenter. I want to start the show. We'll get to the NBA Finals. We'll get that I never realized I was related to Nikola Jokic. We're going to get to all of this. But I want to start the show with something positive.
Okay.
The show before us, Doug is very about being respectful and positivity. And I said, you know what? I need to do some of that. I need to be more respectful. So I have made it no secret. I largely find the Tigers TV broadcast to be awful. So last night, it was not awful. I'd like to salute Bally because Bally finally understood the assignment, as Rico Beard likes to say. And I just wonder if any of you noticed. See, I think Bally admitted this team blows. They're terrible. They're bad in every way. There's no one in the ballpark, and the people that are there were Braves fans. We cannot possibly do a super serious sports guy broadcast. Let's just wave the white flag. We're doing players only. And they had Craig Monroe, who, by the way, no fan of his. He was much better last night. Why? We're not breaking down sliders. Craig Monroe was fun. Dan Petrie, fun. Todd Jones was out there trying to get a fireman laid. Then he realized the kid had a girlfriend. He goes, back to you. It was great. We're talking starbursts. They were doing a chicken wing contest. They talked about why Todd Jones was so garbage when it wasn't a save situation. And by the way, there's a pop out to second. I enjoyed it. I had no intent on staying with that game last night, but I did. And I'm being serious. More teams should do it.
You know what? All player broadcast.
You know what I don't need when the team is trash?
Let me guess. You don't want the breakdown of the...
Let's talk about a 2-1 slider. No, I don't need that. Because the bottom line is no one cares. I watched it and had fun. It was enjoyable. So you know what I'd like to make a motion to do? Bally should be doing that once a week for this team.
Yeah, because I saw up on the Jumbotron, because I caught half the game down there. And
for goodness sakes.
Well, okay, you
Well,
don't
his
get
Braves are in town.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, excuse me. He played 18 with Chipper Jones yesterday. That's where he was. I always forget you're a Braves fan. Okay, my bad. Carry on.
But yeah, for some reason they had Todd Jones up on the Jumbotron eating something, and I was sitting with Rieger like, what are they doing? Because it's like, are you just distracting the people so they don't have to watch this game? Because this is when the Braves were up 4-0. But yeah, it looked like they were having fun out there. And then I got home and heard the end of the game because I thought it was over. And
Over
I'm
the
just
top.
Like, wow.
Over the top finish, but I'm not going to knock it.
Yeah, I mean, Simo dancing because they were, I was like, okay.
Think about this, though. If you're
it
the
was
Pistons,
fun. If you were a Tigers fan, it was fun.
You're the Pistons or the Tigers. Your team's terrible. You should be doing a players-only broadcast once a week. No rules. Literally just 3 dudes sitting around having a good time. Send Todd Jones out there. Give him a hell of a per diem. Todd, do whatever the hell you like. Simo's better when he's not asked to be serious because he's not capable of being serious. He was good as a goofball last night. It was great.
Yeah, it felt like, just clubhouse talk.
He did a Forrest Gump impersonation last night.
It was amazing.
Right, but I'm saying it sounds as if this is what they do when they're just sitting in the dugout.
And guess what? That's what people want. They don't want, Simo, tell me about that grip. No one cares.
Where's the flag?
There's no flag. I'm telling you, when a team is this bad, you have to adjust as a broadcaster. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. Yeah. And I'm only speaking for myself. If people say they want a super serious broadcast, even when the team is a traveling clown car, that's on them. No. I don't. I loved last night. It was fun.
Here's the thing. You're not the only one who felt that way. It just had a different feel to it because I didn't take it the fact that the team was just bad, but maybe that's why it's like, let's just sell the fun aspect of this. The team's not fun. How about we are fun?
That's it. So once a week, I think they should be doing that. I'd love to know, all right, first of all, here's my first mistake today. Bringing up Tiger baseball on television. Because I don't know if anyone watched. I may have been one of 2 people and the other one's about to talk. It's Kenny Codd. I just want to know. Because if I'm going to give grief to the network when I don't like their broadcasts, I'm going to support them when I think they do a good one. I thought last night's broadcast made me stick around and watch that. It was fun. It was irreverent. Who cares? We got Todd Jones out here trying to, I got a girlfriend. Well, back to you guys. Perfect.
I'm married. Okay.
All right, then. 248-539-9797. I'd love to know, do you share my opinion on the Tiger broadcast, Bally Sports last night? Players only. I'm voting once a week. They do it until or unless this team gets better. Kenny.
Yeah, you said the magic word, fun. This team is not fun, but that broadcast was relatively fun. And they're mostly background noise right now to Tiger fans anyway. Nobody's locked into these broadcasts pitch for pitch for pitch. But if it's doing that, if it's the players only thing, it's irreverent, it's comical, it's casual. I enjoyed the hell out of it. It made me stick around too to watch the comeback.
But that's my whole point. Think about broadcasting in 2023. Look at the stuff that's popular. Let's be real about it. I mean, hell, when we do our draft night thing and you get 10, 12, 13,000 people continually streaming us idiots watching the draft, like that's what people want. It's just fun. Like, yeah, there's a time to be serious about sports. Like if a championship's on the line or if you're, I don't know, like if you have a serious thing, but other than that, guys, the team's terrible.
Yeah, if you're doing play-by-play for the Nuggets last night, that was serious.
That's the time. We're going to be serious sports people.
You're breaking down the inbounds play. Yeah.
Right.
But this is, you know what? How about you 3 go and be the fans? What's that, your boy?
Wait, are you unaware of this? I know that you were in space investigating UFOs.
No, that's the Yankees guy, right?
Yeah, but do you know what happened?
Yeah, he got hit by the foul ball. Wasn't paying attention.
Oh, baby. Sorry.
I didn't hear the audio, but
do you want – hold on. Real quick, while Kenny gets the phone calls in order, 248-539-9797, are you in favor of a looser, less self-important, fun broadcast where The team's bad. We know it. You know it. We're just going to give it to you. Bally Sports last night's players only thing, I want more of it. I can't take the Tigers serious. They're horrific. Pistons, same deal. Sorry, all due respect to the legend, George and Greg. Once a week, I'd be rotating in Mini Hooper to call the games.
See, I think the key is what you just said, once a week, because ESPN gets it correct when they do the Manning cast.
Yes.
Because if you do it too many times, now it's just like, now you become Tony Romo where I got nothing.
I have got a collection of drops from the last week.
You've been busy, I see.
Hey, how about, you ready for this one?
Got that.
Woo-wee. Here's the audio you missed, because we can't get enough of this either. Okay. He kept broadcasting. All right, I don't need that. I hate that.
That's a pro.
My point is 8. Okay, no. Stop. 84 years old, takes a foul ball to the dome, keeps broadcasting. Now, I may hate his broadcast. I can't question his toughness.
He came to play, apparently.
That's something.
But he didn't keep his head on the swivel.
Listen.
Mistakes were made.
2-4. 248-539-9797. I just want to know if you enjoyed last night's TV broadcast more. It was lighter. It was fun. You can't take this team serious, so don't try to. Once a week, I'd love a players-only broadcast. Why? Because this team's ass. They're awful. They are.
No, it is. I think just think of it like the Manning cast, where
that's right.
You're watching Monday Night Football, but they're just bringing different aspects and different stories. And
Todd Jones was good.
Yeah, it was fun last night because Miggy passed Dave Winfield. For Todd Jones to go to the numbers and say, well, if it wasn't for his one hit against me, he wouldn't have passed Dave Winfield.
That's right.
That was pretty funny.
He goes, if I wasn't born, this Wall wouldn't be here. I go, this is perfect.
Right. It's so funny.
Oh.
Like, because, that's the whole point, is there is a time to be serious about sports. I love sports, but, dude, call it what it is. You got to break balls if a team's terrible.
Or maybe, I don't think Bally's would do this because it would take away. It's kind of like what ESPN figured out.
Take away from what? They show surfing before their games.
I'm saying do two different broadcasts where you can listen to the players only or you can listen to the regular broadcast. And you give the people a choice which one they want to listen to that night.
I'm not going to say this just because I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm going to write it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if it's the same thing Kenny wants to say.
You know what? How about we do this? Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren all month of June. Hamilton is participating in the Pick Up for Paws campaign for every pet that is loved and cared for. There are so many others that they're not that lucky, Mike. So stop into Hamilton and drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado right there in the middle of the showroom. There's a long list of donation items at HamiltonChevy.com. If you can't think of something, your donation will make a difference. Trust me, it will. While you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff. They're wonderful people. They want to be your Chevy dealer, and they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, including the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months. You get 10,000 miles a year. You just walk in with $995 down, and you drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thanks, David. On you. You realize we spend a third of our life sleeping. More so if you watch the Tigers. Well, listen, if you know you're going to be sleeping that much, how about we get a decent mattress, shall we? The brand new iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or check out the Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan. They've been, for over 100 years now. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. It's Serta.com. Thank you, Stoney. David, also, why is it that you unnaturally go radio guy voice when you cue me to do a commercial? You're not a baritone. Why all of a sudden do you do that?
I don't know why I do that. It's just on you.
Well, you know, also
I didn't realize James Earl Jones was producing our show.
It's also the same thing as you're hot.
Right. Baseball.
You're hot.
I don't know. It's just a thing I do. I don't know.
This is CNN.
Ray. All right. Ticket text coming in. Did anyone watch, or have I put this show at a deficit to open? Talk to me.
No, people love it. Says they need to do it more often. Joel in Livonia says, totally concur with you, Mike, Rico. The trio of broadcasters last night were so entertaining. Love the banter between them. 3 guys who played the game, too. Enjoyed it.
And they understood the assignment. This cannot be done seriously. This team is trash. We're going to have fun.
And it has already been done before, called the Manning Cast.
Correct.
You provided people something similar. It's why, if I have the choice of watching regular Monday Night Football, I always opt and go to ESPN2 to watch the Manning Cast the entire
Think about
game.
this. Imagine in a world like the next step, and I've already thought of these things. It's just, I mean, Lord knows, don't get me started on our
Whatever
sales
you do,
staff.
just don't bring Al Avila on for an in-game interview.
No.
Don't do that.
But I was saying, like, think about if, and obviously Doug and John are on the air as the voices of Michigan football, but at a different time in their careers they weren't. Imagine just doing that Manning Cast level stuff with you and I watching State, Doug and John watching U of M. It's the same deal. Think about it. If, like, Michigan State last year, that would have been a clown car comedy.
It would. Yeah, especially the Indiana game.
Right.
Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wow.
Those weren't the words I used.
It was. It would be fun.
But my point is that's what people want. They don't want serious unless there are serious things on the line.
Well, as you said, I mean, look how many people joined the draft show. And you're like, wow. When Evan said the numbers, it was like, really?
Right, it's total nonsense. And Lord knows, I mean, I have ways the station could make it a lot bigger, but don't get me started. David, go ahead.
Someone says,
what?
I am shocked, Mike. I effing hated the nonsense last night. If I wanted to hear 3 morons talk about their favorite movies, I listened to the morning show. It sucked.
That's okay. Stop. No, I'm not allowed. Strike that from the record. Come on.
We're just reading text.
That's just mean. That's not nice.
I'm back. Dying in a car. I love the game because it seemed like there was so much fun going on. Tigers winning was a bonus.
It was. And again, I get it if you didn't like it. I just wanted to make a point. It was different. I don't think that network does a very good job with just about anything they do. Last night, I stayed with it because I thought it was unique. It was fun. And I actually got some laughs out of it. So I'm down because that's the only thing that's going to keep me watching this team because they are terrible.
Well, I think the word of the day would be it was entertaining. And the team's not, but at least you can give the people something. We said just entertain us, make
once
it
a week.
fun.
Why couldn't you do it with the Pistons? How many years in a row are you going to go 20-62 before you start doing a players-only broadcast? Get Rick Mahorn out there.
You know what?
Turn Rick loose.
I want some stories from him. That'd be amazing.
Let me tell you. Knowing people that know him, turn him loose.
Let me tell you the story of
Please
the origins of the lemon pepper wings.
All right, we're
Rick,
going to...
can't do that one.
No, Rick. Tell us more. Let's go to Matt Waterford. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hold, please. That's not it. That is. All right, what's up, Matt?
Hey, listen, I don't need to watch my team win to enjoy baseball. I like watching baseball, so I'll just get that out of the way.
Okay.
And last night I was able to get the family fed, sit down. I probably got in front of the game by like the fourth inning or something, and I see Todd Jones sitting in an obviously empty stadium. They're making no effort to disguise that the stadium is like abysmally empty, right? He's sitting there chowing down a hot dog or whatever he's doing. I go, this is a different broadcast. 5 minutes later, we got Star Wars impersonations talking about Kylo Ren's going to hit one to right with a lightsaber. I don't know. They're going to analyze the exit velo of the ball coming off the lightsaber. I'm half expecting the ghost of Chris Farley to drop down and start talking about living in a van down by the river. Like, it was entertaining. I was having a good time watching that. And then I was rewarded with a win. I sat down, I watched the whole thing, and
That's
hey,
right.
the Tigers won one for the first time since
And understand, nobody's
January.
saying do it every night. And when and if this team gets better and the games actually matter, you're never going to do it. But in the here and now, I'm glad a network woke up and decided we got to try something different.
Yeah, they gave it a shot. They said, hey, if we're going to have at least 10 living bodies keeping their eyeballs on this thing to watch a couple commercials and sell baseball to these fans in Detroit, like maybe we ought to do something that, I don't know, it has some life to it, where
Right,
there's breathing bodies talking about something
somewhat
that people want to hear about.
relatable. Yeah, and that's
Relatable.
hey Matt, and believe me, like I'll be as serious about sports as anybody when it calls for it. But I'm with you. That was a happy accident last night where I sat down, watched it, and I go, and I got to tell you, this isn't bad.
I think they may have stumbled upon something. And
We're going to talk exit vlog. No, we're not going to do that tonight.
They should probably, as you say, you mix it in, because if you do it too much and then all of a sudden these guys become Tony Romo and
There it
nobody
is.
likes
Too much of a good thing.
Yes.
Agree. Once a week, I'd love it. Carry you through the summer. Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, Bob?
Hey, I just got to tell you that was some of the most fun I've ever had watching a ball game, and I watch a lot of Tiger games just because I like watching baseball. But the best thing about it was when the thing started getting exciting and the Tigers started looking like they had a chance. They reacted like they should have, which was fans in the stands, just having a great time and calling it like they would if they were just sitting out there. And I enjoyed every bit of it. And a couple times more wouldn't hurt.
No. I would even carry it over to the studio show. We get Mickey York in a cabana outfit like Costa. Put him in a
No.
beach chair.
I don't think anybody needs to
Let
see that.
Mickey what? just let Mickey do his thing. Keep it loose.
Not the Costa.
You could put his cup of coffee in a coconut. He could be sipping out of it. It's beach night at Bally Beach. Who needs a serious studio show?
I'd go to
see?
that. That'd be awesome.
What would be wrong?
Nothing. It's just adding fun every so often. You don't need to be serious all summer.
Right.
You lose people's
Mickey,
interest.
wear a CMU t-shirt. Come on in tonight. Like, who cares? Who needs... I'm in a sweater vest. Dude, the team's lost 9 in a row. You could show up like the clown from Uncle Buck. It doesn't matter. Have a good time. They say... Take the night off. Seriously, come on. Now, Keating during a pennant chase? You got me.
You're on fire.
They say take the night off.
Dude, come on, man.
David read something.
Pennant chases from a decade ago. Well, tough one for the team tonight. We'll go for reaction. And you're like, you can't do that when you've lost 9 in a row. 9 in a row, you may as well be Bob Uecker during Major League. Put Mickey on stage. Mick, you want a little bit of Grandpa's medicine cabinet? Here you go. Talk to us. What's going on tonight? Nothing. This team sucks.
All right, just think about that. This game's sponsored by Old Granddad.
114. Make it happen.
Well, let me read you this since you said that. Tony and Metamora says, all the old knobs on Facebook hated the broadcast. It was comical to read those comments.
But here's what I would tell you. This is the danger that I think media has. It's like if you let Twitter dictate what you do on your show, and there are a lot of radio hosts who do it. That's 5% of the population max. 95% of your audience will never call, will never tweet, will never Facebook thingamabob They're going to listen. Like, you can't make your decisions in media based on any of that crap. It's all garbage.
It's the vocal minority is what it is.
Doesn't mean anything.
The outrage, and most people don't feel that way, but it's just because, well, it's all over social media.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, so was Sharknado. It did a 0 on TV. Tom's up next. Tommy, how are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I agree with the previous callers. I heard it was coming on. I wasn't sure when, but when I turned the game on, I was pleasantly surprised. And to not have to hear Simo say you really need to let that ball travel and use the big part of the field was quite refreshing. But at the end of the day, there was the perfect level of slapstick.
Yep.
Todd Jones I think you mentioned it, Mike. Yeah, these girls are coming around. You get a microphone and a camera. Well, I got a girlfriend. Back to you.
And
guys.
back to you. I loved it.
That was really funny. That was really funny. But I you know what? At the end of the day, it was the perfect level of knowledge and silliness. My only critique, and applause to Bally's, of course, but my only critique is I think Peaches needs a little work on his ad hoc commentary. He had a few awkward moments, but I'm sure that'll come in time. But
it would.
I enjoyed the hell out of it. Thanks for talking about it, guys.
Tom, it was just something fun to open with. I mean, look, I think everybody knows it. I could fix Bally. Give me 15 minutes. A little bit of a budget. We'll take care of it. These Tiger broadcasts would be a party. I'd have Todd Jones there every night. I'd have him sit with a fan and do play-by-play with the fan for a half inning.
See, not every night.
No. I'm saying every player's night.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
we can't do player's
yes.
night all the time. But
Right.
I am sticking to my plan about Bally Beach. Mickey York, bathing suit, maybe a little Hawaiian shirt, Floral Fridays. We bring Kenny in. What's the problem?
Okay, Floral Friday. Make that part of the whole play on Fridays. Looser. Yeah, we do it then.
It's part of summertime. It's a perfect motif.
The Bally Sports Players Only Summer Series. Calendar of events, special sales packages, Floral Fridays. Come on. Get some of the food vendors in.
Brought to you by Admiral Nelson.
Whatever you want. It's all right. It won't happen. It's okay. Let me tell you about Northville Lumber. One of the best companies around. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody sells more. Nobody stocks more. Look, guys, the warehouse is right down the street from their main office. That's how they do it. There's no lead time. There's no waiting. There's no 4 to 6 weeks until it ships and ships. No. You get your product. You buy product. You get product. What the hell are we talking about? Like, I love how everything post-COVID is now 12 weeks. You go to buy pickles, it's 12 weeks. Not at Northville.
Supply chain.
If I have to hear that one more time, I'll lose my mind. All Trex decking, railing, lighting, they have it. Go buy it. As low as $1.59 a foot. You don't have anyone to build your deck? No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So what else do you need? Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. Done. All right, so we're going to have a little fun because there's no way we can do super serious finals talk. So I've got a little NBA wraparound, some of it involving the finals, some of it involving ball breaking, some of it involving league news. If that sounds fun to you, rapid fire time. David, subpar production, please. Yep, that'll do. Sportsmanship. Pass it on. All right, fellas. Number one. Did anyone, A, watch the NBA Finals, and B, actually enjoy it as the product set back basketball a decade? Don't lie to me. Rico Beard.
Watched it, really didn't enjoy it.
At least you're honest. Kenny, who am I kidding? Kenny did not watch or enjoy it.
I did. I watched game 1 and 2, and then I got tired of it.
That's all it took, right? Yep. David, watch it. Did you actually enjoy it?
I watched it. No, I'm sorry. I can't lie. No, I didn't enjoy it.
Bad basketball.
If it wasn't for this job, I probably would have tapped out and said, nope.
That's right. Number two, with this title, is Nikola Jokic an all-time top 20 player, or does he need more?
He probably is, but he won't get that recognition. You know what he is?
A beast.
No, but Mike, I think he's going to be the modern-day Tim Duncan. A guy who just gets it done, but his personality is not over the top, and we'll soon just kind of forget about him. He'll be that, oh, yeah, he was good.
Here's the other question. See, the problem, and I'm not slandering him, but I have said this on the air before. He's fabulous. But there's also no one in the league to guard him. He's playing in an era which is like Oppo Shaq. There are no big men. He turned Bam Adebayo into a child last night. Bam couldn't guard. No one can guard him. He's too big, too strong. So does that hurt him when we look back at all of it? There's Joel Embiid is the only legitimate big.
Well, I think it does, but I think what really hurts him, Mike, is it's just not on the court, it's his personality. Because at least with Shaq, he had this big personality and presence, so you couldn't, either you loved him or you hated him.
Sacramento Queens.
With Jokic, it's just kind of, wow, he's good, but look at him. He doesn't look like he's in great shape. And you saw last night, it didn't look like he was even enjoying the championship.
Gentlemen, according to Brian Windhorst, the walking meme, 4 of the top 10, there you go, Rico nailed it. 4 of the top 10 draft picks in next week's draft could be on the move. Stars could be on the move. Optimistic or pessimistic over a week out that the Pistons will be a part of that conversation? Let's start with Rico.
That the pick will be on the move? I'm pessimistic.
Kenny Cott.
Optimistic. Something good's got to happen in this town.
Does it? David.
I'm sorry. I'm with Rico. I'm pessimistic. Sorry.
Wow. All right.
The number 5 pick, now maybe later on in the draft, but the 5th pick, yeah, that's going to get selected by Troy Weaver.
It does feel like it, fellas, because number 3 could be on the move. Number 4 could be on the move. Why the hell would they deal with you?
And honestly, they got screwed over because I was hoping that you would at least get the 2nd pick because you would have people who would want to take a chance on Scoot Henderson. You don't know.
New Orleans Pelicans, hot to trot rumor. They want to mortgage everything to go up and get Scoot.
I wonder why.
Well, I don't see what that has to do with Zion not wearing condoms, but whatever.
Hey, that thing is still going on. That little, yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, my.
Text messages, yeah.
Hoping it does continue because we'll get more drops of Stoney. All right, next question. Now that the title is done, Adam Silver can get back to what he really wants to do. How long is he going to send Ja Morant to space?
Christmas.
Kenny Cott, do you know who Ja Morant is?
Well, was the gun real or was it a toy gun?
According to Ja Morant's PR team, it was a toy gun.
Well, if it's a toy gun, it should only be a month or so,
Rico
right?
is actually Ricardo Montalban.
Well, if it was only a fake gun, it should be a month or so. So I'll go with a month.
You know what? I'm going to give the same penalty as trying to walk through TSA with a toy gun. You get the same penalty, Kennedy.
David.
Valentine's Day, trade deadline, whichever's first.
I'm with David. I think it's a better part of 50 games. But we'll see.
Yeah.
May I ask this question? Is this, I have said before, this is the year for Scott Frost. Well, now that the championship is done, our annual summer tradition, not the 4th of July, not like boat week, not any of that. The summer tradition of Bradley Beal trade rumors of the Washington Wizards, part 7. Is this the summer that Bradley Beal gets traded? Rico Beard.
No.
11 years in Washington.
This is like Dame Lillard. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, new GM, I think they'll give it time to see what, another year. So, no.
All right, last night, owner of the Nuggets, Stan Kroenke, billionaire, clearly a smart man. Does he understand how microphones work? Why was he screaming in Lisa Salter's ear? He was almost nibbling on her earlobe.
Hey, Lisa, it's a great year we had.
Lisa, this title's unbelievable. And you're like, what is he doing? The microphone is here. Lisa Salter's head here. And he's like, it's unreal. What? Explain it, Rico. You were in television.
Probably a few cocktails in is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
It's like when Draymond, when they won, the Golden State won that first year, and he went out there and embarrassed himself.
See, but here's what I was trying to give an excuse and say, it's his first championship, but it's not. He won with the Rams. He won with the Avalanche last year. He knows what to do.
Right, but this was the Nuggets' first one, where the Avalanche have won titles before, so but this was huge for them.
I'm talking her ear.
Speaking of the Nuggets making history, not only their first title in 47 years, do you realize that they are the first Western Conference team to win a championship not from the state of California or Texas in 45 years? Can you name the last team to do it?
I already know the answer, so I'm not going to
recuse yourself. We'll leave it to Kenny and Rico. And who are we kidding? It's really Rico.
Would it be Portland?
Close. 1978 Seattle Supersonics.
I was thinking Portland or Seattle.
But for 45 years, if you were going to come out of the West and win the title, you were from the state of California or Texas.
If you would have given me a second, I would have nailed that. Just
right.
saying.
I would have said Dennis Johnson, and you would have been like, I love DJ.
Kenny's got that Lenny Wilkens jersey.
Can we do a Rockets wellness check? How is your offseason plan? We're going after James Harden. After, in the words of Stoney, he effed you, showed up 400 pounds, and demanded a trade. But if you don't get James Harden, your ownership thinks this is the solution. We'll go after Kyrie Irving. 2 forms of cancer. Both will kill you.
Thought you were going to say Ben Simmons, but okay, Kyrie, just as bad.
Well, at least these are both a live body. What are the Rockets doing?
Star power. They want to sell people that we have a superstar here in town to go with Jalen Green.
Okay. Go ahead, David.
It's funny you say that, Mike. We almost didn't have the Heat in the finals. You know why? Shannon's report. They tried to trade for Kyrie at the deadline. So we almost didn't even have the Miami Heat in the finals.
And you know what? Jimmy Butler would have murdered him with his bare hands. But let me do this. Agree or disagree. Jimmy Butler, despite thinking he is him, is in fact not him. Jimmy Butler is a Robin, not a Batman. Agree or disagree? He's a number 2.
I agree, but I also think that maybe if he didn't have the, what do you call gym class heroes as his supporting cast,
okay,
he may be better. But right now, it's him and a bunch of G League players.
Well, then why was he passing the ball so much yesterday? Pass.
Rico,
don't shoot.
For 45 minutes, the man was 2 for 12. And oh, by the way, show me the last time that Jordan, Bird, Magic, LeBron, KD, etc., didn't have an out-of-bounds play drawn for them with 4 minutes left in an NBA Finals game, and it went to, checks notes, Simpsons news anchor, Max Strus.
Yeah, I think
you are not him.
Yeah, the last time I saw that's when Pippen refused to come into the game because he wanted to play drawn up for him, and it went to Tony Kukoc.
And go ahead.
No, I was going to say, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I would rather him, if he says he's him, than go 2 for 34.
That's right.
Say, you're the dog, and if I miss, I miss.
You can't. And in a game where it was a race to 90, you cannot continue to watch, name a gym class hero, taking shots.
Yeah, either that or maybe his back was just tired from carrying the whole team.
Wah. Now, I leave you with this. Next year's title odds are out. Nuggets plus 475, Celtics plus 550, Bucks plus 700, Suns plus 800, Warriors plus 1,000, and there's 3 or 4 teams at plus 1,200, including the Heat, Sixers, Lakers. Any of that move you?
The value pick for me would be the Warriors. You got to hope that maybe a year after the punch when Draymond knocked out Jordan Poole, everything works out or they get
Bob
rid of
Myers
one of
left.
them.
Just
That
throwing
is
it out
true. No, that's
They
that's
also have
true.
Chernobyl on their team.
This may be the Celtics, Mike.
Okay, all right, we're done here.
No. Here's why you get Chris Paul, and I think that you'll be the favorite because that's what's missing for the team, and Paul's available.
Be nice.
And it's been a different champion now for the last 5 years, so you could take the Nuggets right off that list.
Okay, I mean, and I'm also rooting for a Tatum heart transplant.
I mean, the only thing that I can just say for sure is if you're for the Nuggets head coach, you better put your resume out there because you'll probably be fired in the next 18 months.
Okay, then. Uplifting note. And that
they've all been fired.
That is our wraparound. All right, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor, and they do it right. Delicious pizza, fresh dough made in-house, 100% real mozzarella cheese, 8 different flavors of famous flavored crust. But that's not the headline today. You know who is? Kenny Cott, Rico. I talked with the higher-ups at Hungry Howie's today.
He's got his own pizza?
Oh, that's going to happen. But also, multiple franchisees calling in terrified and making sure they are delivering on 73 pepperonis on the 73 Classic.
Because of Kenny's pettiness.
I was told factually Kenny Cott has got everyone on notice.
Quality control officer Kenny Cott.
73 pepperonis, $9.99. They got more special menu items coming.
Only 72? Add another one.
You're fired. $9.99. The mix and match, $6.99. Try the 73 Classic now for a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, David, a couple ticket texts go on the board. Bad job by me yesterday. Just never was going to be a winner. I thought the game would be a little faster paced. I thought Denver would have a way better night shooting. I mean, opened up 1 for 19 from deep. I was dead in the water on the over. David, what do you got on the ticket text?
Someone says they love the Bally broadcast, but you owe Torque an apology after his big hit, Jim, at work.
Let's see.
Apology for one game?
2 big hits, though.
700 at bats.
He won the game.
2 big hits. 700 at bats, being a minus
You know what?
1.6 WAR player.
When the
2 big
pressure
hits.
was on, he stepped up to the
Wow.
plate and delivered.
Well, that's just
2-run
great.
homer.
Hey, you know what? With his homer last night, he equaled what Corbin Carroll did Friday night. Except it took Torque.
But he also got the
120 at bats.
game-winning hit in the 10th inning.
Yeah, I don't care. Nice fly ball.
Against the
son.
first-place Braves.
Wow. That's dreamy.
Giving the man his flowers.
No, he doesn't deserve
Do
it.
it for a month.
Okay, well.
I think Jimmy Bucket just carried his team through the Eastern Conference and was just physically unable. Same thing happened in the bubble year. He was nowhere in the finals. Kenny Powers from Detroit.
And maybe it's time for him to check his ego and allow a superstar to come to town instead of brooding about like Clubber Lang and acting a fool. I get tired of it. You don't get to have it both ways.
I hate the NBA with a fiery passion. He said this was the first time I watched the finals since the 02-08 era of the Pistons. I enjoyed it. I'm tired of watching 103s going up a night.
Yeah, I mean, I do get some of that. I do. But this series was pretty atrocious. All right, let's go on the board. I got something for you. We'll give it a shot. All right, so as I said, bad pick yesterday. The over was never happening. Just garbage on my part. Let's see if we can do better. I want to go to baseball. Got a bridge cross. Got one of the most interesting teams, exciting teams in baseball, near 500. Cincinnati Reds started out as plus 110 dogs. They're minus 110 in Kansas City, and they're facing an 0-10 pitcher. Oh, that's right. Jordan Lyles is still in Major League Baseball. How Kansas City can't find someone less manure than Jordan Lyles, I don't know. I'll take the Cincy lineup. I'll take the minus 110, and I'll take him to beat a team that's 30 games under 500 with a guy who hasn't won since World War II. Give me the Reds. Rico?
Mike, I'm going to go down to Comerica Park. Guy who's been doing – it's kind of like, remember when I did the Aaron Judge home runs, and he just kept hitting them? I'm going to go Ronald Acuna Jr. to hit a double because he is just a double factory. And I'm saying the Braves are going to come back and tie this series up at plus 375. No, 377.
Okay. Kenny, anything from you? Do you have anything you want to add, or are you just checked out for summer?
No, I'm not checked out at all because we have a Stanley Cup final game number 6 tonight. Or 5 tonight. Yes. Panthers, Golden Knights. I'm taking Panthers plus 164. Playoff Bobrovsky has returned, and they're going to make it a game 6, which I'm looking forward to, which they will win to force a game 7. But one step at a time, plus 164 for the Panthers.
Are you really into this tonight?
I am. I'm full bore. Let's go.
Are you enjoying the TNT coverage?
Less than desirable.
Yeah, I don't know which coverage is worse, TNT on hockey or Fox with horse racing.
Especially
It's
now that
really
the
a push.
NBA is done. Like, move it over to ABC. Move it over to ESPN.
Move it
Do
anywhere.
something. Yeah, exactly.
All right, David, talk to me.
All right, so I'm going to go through this. I think Vegas wins tonight. I have a couple goal scorers that I want to
Whoa, what
run
do we got
past.
Costa producing
I
here?
want to run past Kenny here. The first one at plus 155 is Jonathan Marchessault.
That's not how it's said, but we'll go with it.
All right. And then the longer shot would be Michael Amadio.
Wow. This is a low point, people.
So that's plus 440. What do you think on either?
I have a follow-up, David. What team and or what position does Michael Amadio play?
He plays for Vegas. I believe he is a wing.
He's a center, but it's a forward. I'll give it. That's better than I was expecting.
I can't believe what's taking place, and I'm not endorsing any of that. My goodness. All right. That's on the board. Let's get into a little bit of local here. Monty Williams presser, 4:30. Rico has a take with the Pistons. I've also found out I'm related to Nikola Jokic. It's all just so exciting. We'll talk. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers will look to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Reese Olson to the mound for his first career home start. Atlanta will counter with dominant young righty Spencer Strider. Despite dropping 9 straight games before last night's walk-off, the Tigers are still just 5 games behind first-place Minnesota. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Meantime, Tigers president of baseball operations Scott Harris addressed the Detroit Athletic Club earlier today. He admitted that the Tigers are in what he calls a rough patch, but did point to the improvements the team has made so far this season. That includes the pitching staff improving from 20th in the league in walks last year to 4th so far this year. Harris also praised the hitters from going 29th in walks last year to 8th right now. He says both those stats are proof that the roster is, Mike, buying into the organizational philosophy of controlling that strike zone.
Keep hitting by a second for me.
The Pistons also set to formally introduce new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon at the team's practice facility in Midtown. Williams will be joined at the podium by owner Tom Gorse and general manager Troy Weaver. You can hear that press conference right here live on 97.1 at 4:30. Williams getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons. It's the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock, about an hour from now, Monty Williams will be introduced as the Pistons' next head coach. And what we're going to do is, unless there is some groundswell, I'm not interested in hearing from any of the underlings and any of the band of renown. When Monty takes the podium, we'll go to Monty. That work for everybody?
That works. Before we get started, the Tigers lineup for today is out. Mike, would you like to hear?
Not really, because you're only going to do this to anger me. So
no, because I just want to.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Javi ran into a ball last night, happened to find himself on second base, even though he committed 2 blunders. Go ahead. Let me hear
batting
where he's
first is Zach McKinstry.
Mm-hmm.
Second, Spencer Torkelson. Third, Kerry Carpenter. In the cleanup spot, Javier Baez.
Super. All right. I'm not taking a bait. Not doing it. They won a game last night. I'm not going to be mean.
Well, I wasn't here yesterday. I mean, because he was 4th, so I didn't know if you were happy.
He shouldn't be hitting higher than 6th.
Okay.
Period. I can't bench him. I'm not going to embarrass the guy by batting him 9th or 8th or 7th, but he should be batting 6th.
Yeah, Miggy's batting 7th, by the way.
Now that's embarrassing. All right, good. I'm glad we all got this off our chest. You have something you want to talk about that you are taking out of the finals last night, and it has to do with our local team. So go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Your floor is yours.
Because when you look at the Nuggets, Mike, and you start asking yourself, well, what can the Pistons do to finally celebrate? Because you're seeing every year there's a different team. There's only 3 ways to fix the Pistons, as I see this. Now, they're going to be introducing a new coach tonight, well, in about an hour and a half. But there's 3 things. Either you go the homegrown talent way where you draft players, and with Monty coming here, maybe he could take over and talk with Troy Weaver, and they could bring in pieces. The only problem with the homegrown, it takes time. You saw what happened with the Nuggets. They were able to draft some superstars. You got 2 guys here that we don't know in Cade and Jaden. If that's the case, man, they're still about 3-4 years away. I don't know if Detroiters want to wait that long. The second way, you got to be willing to part with Cade. If you want to make an instant impact splash, if you're trying to make that trade, if I'm any other team, anything not starting with Cade Cunningham, I'm not listening to you. I don't want to know. I don't want to talk about it because everybody else on your roster, sorry, hard pass. That's a nothing burger. So if you want the instant impact, you got to be willing to part with Cade. I know David would probably say yes. The third way, you got to take on a damaged player and hope that he can rehabilitate himself here in the city. It's riskier. You could, for every time you bring in a Chauncey Billups, you're bringing in an Allen Iverson that just kind of crashed and burned. But there's guys out there that you could bring in. Now, you've heard me talk about Bridges. You could probably get him on a 2-year, $50 million deal.
God, I wish you would stop
What's that?
with the Bridges stuff.
Mike, he was about to be a max player.
You got to stop. They're not doing it with what's happened in the organization. They're not doing it.
Understand? It's about winning. You
Okay.
got to
All right.
at least, as you would like to say, you got to at least kick the tires and see what's going on. You got to go with a damaged player. I mean, maybe you place a call to New Orleans or see what happens with Ja. Maybe Memphis is just like, you know what? Maybe this is our great time for us to hit the reset button and see what Detroit wants, if they want that. But at this pace, you have to do something. And I see just 3 different avenues. Homegrown means you got a lot of patience. It means the Pistons fans got to be willing to endure a lot more bad seasons. And I don't think the crowd is ready for that.
But there isn't a crowd. That's the whole point. That's when
There's a
they paid.
crowd.
Is there?
There is.
Who's number 4 in this town ratings draw wise?
It's them because they're just.
And it's not close.
But it's bad.
Right.
Because
But my point is, when you pay Monty the money you paid him, Rico, they don't have the assets to turn it around quick. I wish they did. Hey, if we were sitting here doing radio and they had San Antonio's draft capital, Oklahoma City's draft capital, Utah's draft capital, we don't.
They got money under the cap, though, with all the dead bodies falling off.
So that's the problem. Look, I think here's where I think we can have a conversation with our people. I think the money they gave Monty is indicative. It is them saying, we know we are so far away and we know you don't want this job. We will bribe you. And we are going to have to be patient because we can't turn this thing around quick.
So option 1, homegrown draft.
I think
Let's
so.
just hope to get our own players
Like right
here.
here, right now, if I asked you dinner bet, not that we're going to do this, do you think they're using the pick at 5? I do.
Yeah, I do.
Don't want them to. I'm saying, what do you think will happen?
I don't think anybody wants that pick. So yeah.
if I can't use the number 5 pick, along with Bogdanovich, to then use, again, their cap, it depends on who they retain, what options they pick up, somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Okay? Great. Now, who the hell would come here? And for what price? The free agent market isn't any good. And if we're going to make a trade, well, Rico just got done saying what I happen to believe is the truth as well. The number 5 pick is staying here. So then what assets am I trading?
You got 1. You got Cade Cunningham. And if he's not a part of the trade talks, it's.
Yeah, my guess would, well, Jaden Ivey would move the needle too, but my guess is Monty Williams was brought in because of his background with guards. Because this backcourt, if we view it as what is the best case? The best case for this backcourt is it becomes something extremely dynamic. Almost like what the Hawks were thinking they were doing when they traded their future to pair up DeJounte Murray with Numbnuts.
Trae
Young, thank you. Like, that was supposed to be something incredibly dynamic. Rico, people am I nuts for thinking that they had to pay Monty this way, not only because he didn't want the gig, but because they couldn't sell him on a fast turnaround.
And also, I think it's to let him know that we're serious. You're not going to get fired in a year or 2 when this team is bad because we'll have to pay you this money. But yeah, it is. Here's what I don't want, but it's probably going to happen. I don't want Monty to be the biggest free agent acquisition that this team did in the offseason by going out and spending for this coach. I would like to know that they could bring in somebody, but the problem is probably going to be damaged goods. It's going to be somebody that most Detroiters are going to be like, really? That's the best we can do? Yeah, that is the best we can do.
And understand, when Rico says that, you're not hearing me argue about the trade options. I argue about the Bridges thing because I don't think it's realistic. That's fine. We have a different opinion. The point I'm making is you guys are going to bring up names they could trade for. And my problem is you would be 5th, 6th, 7th in line as far as what you could offer. I'll give you an example. So now the Toronto Raptors, Freddie VanVleet, has gone to free agency. He's opted out. Their next move is probably they have to move one of OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam, right?
Right.
Let's say Siakam hits the open market. You don't have what it takes to get him if anybody else wants him. That's not me being mean. I'm saying realistically, you're not going to give up both Cade and Ivy.
Right.
right? You're not going to trade Duren. The idea would be to put Siakam next to Duren, and now we can spread this thing out a little bit more.
But the problem is, if you go homegrown, I think patience people will run out, Mike, and you become irrelevant.
They are irrelevant.
No, but I'm saying you really do. At least for the Tigers, I know you don't like to hear this, but you'll go down to the game because it's a nice day. It's the middle of winter. You're not going to put on your winter coat, drive through the snow and the salt
What about the
to
district?
go and watch a bit.
It's multi-use. We got eateries and green
go-
spaces. Come on. I don't think you're giving it its due. It's just gorgeous.
You know what? I don't want to hear what you got to say. But at least in the summertime, it's even a bad Tigers team, you can get people to go out to the
All right,
ballpark.
lay out the choices one more time for the people.
Homegrown. It's going to take some time, but it's all done through the draft. And then as they get better, you pick up key free agents. 2, you got to trade to make an instant impact. But that trade means say goodbye to Cade Cunningham because he's your only asset. Or 3, you take a chance on damaged players. You bring them here and hope that they can rehabilitate themselves here in Detroit.
Guys, what pathway you think this team's taking? They're introducing Monty Williams today. Draft's a week out. Brian Windhorst said 4 of the top 10 picks could be on the move and several stars could change addresses. Here's the only addendum I personally would like to make to what Rico just said. I think it's either trade Cade or Ivy. Ivy's an asset.
You think Ivy really is an asset?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to a Celtics fan. If you offered Ivy, Bogdanovich, a couple of first-round picks, yeah, I'd give you Jaylen Brown. I
we
think
can throw Ivy on there. Okay.
I just look at it kind of like, is Ivy what Scoot Henderson is supposed to be?
Fair.
Kind of that wrecking ball point guard. But I'm just making a point, guys.
But one of those two will be in the trade talk.
Would have to be, yes.
If you're telling me beef stew.
Oh, Christ. Oh, my God. Only in this town would that become a thing. So, I mean, David, of the 3 pathways, like, what do you think they sold Monty Williams on? Because I just feel like with the amount of money they paid him, Rico's absolutely spot bang on. He knows I got all the time in the world. There is no audience. There is no fan base. They are as irrelevant as any team has ever been in the history of this town. They are the Dead Wings. They're one step from giving a car away at the Olympia.
I remember those days.
You know what I'm saying, though. So they have dead cat bounced. It's just they're at the bottom of the chili pot. What pathway do you think they sold Monty on? Not what you want. We all want pathway 2 and 3 together. What do you think they sold Monty on?
I think they sold him on 3 damaged goods. And I think it's because that's what Weaver has already started doing. He's already brought in damaged players. Marvin Bagley III. He brought in Wiseman. You know, so I think he already has this idea of, let me try to fit these type of guys around and see what we can get.
Yeah, Weaver does seem like a person on the weekend doing that thrift store shopping. Well, oh, you're throwing this. Oh, this is still good.
There's a subdivision garage sale.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that's what I think he sold
this.
him on. That's not what I want. I want option 2 is what I want.
Look, we
Get
all
rid of
agree.
Cade or Ivy.
Yes. Go get a guy.
Look, we all agree that, you know, it's one thing for us to get on the radio and say it's time to win. Well, no bleep. Also fun. Boobs are fun, okay? Like, they may not want to do what we're talking about based on, look, if they sold Monty, we have what we believe could be a dynamic backcourt and then a rim runner, shot blocker, that pogo stick kind of, you know, Robert Williams, Time Lord kind of guy, right? Remember when Clint Capella was that for a minute with Houston? Like, we believe we have these pieces. We don't want to blow that up. Now, we have a ton of cap space. Could they be a good soldier in a trade where another team has to get rid of cap? Teams that are tax bill liable. I mean, the Celtics are in that land. The Warriors have like a $500 million tax bill. Could they then be one of the only handful of teams who has the capability in a trade to take on salary? Look, there might be a way. I'm with you that if we're sitting here together going, hey, you're team A, I'm team B, you want what I have, I got to get one of your people. Rico, maybe they could just be the landfill. that just takes on the contract.
So they're part of the three-way trade where
Maybe.
they're offering money, cap space relief.
Or they're the ones who attach themselves like a barnacle to get all the draft capital. But I'm just saying, as Monty gets introduced in over an hour, I do wonder if we'll be able to glean any clues about the direction of the franchise. Not in an outright forward manner. He's not going to go up there with a first sale sign. But they offered him so much money, which I've never begrudged. Like, I always laugh because the national media has made fun of it. And then if you talk to any of these losers in the NBA elite, these nerds, okay, then you'd make fun of the Pistons if they get Monty Williams, and then you would make fun of them when no one else would take their job. That's a nice setup you got there.
You can't win in that situation.
So my point is, I'm not going to make fun of him for spending the money. So here's my question.
No, as a matter of fact, I'm actually proud that they went back after he said no and said, okay, well, wait a minute. What if we gave you this?
Right.
Okay, you know what? I'm in.
And we'll throw in the steak knives. So my question to you, the people, what do you think Monty's contract really means timeline-wise? And then what do you think a week from today, a week from tomorrow, a week from Thursday is the discourse? Do you think they're using the pick? Do you think they'll be one of Brian Windhorst's trade teams? You know, what are we in for this summer? Because I think the one thing we've all agreed on this show, we couldn't have the coach be the biggest signing. Just like Steve Yzerman. We can't sit there and have their summer be stagnant.
Right.
So I would like to know. Now, if you don't like that, I don't know, there's this. 248-539-9797. You choose your own story, people. David Femininio, we've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. It's that simple. You're getting elite communication. You're getting the best legal team in the game. And when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. You're injured or know someone who is, get David, getpaid.com. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. All right, David, on the ticket text, about an hour from now, Monty Williams will be introduced. So we're just asking a couple of questions. What direction did this guy get sold on? I know the money's wise here. Who are we kidding? And I'm not mad at him, and I'm sure as hell not mad at the team. But reality is, what we want and what they might be thinking are two different things. And Troy Weaver, the guy literally is in a bunker all year long. So does he feel any pressure? Who knows? Will they be active? Will they not? Does this pick have any value? I know what I want him to do, but I feel like the money they paid Monty is suggestive of what Rico was talking about, that they may just go, look, we have time because there are no outs.
Yeah, because when you look at the past NBA champions, only the bubble Lakers, everybody else did it with homegrown talent, that it took a long time to get there. The problem for Pistons fans, are you willing to put in another 3 to 4 years before you hit that year 6, year 7?
No one's aware they exist, Rico. David Ticketex.
I would give up Ivy for anything that can shoot 40+% from three. Can't give up Cade, though. Ivy stinks.
Yeah, but hold on. Has Cade shown you a great outside shot?
Nope, that's why I trade him.
I love Cade, but let's be clear. You can't bag Ivy for something Cade hasn't shown you.
Julius Randle is the type I think fits that third option for what Rico's talking about. The second option, I don't see why I can't start with Jaden, Nick.
I think with the Julius Randle stuff, one thing you'd have to do for the Knicks if you did this, you would have to take on the dead body of Evan Fournier. They owe him about $20 million. You see, this is where you end up that even if you got something good, you'd have to take on something very, very bad.
To balance, yeah.
So I'm just warning you.
To that point, someone sends in Rico saying the Pistons need to bring in damaged players to rehabilitate. Makes me want to stick my hand in a blender. Do you want another Blake Griffin or D Rose situation? Same old Pistons.
Yeah, but you know what?
But
No.
it's the only way you're going to. Here's the thing, because then you could keep Jaden, you could keep Cade,
Right.
and you have damaged goods. And I'm not saying sign them for that Javi Baez type of contract where they're here for the next 6 years. Put them on a 2-year deal. If it doesn't work out, you part ways with them.
Guys, teams around the league bring in damaged goods. The difference is the good ones, it works out. I mean, was Jimmy Butler where he is today when the Heat brought him in? No. He was off the Minnesota nonsense. Then it didn't work in Philly. Philly willfully chose Tobias Harris over him, okay? Then the Heat brought in a collection of damaged products. Players no one wanted. Was Kyle Lowry some hot-to-trot player? No. How about Max Strus? How about Martin? How about Duncan? How about all the guys? The idea is the guys you bring in, another man's trash is your treasure.
Right.
Like it has to work at some point. It hasn't worked for Troy Weaver.
Now, he's brought in a lot of
Trash.
Yeah. Well, you're hoping that Wiseman can turn into that. I mean, as of now, you're not getting the return that you want, but you can't be as arrogant to think we can't just go after damaged goods because we're better than that.
No.
Newsflash, you're not.
And you have to hope that Monty Williams can begin part of this healing process where you have a functioning organization. Go to Marlon, 97.1. Hi, Marlon.
Hey, fellas, how's it going? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. What's on your mind here with this Monty Williams deal?
I've been waiting to talk about the Monty Williams thing with you guys for a while, and I finally got a chance, so I hope you give me a little time here.
Sure.
Appreciate it. So I love that they hired him, Mike. I called you a couple weeks ago before they did, and I was telling you how this is the guy they got to get. They missed the first overall pick, so they had to overpay for him. So I think it was a brilliant hire. I love it. So now we got the coach, and I was giving you a couple scenarios, and you said you clearly watched the NBA because I brought you a Herbert Jones situation trade, but I kind of revamped it because you do watch the NBA like I do. So we missed the first pick, knew we weren't going to get it. I was hoping for the second pick because I love Rico's idea if we would have got Scoot Henderson, kind of go with the 3-guard offense, and that didn't happen. But I think it would have worked because, Mike, you remember the Phoenix Suns in '98 when they had Danny Ainge and they went like 0 for 20 to start the year. Then he went with the 4-guard offense, and they ended up winning a bunch of games, making the playoffs. Should have been coach of the year. They were just outscoring everybody. This day and age NBA, it could have worked, but now we missed out on that. So I got a scenario for you. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure.
I hope David's listening because he's a Piston fan like I am. So I think they can make it work relatively easily, quickly by making a few moves. So first one, and if you want to rip on it, just let me finish and rip on it after, or give me praise after. Just let me give you a couple quick things. So I would like them to go after Jeremy Grant at power forward, bring him back on a 3-year deal. He's a good player. He played great with us. I think if you call Brooklyn and offer a sign and trade for Cam Johnson, I don't think they're going to pay him that much because they still have other free agents coming up. So I'd offer him 4 years, 110. They're going to have a ton of cap space with all the dead bodies coming off the books. And you can even offer a sign and trade where you can offer Boyan, Stewart, and a couple second-round picks. That way they don't lose them outright. They still get Boyan, a good player, a couple draft picks. So now you got your wing. You'd have Ivy and Cunningham in the backcourt with Dern in the middle. You can even keep the 5th pick, get one of the Thompson guys, come off the bench, kind of like a Sharp for Portland last year. People weren't high on him, but he came out and scored. So you can have him off the bench. You keep Killian Hayes just one more year because if Monty Williams can't get nothing out of him, then he's gone. So I think with the East is going to be weaker, Mike. I know you keep saying that. What is that going to make us, a 6 seed, a 7 seed? The East is weak. Boston's got to get a point guard. We don't know what's going to happen with Harden and Philly.
I'll give you the move
Toronto
I like.
could blow things up.
Let me give you the one I like. Right, I don't want to
I
talk
just think
about
the East is weak.
all right, I disagree there, but let's focus on the moves. I'm not knocking any of these things because I have a good understanding of where their place is in the buffet line. Now, you brought up Cam Johnson. I have no issue. During the year, Brooklyn, the Suns tried to sign him for $85. He said no, and it's part of the reason he's not there anymore. So you have to look at Cam Johnson on the open market. I think you're right. 4 at 110. It's going to cost you a hell of a lot considering the average NBA starter, is going to make about 22 a year. I don't mind it. Here's the one thing I can't figure out. Is Cam Johnson willing? Remember, agents play more of a role. Agencies play more of a role than ever. And just because a guy doesn't have a no-trade clause.
I think he's willing, Mike, not to cut you off. I apologize. But I think he's willing because he had really good career under Monty Williams, and that could bring him back. He could be one of the, he could be one of the stars.
Does he love
in Detroit
Monty
with a young backcourt
more than he hates the idea of living in Detroit? That's really what it comes down to.
Well, 4 and 110, even if you have to bump it up a little bit, I think he takes it. And if, like I said, if they work out a sign and trade, they have some players.
Hey, if
they
you're
can throw in
starting
there.
5 somehow next year, Marlon, I don't have an issue with it. If it was if it was Ivy, Cade, Bogey, Cam Johnson, Jalen Duren, that's your starting 5. No, you're not going anywhere with it. But it gives you a respectable baseline where the pieces would begin to fit a little bit. The Pistons have been missing a legitimate power forward specific to one who could stretch the floor for eons. Now, you brought up Jeremy Grant, Rico. I'm sorry. I've had enough. Yeah. Only in this town with Jeremy Grant. People want to put a statue up at Jeremy Grant. I don't want him. Yeah. But the Cam Johnson thing, I'm not mad about it. It was, who was the other guy that, was it Wood, that ended up going to Christian Wood? Yeah. And Piston fans like, I can't believe we lost him. Like, yeah. I mean, I liked him. The problem is he couldn't guard a dead body. He wanted no part of defense. He still doesn't. No. But, so you're saying you got to pay the Detroit tax to get Cam here as well? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I like Cam Johnson, but I get worried when you're the team that's got to pay him $110 million. And by the way, Cam.
But see, I think that here's the thing, 2 things. Monty's going to be here as your coach, and he's going to have a bigger role with this team.
All right, Cam Johnson, restricted free agent. That's what we got to do. Rico has said it. It's going to happen. Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull and gray, cracks and stains, or worse? Do you have an old epoxy or paint job? In one day, you can transform your garage with the gold standard, a new Comer & Cross premium garage floor. They make it easy. They do everything. And it's a one-day deal. They'll move all your stuff out. They'll get in, hammer that job out, and then come back the next day, put everything back. It's Comer & Cross garage floor coating is the gold standard, 4 times stronger than epoxy. Guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow, and no tire tracks. One day, you're going to love your new garage floor. Call Comer & Cross right now. Your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or go to ComerandCrossGarage.com.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Tigers back in action, looking to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park. Reese Olson will go to the mound for his first career home start for Detroit. Spencer Strider on the mound for Atlanta. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Detroit was a big fan of this year's Grand Prix back on the streets of downtown. IndyCar says 150,000 fans came downtown during race weekend, and that does not include the areas where thousands of fans were able to watch for free. When the Grand Prix was on Belle Isle, it drew an average of only 95,000 fans. This year's Grand Prix also did well on TV. Viewership on NBC was up 179% compared to last year. And the Nuggets hoisted the Larry O'Brien Trophy last night, and they're the favorites to do it again next year. FanDuel has their championship odds at plus 460. They're followed by the Bucks, Celtics, and Suns. Detroit tied for the longest odds at plus 50,000. They shared them with the Hornets, Magic, and Pacers. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, couple ticket texts. We'll knock out the rest of the calls. I want to get a little football in the mix. And then, yes, an hour from now, we'll hear from Monty Williams, see what he's got to say at his introductory press conference as the highest paid coach in the history of planet Earth. David, what do you got?
Worst thing in the NBA is chasing mediocrity. Mail this draft pick and give Monty time. There is talent available. Weaver is dispensable. I don't want to take flyers on players to become mediocre.
I don't think you can do one thing. That's your problem. I don't think you can just sit there and draft your way. I don't think you can fake it and just sign all free agents unless you're a Miami or an LA.
No.
You have to do a little bit of everything. Yeah. But the idea of, just nail this pick at 5, really? No one likes this draft. It's Wembanyama and recyclables. So great. Nail this draft. Okay. Sounds awesome. Who are we taking exactly? Genius? Who's the guy at 5 that's just this can't-miss dude that just fits perfect? Look, I understand. Paul Pierce went 8th, 10th overall, whatever, or Giannis 15th. It can happen. Jokic last night, 41st. But you make it sound like Troy's going to go up there with a dart. Like, no. I don't think he planned on Killian Hayes stinking. It's not that easy when you don't have the number 1 or 2 pick to get this done.
It's not, but it's going to require some patience because you also just can't throw it all away and say, well, this person's just going to be a flat-out bust, because that's when you see KCP and all these other players helping other teams win. They're not the stars, but they were key pieces that you just got rid of after a few years because Detroiters weren't patient enough.
Yeah, except no substitutes. Jokic is a superstar. Jamal Murray is a star. All right, well, let's start there. Do we have that in place? Nope. Then nothing else matters. The Nuggets aren't the Nuggets if Nikola Jokic doesn't become the most dominant big in the game.
Right, but it's one of those, these guys are so young into their tenure, both really only played 1 year.
Right. That's where I said to you, the best version of that backcourt, that could lead you from the darkness. It could. The problem is we don't even know if they can play together yet. So it's like, I'm holding my breath. Let me go to Juan, 97.1. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Talk to me.
All right. I really think the Pistons sold Monty, of course, the contract, but I really think they sold him on cap space. And to me, you approach Jaylen Brown, which we don't know what he's going to do, but you approach Jaylen Brown the same way you approach Monty Williams. You give him that mega deal, and you let him know, which he's probably going to know anyway, you're going to be the star of the team. I don't think Jaylen Brown's going to settle for being second to Tatum for another 4 or whatever amount of years. So I think Jaylen Brown won his own team, and I think he'll fit good with
All right, but if Jaylen Brown wants to run his own team, why the hell would he choose Detroit to do it in? Just help me understand your theory.
Same way as Monty Williams chose him, dollars, which
hold on, no, the Celtics, hold on, he has to give up money to leave Boston. See, you're leaving that out.
That's a hard one.
He's got to. So, I mean, Juan, I understand where your head is at. Now, all I would tell you is this. Would Jaylen Brown immediately be your best player? Of course he would. But as a caution, as to someone who watches Jaylen Brown all the time, he's what I call a February all-star. A lot of empty calories to that man's game. And when we've needed him most, he decides to put toasters on his hands. So, Juan, I'd be very careful about this. Well, he wants to run his own team. Yeah, so did Kyrie. How did that go? Not everybody's meant to be that dude. You know who else isn't that dude? Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, he doesn't want to do this anymore. Well, you know what? You may not get a choice. Because Jaylen Brown had the ultimate dress rehearsal in a Game 7 at home and no-showed, had 8 turnovers in the game.
Yeah, James Harden, not that dude.
Definitely. Decidedly not. David, go ahead, and then we need some football in our lives. Go ahead.
Cavs fan here. We got Jarrett Allen in the Harden deal as a throw-in because we had the cap space. Maybe the Pistons could get involved in a superstar deal and be the third team.
That's what
Phoenix.
We talked about that just a few minutes ago. You don't have to be the team doing direct business. You can just be the shipping company. You can get some picks.
Good way of putting it.
Spin those picks into something else, or maybe you get a player. Look,
DoorDash, NBA style.
there it is. Troy, but it's time for Troy Weaver to do something. And it has to work, by the way.
Yeah, because all this draft night magic, I'm just not seeing anything yet.
No. And again, all the reclamation projects have been failures. They really have. That's the other thing they're going to have to do. If I'm Monty Williams and I walk in, I go, why do I have 17 centers? The hell am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah. And why is Bagley? Why did we resign him again?
By the way, it's your second highest paid player.
In the words of this show, mistakes were made.
Monty walking in and greeting Marvin Bagley. That's my second highest paid player? 248-539-9797.
Re-signed him. Wow. Okay.
Wishing he had DeAndre Ayton at that point.
Let's get some football, shall we? We haven't done any football today. Let's do it next. 97.1. All right, a little football for the first time today. Bit of a weird show where we haven't done much. David, line it up. Let's get some terrible music and let's do this thing.
So have either of you been paying attention to what's going on in Buffalo?
In what regard?
Steph
Like the
Diggs
stadium?
today.
No, Steph Diggs.
Again, he's squawking?
Well, no, he's not. It's a little strange, okay? So Steph Diggs is not at mandatory minicamp. Maybe so. We'll see in a second. The head coach started his press conference today for minicamp and said that he wasn't there, and he was concerned about it, saying very concerned about it. Then the agent came out sometime later and then said, no, Diggs is in Buffalo. Took a physical on Monday, met with McDermott and the GM, and that Diggs will be there for the entirety of the minicamp. And then a strange language has been coming out from different players. And Josh Allen has been saying that we are working on some things internally, working through some non-football related things as Diggs is absent from minicamp. It's just some strange things.
Yeah, because and then I read, David, he's actually in the building.
He was.
Like working out, lifting weight. He just is not participating in
Like
the
10
minicamp.
minutes before minicamp started, apparently we're saying he left.
And to add even more, to make this even more wacky, he just agreed upon an extension last season.
He did.
4 years, $104 million, including $70 million guaranteed.
So basically what you're telling me is he's in Buffalo. He went to camp, but then he left. Now the coach is very concerned.
Yes.
We still haven't sorted out whether he hates Josh Allen's guts or not after the playoff game.
Well, that's the quote from him saying we're working through some non-football related things.
Oh, well.
So what are we doing here?
Well, no, then I'm not able to comment on this because if the dude's got something going on in his life and I'm not privy to it, I'm not going to be a jackass.
But his agent didn't say that. So
what
it's
do
just
you want from it?
strange,
You know
man.
what? Wide receivers is strange.
And I was about to say, I wonder if this is the equivalent of deleting the Buffalo Bills from his social media because he's mad at them. Because he's working out in the building. He's just not going to camp.
Talking to the coach, talking to the GM yesterday.
Right. Like, so if it's something going on in your life, you're at home. You're not just kind of a part-time football player.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you. I really don't.
So
I'm sorry. I wish I had more to offer you, but that's as bizarre a way for you to start a football today as you've ever dreamt up.
Yeah, it is very strange. So let me ask you this. Since minicamp is going on, we have a number of players not showing up, including Chris Jones. He is skipping team minicamp for the Chiefs. Of course, he wants a contract extension. And then we have another player in the linebacker for the Buccaneers, Devin White, who requested a trade, has reported to mandatory minicamp. Now, what is the best strategy for players when you're seeking
The best strategy is stop signing deals that are team friendly.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, get a deal that gets you guaranteed money, and then show up to work and shut up. Because what happens is these players sign deals, they're not happy 2 years down the line, and then they pout, and I don't want to hear it. You're Devin White, you're going to make a trade request. It's the team's ability to say, nope, because Devin White, you played the worst football of your career last year, factually. So you know what you need to do? Shut up and go to work. The moral of the story is either play better or sign a better deal.
And I
'Cause
guess
I don't want to hear about
the
it.
best strategy is you don't want to get hurt because now you have no value. So maybe what Steph Diggs is what you got to do. You work out in a building, but I'm not going out on that field to get myself injured until we resolve whatever problem. And maybe White just does that. I'm here, but I'm not here. Don't ask me to do anything.
Yeah, a player that's kind of doing that right now. We go from the Devin White having the worst year to Brian Burns having his greatest year of his career. He had 12 and a half sacks. And he admitted today to the media, he says he wants to be the highest paid at his position, but didn't elaborate past that. Of course, he wants his extension. Is he due to be the highest paid at his position?
Yeah, it's not whether he's due or look, if you're really good and you're about to sign that second deal, you're going to reestablish the market. If you're a pass rusher, you're an edge. What choice do the Panthers have? Let a guy who's 25 years old and he's one of the 10 best pass rushers in the sport walk away? or you want to get into a franchise game and upend your cap, no, you're going to pay the kid. So buckle up. It's going to be 5 at 100.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the highest paid player until, Dallas goes into negotiations.
With Micah Parsons. Yep.
And then Mike is going to be that. But for now,
it's relative.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when Stafford was the highest paid QB, and you take the photos and all of that, but knowing I'm not going to stay there.
So speaking of great defensive players, edge rushers, J.J. Watt, Houston Texans announced that they will induct the defensive end into the team's Ring of Honor Week 4, October 1st. They will be playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. This will be at halftime. So, of course, perfect matchup. His brother, family, they can all be there. He will be just the third person. Of course, they're only been in existence 21 years, but just the third player, or the second player, because the owner is the third person in their Ring of Honor.
Sakes. Wait, that's it? Like Andre Johnson's not in there?
Andre Johnson is the other player.
Oh, okay.
J.J. Watt will be the second
It's
player.
owner, Andre Johnson, and now J.J. Watt.
Correct.
And again, Watt, first ballot Hall of Famer.
114.5 career sacks.
And I think people forget how good prime J.J. Watt was. Just because I think he's a phony baloney doesn't mean he was any less of a football player. J.J. Watt in his prime was as big or a bigger game wrecker than Aaron Donald. Different position. But, I mean, come on, man. That's first ballot Hall of Fame. He's got every right to go in the Ring of Honor.
And then we can close it out on this here because Reggie Bush looks to be out at Fox. According to the New York Post, they will be moving on from him. Contract dispute is happening with the network, and he will be replaced by former Saints running back Mark Ingram II. He's going to get a shot at the gig doing college football.
I think the lesson in all of this is you either wash Michigan's balls or they replace you at Fox.
Because I would think that they would keep those guys
Argue
there.
it. Well, Reggie didn't say all nice things about U of M.
Oh, you're right.
On that broadcast, who was the only one who would knock U of M?
You're right.
Up, sit. So Mark Ingram's going to come on the air. I'm originally from Flint. I hated MSU.
Oh, yeah, he's
That's
gonna
why I
love
didn't
it.
go there.
Yeah.
I'm just like, come on.
No. You know what? I didn't see it that way, but yeah, you're right. He was the only one that would be like, well, the guys, I don't really understand all this hype you're giving
Well,
them.
because the full report says that they were looking to get rid of him last year, came to an agreement for one more year. They were trying to replace him with Desmond Howard, get him from ESPN. So
you know what?
that
Why
goes
not?
to Mike's theory of
honestly,
loving Michigan.
Why not?
No,
Because
just-
it was the Michigan Road Show. They literally followed them for 7 weeks.
Just go North Korea mode at this point. Honestly, if you step out of line, they'll kill you with artillery. I mean, live on the broadcast.
Yeah, because
Line up right there.
Desmond,
What did you just say? You think Penn State's giving them a game? Dead artillery.
Desmond, Charles Wood. Yeah, why not? Just, do it big.
But and again, I was only half joking. I meant some of what I said about Reggie Bush, and then David drops that bomb. Just understand what you're watching. And
That
again,
is-
Reggie probably wanted more money than he's worth.
Of course he did.
Goodbye.
Yeah. So that's what we'll have Mark Ingram this year.
Now, David, let me ask you a question, though.
Sure.
Realistically, as a big Michigan fan, you tune into Fox, big noon kickoff. Does it ever bother you? You get 0% realism or thought?
Are you talking about from the pregame show? Because I don't watch the pregame show.
Well, then that was a terrible question.
Yeah, right at noon is when I'm ready to watch.
I'm just saying, like, when I turn on my team's coverage, I don't want North Korea media. I'm okay just having an honest conversation, and I'll still love my team. But, like, it's outer space.
I stopped watching it when Urban left because Urban balanced out the show. He actually brought some things.
Artillery.
Gave you the coach's mindset. And, yeah, the last couple of years, it's just like, guys, seriously, you're not even trying to hide it anymore.
No, it doesn't get better with the broadcast that I'm watching. So play by play,
Right.
And
It's their pregame show, their show, and the postgame show.
yeah. The last part I see is when Woodson goes with the flag. That's the last part I see. Then the game starts.
I still remember
Exciting.
him running down Spartan Stadium with the flag as the state team is running out the tunnel. Like, wow.
Now I watched that pregame. That was really
That
yeah.
is a level of disrespect I've never seen. But you know what? You can get away with it when you're Fox and you're writing the checks.
Well, that is
Wow.
in football today.
I have nothing to add.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walk-in anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Tigers will look to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Reese Olson to the mound for his first career home start. Atlanta will go with dominant young righty Spencer Strider. Despite dropping 9 straight games just before last night's walk-off, the Tigers still just 5 games behind the first-place Twins. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The Pistons are set to formally introduce new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon at the team's practice facility in Midtown. Williams will be joined at the podium by owner Tom Gorse and general manager Troy Weaver. You can hear that press conference live right here on 97.1 coming up in about a half hour at 4:30. Williams is getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons, the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. And the Golden Knights have a chance to lift the Stanley Cup in just their 6 years of franchise tonight. They've got a 3-1 series lead on the Panthers headed into Game 5 tonight in Vegas. The Golden Knights are favored to win tonight and hoist the cup. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, serious question. Hearing that song, I'll leave this to you guys. Hell, I might leave it to the listeners. If Goris takes the microphone, do we want to go live to that? I know I said we're just going to go to Monty. Hold on, David, you're shaking your head, but think about it.
Survey says
yes. I feel like we owe it to ourselves. I don't know. David, we can think about it. We have 25 minutes until the press conference starts. I'm saying if. I don't know that Goris would speak.
We can discuss it off the air.
Okay. Oh! Damn. Jeez.
I did that just for these guys.
Wow.
Bring up Montarius Williams.
Well, think it over. I don't know. Maybe the people on the ticket text could chime in. I wanted to bring this up before. We're gonna bring you Monty Williams press conference 4:30. Look, the guy's getting paid so much damn money. We should hear from him. Let's see what he has to say. And look, by all accounts, guy's a total pro. He's a total gentleman. He's beloved around the league, and players absolutely want to play for him. You don't have to love what the Pistons paid, but I'm not going to do what the national media did, which is just make fun of this team for no reason. Oh, I'll make fun of them because they're terrible, but I ain't going to make fun of them because they tried. Some of these NBA elite, these nerds, oh, look at how much they had to pay just to get him to take it. Okay, and if they didn't, you'd make fun of them for hiring Bob Lee. Stop. They got the best coach available on the market, full stop. Oh, but you paid too much. Okay, that's like bitching and moaning that a company hired a coveted CEO and they had to offer a crazy bonus package to do it.
Well, it's because like a couple days later, the Suns hired their coach for a fraction of what Monty got.
Oh,
so
wow. Yeah. Oh, Frank Vogel. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? Go criticize the Suns for upending their whole future for that has-been Durant.
And then firing their coach because,
how about the fact they're going to have to give away a borderline all-star? Whether he has a real heart or not doesn't matter, but DeAndre Ayton's going to have to be given away. Chris Paul has to be given away. That's all. Sorry. It just irks me. Make fun of the team because they suck. Don't make fun of them for trying. Now, let me do this. I want to know if any of you came away with the same conclusion. I watched the finals last night. I got to tell you, I might be related to Nikola Jokic. Now, we are two totally different people in that he's, 7 feet tall and he's a Brahmer bull and I'm a radio host. But here's my point. Did you see Jokic as the game wound down? Pandemonium everywhere. He's cool as a cucumber. The celebration, the trophy, wants no part of it. I'm all set. I'm good over here. The press conference after the game, I pulled the audio. He was asked about, hey, man, how amped are you for the parade? His first question was, well, when's the parade? Take a listen to this and tell me if I'm not the same as this cat. Take a listen. All a guy wants to do is go home, hang out with his family, puff heaters, hang out with his horses.
Yeah, baby, I won you a title. Please let me go.
Right. And this hostage situation is over.
Right. What else? I did everything. Please let me go home now. We have plane reservations leaving tonight. Nope. Got a parade.
I love it. He turns and goes,
No.
When is parade? She goes, Friday. He's like, oh, no.
No.
I don't think he knew there was supposed to be a parade.
Listen, I love it because he approaches basketball the same way I approach work. I don't need any of the nonsense. You're not going to see me doing a bunch of interviews. I don't do the award stuff. I don't care.
No. But here's the other thing, too, Mike. You win the title. This is supposedly like the highest point of your life and of your career.
Yeah.
His locker room celebration, it doesn't translate to radio, but I'm to describe it. You normally see people with the goggles on and they're pouring champagne all over each other. They're spraying the bottle all across the room. He literally gets the bottle, goes up, shakes it, and we're done.
That's it. I'd do the same thing.
We're done.
I'd be in the hallway having a cigar by myself.
I mean, it would have just
I
been
wouldn't care.
It would have been a sad photo op. Like, could you do it one more time and smile?
I love that he's not doing anything you people want.
I
love
celebrate?
He's celebrating his way. It's not your business.
Whoa, you people. What's wrong with
Right.
celebrating a championship? That wasn't what I was saying.
That is not the way that was.
That was not what I was saying.
That is not.
That's not what I was saying.
Meant people at large. Everyone thinks that people have to fall into this cookie cutter mold. Well, you have to celebrate this way. You have to do it this way. Jokic does none of it. He wanted no part of that staged nonsense afterwards.
That's it. He didn't want part of that. Now, when he was with his brothers,
that's different.
You saw the jubilation. You saw, him with the coach and in the air and celebrating with his family.
Who does that remind you of? It's the same
That's
thing.
true.
Hey, I'm
No,
not,
you're right.
I won't, I can't totally disclose this because,
Nicola Valente.
Because there's, stupid rules. The point is, we got news today. This show is at a point it's never been before. I can't get into specifics. The point is, we're killing everybody. And it's just, we're breaking through the ceiling of what people think is possible locally from a popularity standpoint. I can't go any deeper than that. The point is,
Good thing you added a sidekick.
we had, yeah, exactly, right? Well, you were just a pity hire. Yeah, the show's doing better than it's ever done before in any iteration, any point in time. So here's my point. We get this news. I look at Rico, I go, nice job. All right, you ready to go do it all over again? That's it. I don't need any other crap.
But you expect a little bit, because that's what you see. The tears and the crying and
I
the
loved it.
celebrating
I
and
loved
the
it.
pumping up your fist to the crowd. Parade is coming up. Are you going to be here? No.
I love him.
Mike,
Do I
what-
have to be here? No.
What about the Macaroni Award? Come on.
Oh, I know. Everybody touching their balls over winning an award. For years, that award you're speaking of ignored this station for how long when we deserved to win it. It's about time they gave us one. They owe us about 4 more. The whole point is, who cares? Awards, they're all fugazi. It doesn't matter. Jokic became my favorite player in the league last night. I knew this dude went home and he liked to drink beer, smoke cigarettes, and he would put on 40 pounds, which is wild considering you're the best big in the league. And he likes horse racing. That's my dude.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
Jesse,
I did not realize he wanted as little to do with anything.
He wanted to get home and put his daughter to sleep. That's it.
And that's it. I leave here. I don't know what to do with it. I'm out. I don't do this for anybody. I do it for myself.
He left the MVP trophy on the table.
It's almost like you had to give him etiquette. Okay, when you get this, act happy, parade it around, show it off to the crowd. I don't really feel like doing this, so Can I go home? we
David,
won.
David.
Can I just go home, people? I won you the freaking award.
That's how I feel.
I'm tired. I want to go home and go celebrate with my brothers and my family. Why am I still here? We got to do this celebration. Why?
Right. That's how I feel about this place. I already made you money. F off. Leave me alone. I'm going home. And I'll come back tomorrow and I'll do it all over again for you. But I'm going home. I loved it.
He was in the corner with the bottle of champagne, sprayed it twice, and was like, that's it.
Rico, he's like,
no
great
smile.
I
He's
love
like,
it.
okay, we're taking the picture and done. All right.
I love it.
I'm walking away now. Can I leave now?
He became my favorite. He is my Serbian uncle. That's my guy.
The best things about him were everything that was captured by cell phones when there were no cameras around, which does remind me once again of you.
Right.
You are correct. When you said that, I started doing that whole little Kaiser Sose moment of all the things in life. Like, you're right. When there's no cameras around, you're a pretty fun guy.
That's it.
You enjoy yourself. You celebrate.
But you do it your way,
So
in
you
the
see
comfort
him,
of your people,
right,
your
he
home, whatever
he
it
threw
is.
somebody in the pool, in the team pool. Like,
Right, but it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
I love this dude. You know what we're going to do when this studio gets redone here in a few months? I want to get a Jokic fathead for no reason. No one has to understand why. That's my guy. I loved what he did last night because you know what I can't stand are phonies like Garnett. Anything is possible. Kevin Garnett is one of the great phonies in the history of sports. Kevin Garnett was bad to everybody. Horrible. He'd cuss out a ball boy. Oh, but then he'll go on TV or he'll take a photo op after Flip Saunders dies sitting at his parking spot. Kevin Garnett was a bad guy, but he's a phony. It's the same thing with LeBron. LeBron's a phony. Jokic is who he is. Take your trophy. I don't need this.
He really didn't.
I make $1 zillion. I won a title. I'm happy. I'm going to go hang out with my wife and kids. All right, have a good day.
He did.
I loved it.
At all.
It's the best.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody try to opt out of the parade. But he really was like, he probably looked and say, is it in my contract? Do I have to do this parade?
No.
Yeah. During the
now you sound like me.
I can only imagine what he's going to be like in the parade, where cut to scene Tom Brady drunk throwing the trophy around. I mean, he's going to be sitting there with his chin and his fist like.
No, you know what has to happen now.
What?
He has to be on a horse.
He should ride
He
into
has
the
to
parade.
ride on a horse.
Listen, he can do whatever he wants. He's that good.
Was
But
this
I
Old
just
Town Road?
like the Super Bowl commercial. No, I just got to laugh because I'm going, wow, this dude's got the same personality I do. I loved it. He goes, when's the parade? Oh, Christ.
See, I think, but I also think that's one of the reasons why a lot of fans won't embrace him.
It
And he
doesn't matter.
won't be their guy because he didn't act the right way.
But the key is, it doesn't matter.
I understand, but
None
it's
of
one-
that stuff matters.
Like, yeah, he's going to become that forgotten person the same way Tim Duncan was.
Yeah, but you know what? I view it as Tim Duncan's the greatest power forward in the history of the sport. Now, if you want to say Akeem Olajuwon, power forward, have a conversation, we can. My point is, all of the faux adulation means nothing.
But Mike, he was. But when you forget about him, like today, I was talking with David and Kenny, and I'm like, okay, he reminds me of somebody. And I was like, a former champion, and they were going down all these lists of names. And I'm like, okay, when I tell you, you're going to be like, oh, yeah. And then I'll say Tim Duncan, and David's like, I forgot about him.
I just find Jokic relatable. He seems like a normal dude. Kawhi's an alien. There's a bit of a difference. I'm not trying to be mean.
That's fair.
Kawhi's from outer space.
No, I think that is fair. He is you. Where
just personality-wise, where I'm like, oh, now I like him even more. He wanted no part of the BS. It's the same with me. I don't need none of it.
No.
Are we done here? I'm going home.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again.
Now, when you're hanging out with Rip Wheeler, yeah, now you're
That's
having
different,
fun.
right?
You and Rip? Yeah.
That's it. It's funny. You know I call my brother-in-law that.
Right.
We call
That's
him Rip.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Rip.
When you hanging out with a Rip, you're a different person.
Yeah, because it's like I'm not at work. You know, for Jokic, he's at work. I listen.
Big G throwing out 6 dimes on the floor.
Oh, so good. It was 8. Get it right. 248-539-9797. We'll get Monty Williams' press conference coming up in a little bit. Jokic, new favorite player of this show. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. They are located in the heart of downtown And there's a hell of a lot going on with downtown Vegas, including Circa, which is now the premier resort down there. And if you stay at the D, you're going to get 2 passes to Stadium Swim, which is the biggest outdoor sports book venue globally. If you haven't been there, check it out. It's a hell of a good time. We were out there for the Masters. They got it all. And if people watching's your game, my God, you'll really enjoy it. Good Lord. D.com to book your stay today. It's the D.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. Hey, quick update for you guys. We just got word from Rieger, who's down at the press conference. This thing is probably closer to 4:45 or 5 o'clock. So we'll do a wraparound. We'll continue doing our thing. I'm not a believer in it. We're not going to sit here and burn segments and, hey, what's your favorite story? I'm not doing it. We'll continue the show. We'll try to get as close to Monty's presser as possible. And look, this thing may not start till 5. What's up?
No, I was going to make a joke. That's okay. I was going to say, is it any particular day today that we can talk about?
In fact, it is, and we added it to the board. Like it just
10
writes,
best ways for forklift safety.
Right, it just writes itself. There's no way that wasn't ending up on the board. It's like when Costa did this. Or Sterling. It's just the way it has to be. Wait, that's not David.
How do you know?
I just looked over and there's a bearded white man there. Where did David go?
David is talking to Jeff Rieger. We're setting up this, this interview here.
I say, David, I really need you to get to Florida and get a little more sun.
Are you comfortable doing ticket text?
I got ticket text right here,
because David, people, in case you were wondering, David has 38 tabs open on his computer at all times. I don't know how David functions. So as
Really?
long as
you don't do that,
hell no.
Oh, yeah.
I currently have two: our
yeah.
show sheet and ESPN.
I got like 17
There's
or
my
8.
two.
I got 17 or 18.
Jesus, what are you, a day trader? Kenny, the ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
Jokic looked completely different and disinterested in winning. He looked like he just came off a midnight shift in the factory after winning the Employee of the Month award.
I loved it.
Let's just go home so I can sleep. That's from Brian.
Right. What about your framed photo? I don't care.
Right. And then when you think about it, I told Mike in the break, guys like Charles Barkley, who worked his entire career and never got to touch the trophy and the parade. And he's got to be thinking, you got to be kidding me. I would be jumping. I would do cartwheels. And I don't really care for
But
parade.
see, I don't think it's an issue of him not caring. I think it's just he cares in a different way. The parade doesn't.
Oh, no, I don't
mean
think
it.
he cares for the parade. I think the parade is something where they literally are going to have to say, we need you at least here for 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
40. Can you give us 45 minutes and then you can go?
That's just like
he's
some of the
negotiating-
nonsense this place does.
He's
Here's the
negotiating.
deal.
Right. Like where Draymond, you couldn't
Right.
get him away.
But see, Draymond's a fool.
Right.
There's the difference.
Tom Brady, they had to carry off.
See, but again, Brady, in many ways, being the greatest quarterback in history, he's still a fool.
But this guy, okay, what if I leave here? You got to give us at least 45 minutes. You cannot leave during the parade. You have to get to the podium. You have to say something. After you speak, you can go. Can you give us that?
That's my dude.
Fine.
I love Jokic. Go ahead, Kenny.
Pistons had to pay that Detroit tax. That's how this works. Now trade Jaylen Brown. That's from Sean the Milkman.
Again, Jaylen Brown is signed through next year. Jaylen Brown would have to forfeit, I don't know, something like $65 million less to then what? Go here? All right, well, here's what the Celtics are asking for. You're going to give up Cade Cunningham or Jaden Ivey. You're going to give up Bogdanovich. You're going to give up a multitude of first-round picks that you can't afford to give up. I mean, guys, if you get him, great. I'm just going to tell you there's a warning label with Jaylen Brown.
Well, but it also goes, I've often said, Detroiters want a star.
I do too.
As much as they say we're blue collar city, we don't need that. You're lying to yourself.
Can I just be upfront with you then? I think Jaylen Brown is a hell of a lot more Jimmy Butler than pick a real star, because Jaylen Brown had every opportunity to lift that team up, and he was nowhere to be found. And that's not the first time I've seen that routine. Yeah. Rico.
No. I mean, he really could have earned something in Game 7.
He's a good ball player, and I'm not slandering the guy. But at a certain point, you're number 2 in this league. I don't think he's number 1. Now, I'm willing to move Jaylen Brown. Here's the difference. I don't know if you have what I want. Now, I'll move Jaylen Brown, but remember, every team in the league, I wish I had David's drop of, what about the Thunder?
but
Sounds
I
like a parakeet when he does it.
But I think this is one of those, the best you could do is to be that third team in a deal where,
Maybe.
as you say, you're brokering. We'll take some cap relief here. We'll take a few players
Get
here.
an
and there.
undervalued asset. He
Yeah.
blossoms here. You spin the other stuff you get in a different deal. Maybe. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, I love that about Joker. I would go home and work from home and just chill, no BS.
Well, think about it. In all of sports, how much of what we see from these athletes in these, quote, celebrations is actually real? Oh, he didn't put ski goggles on. Who cares? I love the fact he wanted nothing to do. Do you know what the cringiest moment in the NBA Finals is? The stadium celebration.
Really?
The stage.
Oh.
It's awful. You know, Jimmy Butler says he doesn't want to touch the MVP trophy for the Eastern Conference Finals, and he gets saluted for it. Joker does, and he gets made fun of.
Because I guess Butler was like, no, I want the finals.
Yeah. How'd that work out
Well, he
for you?
got the final trophy. I'm just waiting for the pictures when he takes it to Serbia and he's like, feeding the pigs and the chickens.
Good for him.
And there's the trophy just kind of sitting there on the ground.
Good for him. Live your best life. I mean, it's bizarre, but I dig it. I like it.
He's using it as a doorstop.
Right. It's a paperweight. I love it. Dude, he became my favorite player last night. What day's the parade? Oh, Christ. I want to go home.
If the table's not level, just put that trophy
Well,
on.
think about it, though. I mean, the city of Denver's been very good to him. It's made him a hell of a lot of money, but it's not home.
No.
The dude's from halfway across the globe. He learned English because he had to learn it to be marketable in this country. It's hard if you don't speak English.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably better because if he was here, Detroiters would hate him.
Why?
Because you have to embrace Detroit or you get the Grant Hill treatment.
Oh, please.
Grant Hill was hated in this town when he was here. Everybody else loved him.
I know.
But he wasn't a Detroiter.
I know, and he played the piano, which pissed people off.
Right, he actually had an Duke education.
I know. He's not a dog and blah, 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 blah. Grant Hill also was one of the top 10 players in basketball at that time. Now, you got lucky because you dodged a bullet. He blew his ankle out and was never the same.
Well, he blew his ankle out trying to prove something to these people here.
Play through pain.
It was like, Grant, that
was against the Heat, wasn't it?
I think it was the Magic.
Double check.
Okay.
Just for me, for my own edification. I feel like they were wearing those wine-colored jerseys, too, in that playoff series.
I don't think the Heat was any good at that point.
Wouldn't that – well, no, hold on a second. Wouldn't that have been the end of Alonzo Mourning? Or was he gone by then?
With the Heat?
No. Go back and look. You're probably right. I don't know. You know, dude, I'm probably losing my mind. It's been so long since we've had meaningful games here. I don't even remember what they're supposed to feel like. Kenny, I'll tell you what. Let's get our wraparound. Let's get this done basketball-wise. We'll keep you posted on Monty Williams. We're supposed to get it to you at 4:30, but doesn't sound like that's happening until the better part of 5 o'clock. David, would you like me to take care of business here? Yes? All right. Much nicer than what you said to me. All right. I guess I'm not. David has told me to bleep myself. So here we are.
All right, from our very first breath, we always question things. Curiosity, what's natural for us? Are you ready to unleash your creativity and curiosity? It's time to discover Lawrence Tech University certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications through Specs at LTU. What does this mean? It means right here in Southfield, you can be at Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You can learn about TV, radio, graphics design from instructors who actually work in the business, including me. You could take one of my courses. Why? Because I'm going to give you what it needs to make it in this business. You're not going to have your time wasted. You're going to learn from the first day in the labs what it takes to make it in whatever profession that you want to go in, whether it's broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communication. But it's very simple. I need you to be curious. I need you to get ready to make that magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs and do that today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walk in anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. We're standing by right now. The Pistons set to formally introduce new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon at the team's practice facility in Midtown. Williams will be joined at the podium in just minutes by owner Tom Gorse and general manager Troy Weaver. You can hear that press conference live right here on 97.1 as we bring it to you. Williams is getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons. It's the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. And are you ready to have a beer at the Big House or Spartan Stadium this fall? Well, that's one step closer to happening. A bill passed through the Senate today would allow alcohol sales at college games. The state Senate says Michigan and Michigan State would join 8 Big Ten schools to sell booze at games. USC and UCLA can also sell alcohol. If the bill does pass through the House and is signed by the governor, you can see alcohol in stadiums as soon as this fall. And Tigers in action tonight looking for back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves. Reese Olson gets the start for Detroit. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so even though it looks like the world is ending currently, summer is here, I promise. And if you're driving around, you got road trips on the horizon, Moran Buick GMC ready to help you out with a new vehicle, a 2023 GMC Acadia. Flexible third row of seating, makes room for everyone and everything. If your current vehicle needs service, no problem, MoranExpress.com. Scheduling is always fast. It's always easy. And the best part, you get the certified service appointment. You get the free loaner vehicle. It's just that simple. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, so we're waiting on the Monty Williams press conference. It's looking like 5 p.m. I wanted to bring you two notes. One, report from Shams Charania, and it just shows you the power of the NBA lottery and kind of how badly we all got hurt by it. But reports today from Shams is that the Pelicans are having internal conversations about potentially trading Zion Williamson. That comes attached with a report that they covet Scoot Henderson, the Ignite point guard, 6'2". He's kind of built like a fire hydrant. But to get from 14 to 2, the prevailing thought would be Zion could be a part of that package. Well, who's sitting at 2? Charlotte. Now, again, if you say, I don't care, Zion is garbage, fine. Here's the point I'm making. Ain't nobody calling you at 5.
No.
Whether you want the guy or not. But pick 2, pick 3, and pick 4, all reported, possibly could be moved. Teams don't like this draft, guys. These are not good players. You can say whatever you like. Well, how do you know? Because if it's a great draft, teams aren't looking to move.
Yeah, when you're looking at possibly picks 2 through 7,
if teams could move them, I think they all would.
Yeah, but it goes back to what I said before, damaged goods. Zion, he's the leader of damaged goods. That 2019 draft at the top's not looking that good now. Between him and Ja, you probably could make a case and get both teams to say, all right, talk to me. What do you want?
But here's your problem. With pick 5, they're not even picking up the phone.
Well, that's why Cade or Ivy's going to be a part of that deal.
And I don't know how much ahead you get dealing. Remember, you're giving up a ton of cap space. You're giving up assets. You're giving up picks. You don't have what it takes. I just wanted to pass it along. No. I don't know that New Orleans will do it, but if Shams reports it, it's worth bringing up. Let me offer you.
I think they're really trying.
You really think that the baby mama drama is going to?
I think that's the final straw. You already were hurt. You're a part-time player. What you did in the playoffs where you were shooting around pregame, but then you didn't want to play, and now this week-long baby mama drama, I don't need this.
Well, I just think it boils down to he hasn't played more than 60 games once.
Right.
Now, clearly, he's keeping his groin active. That much is true. But he ain't playing.
Right, and she's coming with receipts. So, yeah.
Yep. So, do you want your Tiger sad stat of the day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me do it. David?
Wait, you got your own music and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot happened. I'll take one day off. Go ahead.
Listen, they won, and it was a lot of fun last night. That was a good broadcast by Bally. I like the players-only deal. But the sad stat of the day, they were trailing by 3, headed into the 9th inning, and won a baseball game. The sad stat of the day is this. Can you name the last time the Tigers had gone into the 9th, trailing by 3 or more, and won a baseball game?
I can't. This season?
Yeah. Going into the 9th, trailing by at least 3. No. Ever.
Oh. Wow.
Let me give you your answer. They have gone to the 9th down by at least 3 runs 247 times since they were able to do what they did last night. June 30th, 2014. The last time what you witnessed last night happened. And I believe, if memory serves, it was a Rajai Davis grand slam that got this team a W. Almost 10 years to the day, people.
Wow.
And that is your sad Tiger stat of the day.
Oh, and by the way,
what?
I guess other baseball teams are doing this as well. Somebody brought it to my attention. The players-only broadcast. I guess 4 days ago, the Braves did one. Jeff Francoeur, Chipper Jones, Tom Glavine, and John Smoltz did exactly what the Tigers did, where they just kind of sat around and did the play-by-play and the color broadcast to the people.
So they got 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they talk about the good old days.
Yes.
Might be a little difference in quality of player on the broadcast, but so be it. The broadcast was good last night.
And Francoeur's on there, too.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, budget constraints. They needed one cheap seat in there. David, ticket text, and then we will try to get this Monty Williams press conference going, which was originally 4:30, then 4:45, now 5 o'clock. I have no idea what's going
on. I have no idea what's going on either. Someone's saying if Shams is saying that about Zion may be available, shouldn't the Pistons be making Cade or Ivy available? Like Rico said, at least inquire with the Pelicans.
But here's your problem. They are, okay, first of all, it's a report, and it's a thought process. It's not that they're actively doing it. They are actively having a conversation because they have a specific player they want.
Right.
You don't have the ability to get them that player. So no.
And I'm all about the damaged player, David, except that one. Because I don't think he's going to play. And I would take Ja and his 50-game suspension.
No.
Over Zion. Because at least with Ja, I know why he's suspended. Zion, man, you flip a coin. And it'll be like when KD went out in warm-ups in Phoenix and rolled his ankle and was done for 4 weeks.
So what you're saying, Rico, is Zion has hit the Ben Simmons era line for you where he's not going to play.
More DeAndre Swift. Not Ben Simmons. He's more Swift where when he played, like I said, he thinks I'd slander Swift. When Swift played, great player, you just couldn't keep him healthy.
It's fair.
That's Zion.
I'm not standing in the way of
every
this
time he
conversation.
failed, you're like, there you go.
Right. He's a beast, but and now he's done for 7 weeks. Okay.
David, you want to keep this timely? Do we feel like this press conference is even happening?
No.
All right, good talk.
Can we just sing happy birthday to Hooper?
All right, we're good. We will attempt to let you hear from your new head coach and one of the highest paid coaches in the history of all of Earth, Monty Williams, coming up next, allegedly, sort of, 97.1.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. We're standing by for live coverage right here on 97.1. The Pistons set to formally introduce new head coach Monty Williams this afternoon at the team's practice facility in Midtown. Williams will be joined at the podium in just minutes by owner Tom Gorse and general manager Troy Weaver. You can hear that right here on 97.1. Williams getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons. It's the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. The Tigers will look to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit sends Reese Olson to the mound for his first career home start. Atlanta will go with dominant young righty Spencer Strider. Despite dropping 9 straight games before last night's walk-off, the Tigers still just 5 games behind those first-place Twins. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And are you ready to have a beer at the Big House or Spartan Stadium this fall? Well, that could be one step closer to reality. A bill passed through the state Senate today that would allow alcohol sales at college games. Michigan and Michigan State would join 8 Big Ten schools that sell booze at games. USC and UCLA also sell alcohol. If that bill does pass through the House and is signed by the governor, you could see alcohol in stadiums as soon as this fall. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I can't get enough. All right. Hopefully we will have the Monty Williams press conference. And again, they are supposed to start shortly. All I'll tell you is this. I just am not going to tolerate slander because they had to pay him a ton of money to take the job. He's the best coach available. We've begged for this team to be more serious about things. We've begged Tom Gorse to be more serious. You can't be more serious than giving them the I mean, this is a contract that if everything was triggered, you're talking about a $100 million deal with the coach. So you get some of this nerd NBA media who wants to just slander the Pistons like, oh, look what they had to do. Yeah, look what they had to do. Monty Williams could have spent the year relaxing and making 6.5 a year, or here, move to Detroit, takes a look outside. Yep, Gotham.
Yeah. It's the easy button, though. To make fun of Detroit is just,
I know.
It's just way too easy.
It just bothers me
Detroit.
that when a team steps up and they land a coach like Monty, he's beloved by players. He's got an immense background of developing guards. Chris Paul credits him with a lot of his development in his younger years. I'm just saying, look, I'm giving it a shot, and I'm happy they did it. So I want to hear from Monty, and I think what you and I talked about earlier, I'm interested if we get any clues or we can parse anything about what was he sold on. You know, he's not going to come out and be like, yeah, we got a ton of money to spend. Maybe he will. But
I expect more like Scott Harris, where it's like, I'm here and I got a lot of work to do. I got to hit the ground running. No promises for anything. Because that was that press conference. He didn't come out giving, we're so close. Nope.
No, I was impressed by Scott Harris. There was no
you
pretense.
Guys see what I see.
Yeah.
And they paid me a lot of money to come here and fix this.
No, but look, the point I make is if a team tries, I mean legitimately tries, and it's okay to just say, I dig it. I mean, no, I don't think he's the next Dwayne Casey. I think this guy's a hell of a lot better than Dwayne Casey. I think this guy has a specific knack for getting players to play and for developing guards. Well, what's the only assets we have that are worth a damn? Primarily, Cade and Jaden. Now, Jalen Duren is a nice young prospect, but they have 8 million bigs, and they've got to figure that out. Monty's job has come here, and can Jaden and Cade coexist, thrive, become a dynamic backcourt that gives us an ability to build off of it? I just want to hear him talk. I have no problem with the money. That doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, hell, Phil Jackson was paid a gross amount of money at one point. Why? Because he was coming out of retirement to coach the Knicks. Now, it didn't work, and he ended up falling asleep on a school bus or a public bus. It happens. I don't think that's going to happen with Monty. He's not going to fall asleep on the queue line. Are we good?
Yeah.
Monty Williams press conference. Let's go to it.
No, we got No, 2 minutes. He said 2 minutes.
See, I'm so used to David cussing at me through the talkback. It's really tough when I don't hear potty words. He's telling me.
On you.
On you. Bleep.
So, no, yeah, all the players are now starting to file in, and everybody's there. We'll wait to see what happens. But, for me, I would be curious to know, is he going to make any changes, or what's that thing that, like you said, that drew him here the second time around that made him say, you know what? Other than the money, all right, I can do this.
I think the only thing you could sell would be potential of an explosive backcourt, and we have cap space. That's it.
Yeah.
And the reality is a low-pressure environment.
And DeAndre Ayton won't be coming here.
We can guarantee you we will not force you to coach DeAndre Ayton any further. Yeah, honestly.
Because other than that, I just hope that he won't be the biggest free agent acquisition that the Pistons have this summer.
I know.
Got to get somebody else.
What are the odds Goris talks? Are we taking Goris at the podium?
Well,
I kind of want to.
We have to.
Okay, we'll take it.
No, I mean, David,
if he talks.
If he does, because I'm just trying to think about Roberto in this regard. You get Goris to a microphone, that's like paint to a Bob Ross canvas.
I'd like to thank the Monty family for coming to Detroit.
No. I'm sorry.
And moving the community.
Well, man.
Hooper, what do you have to say about this?
Dear God. Can I ask a question without being rude? How do you say a press conference that for a coach that you paid $100 million to is going to start at 4:30 and it's 5:08? I just, can anyone help me understand that?
Like I said, honestly, this is something that normally happens either in the morning.
Is Tom Gores in the building? Do we have a Gores sighting? Any sighting of a loud dress shirt?
I've seen players.
I do see Gores, yes.
Okay. If Tommy G's there, this thing's going to start at some point.
So, yeah, now we're just waiting.
Okay. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, they're just doing introductions right now and some business partners talking. So,
Oh, did we bring the Bobs in from Platinum Equity?
I don't know who this is right now, but just waiting.
Well, do you want to just go to it at this point? I mean, David, here's my point to you, buddy. No, I'm saying what?
No. I'm probably thinking what you're thinking, so go ahead.
No, say it. Come on, no one's listening.
No, because we were like, let's just pray to God this thing doesn't start at like 5:07 or 5:08.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so listen, we'll restructure a break and make it happen. We're going to carry this for the people. I want a chance to talk about it. We're going to walk you up to Tiger Baseball with the Big Finish presented by Nobody, and we'll be good to go. But I just, David, who's at the podium? Is there a human being at the podium?
Yeah, it is. Some guy introducing individuals that are partners and family members of Monty Williams. So talk about the players being there. So
break now.
He's about to go to Tom Gores in a minute, I believe.
Okay, no, we got to stay here.
Oh, okay.
No, you will not. We are not moving the break. We are Tom Gores. It could be at that podium.
Odds that he calls them the Monty family.
0. Okay. There's no way. There's just no way.
Monty?
No. Honestly, we've been on a roll with drops lately. That would be a Christmas blessing if Gores gives us something today. It's been a minute. He's kind of disappeared.
I'd like to thank Deshaun Casey for what he did last year and coaching this team.
And here we go, Tom Gores.
Let's hit it.
Sure. First of all, welcome. Exciting day, and nice to see you guys in the front there. Getting Monty has come at a very important time. And, the one thing that I always think about when great things happen is who to thank for it. And, Troy, I know you hate this stage, but you cleaned up the roster. You did, I think, everything important. You had a lot of hard times sometimes and so on, but you really did all the tough things these last few years in cleaning up the roster. And Monty, you recognized this roster, our players over there, way to hang in there. I think it's an important time. And you guys hung in there, great attitudes, and that's, to a man, everybody. Monty, obviously, thank you for believing. Appreciate it. And you guys will get a chance to ask Monty a lot of questions. And Dwayne Casey, you're here somewhere. I want to thank you for passing the baton. And I know it wasn't exactly how you wanted it to go, but you left this team with respect and truth and love, and we can't take the baton without that. And we went through a lot of hard times with each other, so appreciate that. And then to me, the MVP of all this and being able to get Monty is his family. He has 6 kids, his wife Lisa, And maybe he got outvoted. I'm not sure. He came out of retirement, and everybody else wanted him. But I think we're lucky enough to have him. So we just go into the Q&A and go from there.
Okay. Let me ask Troy. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Just to piggyback off Tom, we're excited about today, but Monty arriving here is huge because of the work that's been put in from this entire organization, from the business side to the basketball side, the belief people have in us restoring the Pistons. The staff has been tremendous with Coach Casey and his staff, and the players have done is the reason Monty's here. He believes in what we're doing going forward. And think about this. We did not have the best record in the league, actually the worst. And teams with the best records in the league was after this guy. And he wanted to partner with us and lead the charge because of the work that you guys have put in to a man, to a woman in this building. And we're going to continue to stand on that and continue to do things the right way now that we have a new coach, a new leader. But it's a testament to you guys. And Monty, I'm sure will touch on it, but when we talked, and Coach Casey and I used to talk about this all the time, put our locker room up against anybody, any other team in the league, believe in these young men over here and what they're about and the right things. And we're here now and we're excited for this next step. So I'm just grateful for Tom and the ownership of providing the resources and the support that we need to continue to march forward.
Okay, thanks, Troy. Coach, A, welcome. B, before we throw it open to the reporters, do you have any kind of brief remarks you'd like to make?
Yeah, I'm just thankful. God has blessed me with these opportunities to not only play in the NBA, but to coach. And I'm grateful for the trust that Troy had in me, not just for this job, but for a while. It's been a great friendship, partnership, going back to OKC, and to be here with him now is a true blessing. And Mr. Gores, your generosity, it's changed my life at the right time, and been a huge blessing to my family. We've had a lot of things going on, and the patience that you all extended to us has made the difference. It has allowed for us to be here in this position, to have my baby boy here today. You can smile. One of my best friends as my agent, and Spencer, and everybody that's put the work in here and laid the foundation for me to partner in this. I just want to say thank you. But to these men over here, to have the whole team here outside of Bojan is amazing. It messed me up this morning in the meeting when I found out all you guys were here. You'll find out that I get emotional sometimes over good stuff like that. And I'm so grateful to all of you guys for being here. And I'm grateful to have dogs like you in the fight with me. And I hope you understand that. And so I could go on and on with the gratitude that I have in my heart for this opportunity to be in this position. Across the board, everybody here has not just embraced me, but made me feel like I've been here for a while. And I thank you for that. And so this is a true blessing for me and my family, and we will make you proud.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, Coach. Okay, let's shift to the press now, just for you guys' benefit. The reporters we're going to be calling on are clustered in the middle here, so you don't have to look and find them. For you all, I think we have microphones to either side. I was going to open this up to the beat writers by seniority, but I see there's a beat writer emeritus here. So I'm going to give the first question to him. Rod Beard, what do you have to ask? Rod Beard, Detroit News.
Welcome, Monty. Thank you, Mark. This is for Tom. Just how important was it for you to be able to try to provide the best coach that you could with everything else that's in place, the training facility, everything, but to try to make sure that you brought in the right coach at the right time?
Yeah, it was critical, and it's a really important time. And I think, what I kept thinking about, and I mentioned to Troy and I sat for 5 days before we met Monty. He was at my house, and, it was also about these players over here. Literally have trusted us and, were holding their own practices, and they have their own fortitude, and they really were able to stay together. And there was a moment, Troy and I, when we were together, I said, those young men are relying on us. And we had I wouldn't call it a yelling match at all. It's just that we talked about how important it was to deliver to our players. And so it's a critical time. I mean, obviously we have great young players. Their character is great. I feel like they're very poised. They don't necessarily act their age, much more than what you would think. So it was critical because we felt the responsibility to deliver. We've gone through a lot. We've gone through, I would say, pain and so on, but like any good thing, you have to go through some pain. So it was critical, and I understand that we took a long time, so I heard all the stuff and this and that, and Troy and I are not making decisions, or Troy and I are not agreeing, but we kind of agreed most of the time. But it was critical that we did it, and we've spent a lot of time, getting this roster together and these young folks. So we couldn't quite make it as simple as everybody wanted.
Okay, let's work through the rest of the beat writers. James, you're next.
James Edwards, The Athletic. Monty, welcome to Detroit. Obviously, recently you took an organization that was starting to find its foot, took them to the pinnacle of this sport. As you've learned about these group of guys and kind of the plan of Tom and Arn and Troy, do you see similarities between this group and that early Phoenix team, whether it's roster or what you can come up with as you guys start to take off?
Yeah, I mean, there's similarities for sure. The young talent that hasn't had the experiences yet that it needs to progress. Coach Casey's done an unreal job of navigating a lot of that, and for me to be able to come into it now is a part of this restoration. Similarities, yeah, for sure. I could name names, but I think that boxes guys, and when I look at the talent that we have, I'm careful not to compare in placing names on guys, because I don't want them thinking they have to be this particular guy. I want them to be the best version of themselves in a unique way. But yeah, when I got to Phoenix, there were some things that were similar, but I'm not trying to redo that. That was there, this is now, and we have a chance to restore. And that was something that Troy kept saying that piqued my interest when he said restore. It was never rebuild. And I think it was something that he learned from his dad. When something has been great, you can restore it back to greatness. And that, to me, was more or part of the selling point, as opposed to trying to redo what we did in Phoenix.
Monty, my name is Amari Sankoff for the second, Pistons beat writer for the Free Press. Nice to meet you and welcome to Detroit.
Thank you.
Just for you, what was the process to get to this point? Obviously it's been a busy month. Kind of what went through your head when the Pistons first reached out, and what kind of brought you to here now where you felt that this was an opportunity that you couldn't pass on?
I mean, it's too much to even talk about today. Troy reached out to me right away after Phoenix, and for me, you marry yourself to the job, and so there were many emotions that I was going through And then to get, that call from Troy kind of gave me a bit of confidence because you weren't feeling that great about getting fired. And but I had a situation personally in my family that needed attention. And I talked to my wife today about whether or not we should talk about that publicly, but that was a huge part of my decision making, and the patience that Troy and Mr. Gores had with me and with us as we navigated that told me a lot. My wife found out that she had breast cancer during the playoffs, and the reason that I bring it up is to not talk about my family, but to make it more of an emphasis that women need early detection testing. We had genetic testing done and then scan after scan after scan, and then we found it early, and that may have saved my wife's life, and it can save others. And so as we navigated all of that, and talking to Troy and then telling him, man, I couldn't, right now because I got to take care of my family. And then we got great news that we would find out about her situation a lot earlier than we thought we would. And out of the blue, I got a text from Troy after they had their powwow about me, which I thought was totally off the table. I was with my kid at a tryout. So just all of that was on my plate, losing a job, family situation, and then being dad, traveling with my kids and doing a few things. And then out of the blue, I get the text from Troy, and then it just went quickly after that.
Hey, Monty. Mike Curtis, the Detroit News, Pistons beat writer. Congrats and welcome to Detroit.
Thank you.
You mentioned, you have a history of developing players and developing teams, specifically lottery teams and the championship contenders. When you look at your guys over there, what is it about this group that kind of stands out to you, and how far do you think this group can go ultimately?
Well, first, I get a lot of credit for that, but these partnerships that all of us as head coaches understand, we can't do anything without an assistant coaching staff, a medical staff, a management staff that all buys in. That's the way it works. You got to have ownership, you have to have support staff, all of that has to be on the same page. That's in place here. You look at the talent on this team, you look at the vets on this team, you look at the trials that they've been through the last few years. It doesn't just give you hope, it gives you excitement. Troy said to me, and he just talked about it, he would put that locker room up against any locker room in the league, and that intrigued me. He said that right from the jump, and that was in the back of my mind even when I told him I couldn't do it at the time. But then I was talking to my mentor, Pastor Bill, and when I got the job, he said, you think you're going to be what they need, and he said, I think this is what you need. And that really impacted me about these guys. He was making the point that after looking at the roster and looking at the talent and doing some background work on like every guy over there, because he's just that dude, he said, these guys are going to be good for you. And that was a huge blessing to me to hear that, because it's always the other way around. A coach is supposed to come in and change everything. I'm looking forward to how they're going to impact me in a cool way.
Congratulations, Monty. My name is Corey Woods, Pistons beat writer at MLive. You talked about how you felt after your situation with Phoenix, and then Monty gave you the call and gave you a little bit of confidence. How does it feel now for you to be taking over one of the NBA's storied franchises and leading the charge to restore it?
I mean, that would, we'd be here too long talking about that. I mean, when you think about the history of this organization, this city, as it relates to basketball, like, it's a storied franchise. I've gotten so many phone calls from guys who've played, text messages from guys who've played here. That's been really cool for them to say they're happy about me being here. I got a text call from Derek Coleman, and I'm just glad DC likes me, because when you get a text from DC, you're not quite sure, you know. He was excited. Across the board, like different players historically who've played here, Chauncey was one of the first text messages I got. That meant a lot. So that should tell you about the players that have been here, what they feel about this team. And I want to, you know, I think Troy feels the same way. In fact, I know he does. Like, I want to have success here to the point where people think I'm from Detroit, the way that they think Dave Bing is from Detroit, even though he's from D.C. You know, I want to have that kind of impact here. And like I said, I marry myself to the job. And I told the players this morning I'm going to give them everything I have, because it has been a franchise that has a rich history. And that's something that's important to me.
Okay, all right. That's enough. I can't take it. I can't do it. You know what, guys? We tried. Did the best we could. We went 15 minutes without a single basketball question. I can't do it. So we're not going to do it.
How hard is it to say, Monty? Reports are you turned it down the first time. What changed your mind to come here and coach the Pistons? Is it that difficult to ask that question? I don't understand that.
What's the direction
That's
you were
15 minutes
on?
of my life I'll never get back. I learned zero.
It stinks because I'm excited Monty's here, right? Like, I think he's a legit coach. He's a good man. Players want to play for this dude. Second of all, I never need to hear Troy Weaver on a microphone again, ever. Ever. It's just not his forte. It ain't working out. Like, come on, man. Today's the day they should be out there. Like, I would have loved to have heard, what is the direction of this franchise? What did you sell Monty on to get him here besides here's a bag of money?
Right.
Like, guys, you got $30 million in cap space. You don't have a ton of draft capital. Talk to me.
Yeah, Cade, Jaden Ivey. You got plans for
I don't
him.
know that the words Cade Cunningham or Jaden Ivey were said. Oh, and if I got to hear about restore what?
Put it this way.
Monty Williams was playing the last time this team was any good.
We heard more about Derek Coleman than we did about Cade Cunningham.
Look, I respect the hell out of the hire. I like the coach. I'm happy he's here. Please don't take it as anything other than that. But, guys, we got a business to run, and I can't possibly have any more of that on these airwaves. Or there might be, I don't know, 0 people listening. So we gave it a shot. Rico, sell him a violin or whatever it is you're doing. I'm going to collect my thoughts.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you've heard me talk about Awaken 180 weight loss program. And look, there are a number of ways to lose weight. Awaken 180 wouldn't tell you otherwise. The difference is, why would you want to do any of them when you can do it this way? You don't want to go on an all-water diet or pill diet, whatever. If you choose Awaken 180, you can lose weight, and it's enjoyable. And I know enjoy and losing weight in the same sentence sounds crazy, but they tailor something just for you. Look, for me, it's been over 40 pounds, and I feel great. Mike was just asking me, you know, what's the energy level? It's great. Has to be. Working with him, I got to be at tip-top shape. And with Awaken 180, it can get you there. Whether you're trying to lose 20 pounds, 40 pounds, 100 pounds, doesn't matter. The program will be tailored just for you. So instead of trying 4 more diets this year, just choose the one that will get it done correctly. That's Awaken 180 weight loss. You can reserve an at-home consultation by calling 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons formally introducing new head coach Monty Williams. You heard it right here on 97.1. Williams opened the press conference by talking about his relationship with Troy Weaver and owner Tom Gores. Williams is getting more than $78 million over 6 years to coach the Pistons. With all those incentives, it could be the richest deal a coach has gotten in the history of the NBA. And the Tigers will look to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park, weather permitting. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The pregame show starts at 6:15 right here on 97.1. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right. Well, mother of mercy. So kind of here's the thoughts now that Rico and I have collected ourselves. Look, I don't have bad things to say about Monty Williams. I believe in Monty Williams, right? Credible, professional. Everybody else in that room, I don't know, man.
I'm happy they went out there and then they were successful in landing him, but just ask the question everybody wants to know.
Oh, you're fixated. I'll let you go on it. I've moved on from it. You're fixated. You want to get it off your chest.
Because it's not that, Mike, it's not that difficult. Rather than thanking him for coming to Detroit, why are you here? What was the deciding factor? What was said in the room to change your mind and get you to this deal? Was it just the money? It's not that hard. You just go ahead and get it done. But instead, you just go on and on and on and give me nothing. Go ahead, David.
Well, apparently he was asked the question eventually.
20 minutes later.
Correct. Monty
Yeah,
Williams.
and sorry, we have some form of schedule we need to maintain.
Oh, you're right. Monty Williams on taking the job versus taking the time off. His quick answer was obviously Troy, the players, and the money.
Yeah.
What he said.
And once again, what do you have in store for the players on the team? Kay, Ivy, what type of offense? What's going to be the new team structure? These are things that I think that, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me, but I think the fans would like to know.
Well, I mean, look, ultimately, we'll get our answer here in the next week. I mean, draft night will be a window into it. If they use the number 5 pick, they're preaching patience. If you trade the pick, you absorb, some cap space on draft night, it's a different thing. I would love to know what they sold him on. Money's money. Right. And they offered him more money than God. That's great. It's what was necessary to get him to take the job. Because I remind you, guys, that doesn't make Monty Williams a bad dude. Monty had a family situation. He was still going to make $6 million, $6.5 million not coaching. That's a pretty, hey, I got things I got to do. Plus, I'm still getting paid. And if I'm up to it, I'll do some TV during the playoffs. You had to negotiate not just against that. You had to negotiate that you're you. Now, the problem I have, and I know you kind of have to say it because the players are here, I think what gets on my nerves, talking about I'll put our locker room up against anybody. And talking about how the player, look.
Isn't that called the 82-game schedule?
Well, that's my point.
And you didn't turn out too well.
Well, that's, look, some of it you got to say. When you guys out there wonder why we don't do more interviews, because they're a waste of time. That's why. And press conferences are largely a waste of time. Now, as a flagship station, there are certain times, hey, you know what? We'll play ball with you. You paid a coach $78 million, as much as $100 million. Today's a day to promote yourselves. The problem is the owner is wholly unimpressive. The GM's even a worse public speaker. And then you get to Monty, and look, Monty is only going to answer what he has to. He's only going to say what he has to. Mm-hmm. And that's fine. It's the respectful thing. But this is why, when you guys wonder why I view the Pistons the way I do, it is just not a well-functioning, high-caliber, major market franchise. It's not. It's not run that way. And when they have a chance to display otherwise, they don't. So I will be absolutely complimentary of them landing it. I think it's a great job by all involved to get this done. And you know what? Monty turned him down initially because of the family situation. They stuck with it, and they were willing to pay. Credit. Tip of the cap. It's like the little gif of Jeter's nephew with the respect hat, okay? Cool. But the rest of it, look, man, being a good public speaker doesn't make you a good GM, and being a bad one doesn't make you a bad one. But I need to see a hell of a lot more from Troy Weaver and soon, because I'll tell you, the idea of that guy getting on the phone and recruiting players, Good luck. Now show me. Show me in a week what you sold Monty on. Because my fear is 6 at 78 with the potential of $100 million. Did you just kick the can down the road? Because what I did glean out of this, there's a talking point of our locker room. Dare I say culture. They want to sell that. Now, I'm with Rico on this. You cannot build culture in the absence of any success. They have won fewer than 23 games each of the last 3 seasons.
Because at that point, your culture is losing.
That's right. Now, Monty took over a situation similar to this. It's not a direct comp because you don't have anyone as good as Devin Booker. Not even close. Now, could Cade, could Jaden? Maybe. The key piece in all of that was it really didn't turn until they brought in NBA Hall of Famer Chris Paul. So I got to see it.
Yeah,
but
right.
I'm
There's a collection of young players out there that just couldn't get over the hump. So, yep, you're correct.
But 6 at 78 with $100 million possible, I will be fascinated to see in a week what we're looking at on draft night, what we're looking at trade market, free agent market. Now, look, I can't get into Monty's head. I don't believe he was asked the question in the 20 minutes we were listening. I don't think it happened afterwards. But the reality is there had to be more to this than money. Monty was going to make 75% of this somewhere else. He was going to make 6.5 doing nothing this year, but being there for his wife, right? He would have signed a deal with a playoff caliber team next year. Are we all in agreement?
Yep.
There had to be more to the sales pitch. I'm sorry if I don't believe these players and this locker room. I don't buy it. I want to know, what is the vision you were sold upon? What is your vision for this team, and what were you sold on as far as Troy's vision? Because if we're going to sit here winning 20 games into continuum, that could not possibly have been the sales pitch, because then that makes it all about the money. Now, if you're telling me this is an intriguing offseason and we have big plans, cool. You got my attention.
Right. We're going to hit the free agent market hard. We're going to work on this. There's people in this draft that we think can change this team around. I'm interested. Let's see.
All right, and you know what? Monty said, hey, money was a part of it. Good on you. Because who are we kidding? It had to be a part of it. There's no other reason you take the job. Respect.
Yeah, you'd be disingenuous. It's not about the money.
Right. I'm not mad about that in the least.
No, I'm not. I just would like to know, like you say, what's your vision? What should we expect in year one? Like, where are we going? I don't need to hear about Derek Coleman. I really don't.
Yeah, but see, the problem is, and this happens with every team in this town, there's this folksy Detroit thing that people like me, well, you weren't born here. No, I wasn't. I don't care about any of it. I care about the games. I care about the players. I care about reality.
If you want Detroit to embrace you, win.
Right. Did you know Flavor Flav's a part-time resident? I mean, I don't care. Although
I
that's
want to be
true,
like,
by the way. I did find that out yesterday.
Really?
Morning show. Yeah. Flavor Flav lives here part-time. I guess he's dating a girl from here.
Okay. The more you know.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
What, David?
I was wondering if he's dating that chick that was on his show.
The one from...
Okay, we're done here. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
we're good. Thank you. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, like right now. Turn his microphone off. First hot day, find out your AC doesn't work. That's no good either. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered. Rico, please leave. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioning in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill as well. It's Mastercraft. Schedule that tune-up today or visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, easy, Costa. Listen, I can't sell you on sunshine today because it looks like the world is ending, but I will still tell you Old Nation has a full lineup of beers, if that is your thing. M43, the B43, and of course, the official beer of summer, the Shandy. It's all there. With Old Nation, nothing is big batch. Nothing is mass-produced. It's done right. That's why they win every award in the business. You can go to oldnationbrewing.com. You can check out all the beers they have in the lineup. Go to wherever you purchase your beer. Ask for Old Nation by name. You'll see the complete lineup. And get the Shandy, as it is limited run. They will sell out. Straight up. So go and get some today. oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Walk-In Anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. New Pistons head coach Monty Williams officially introduced this afternoon. He mentioned the three top things that got him to Detroit: Troy Weaver, the players, and money. He did, though, consider taking a year off basketball after learning that his wife was diagnosed with breast cancer when the Suns were in the playoffs last year. But he mentioned the history of the Pistons as another thing that really attracted him to Detroit. And Williams said the first text message that he got was from Chauncey Billups. Of course, the Tigers trying to make it back-to-back wins against the first-place Braves tonight at Comerica Park, weather permitting. Detroit sending Reese Olson to the mound for his first career home start. Atlanta, they'll go with Dominic Young ready, Spencer Strider. First pitch tonight at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And if you could want a beer at the Big House or Spartan Stadium this fall, well, you're one step closer to getting that. A bill passed through the state Senate today that would allow alcohol sales at college games. Michigan and Michigan State would join 8 Big Ten schools that sell booze at game. USC and UCLA also sell alcohol. If that bill does pass through the House and is signed by the governor, you could see alcohol in stadiums as soon as this fall. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, Rico, real quick, before we get to Tiger baseball, just, what Luke just brought up in the update. It is something I could care less about, and here's my problem with it. These schools, right, fans clamor and they go, well, we want booze at the games. My whole point has been, okay, let's say we do this. Well, where does money go? Now, if the money went into an NIL program or something, if the money got us better players, well, I'd be all for it. It's the same thing as seat licenses. Where does the money go?
I'm assuming it just gets filtered back into the athletic department. And then it just...
But see, you know what that is? That's the general fund of a church.
Pretty much.
Not yours, David. You seem very sensitive about that remark. Something you'd like to tell us?
What do you know about the general fund?
I know about some of these pastors driving, Kulanans and, Louis Wallets. That's all I'm just telling you. Multiple private jets. Word of God is good in some places in this country. The whole point I'm making to you is, I am so sick of these schools with the money, and the money never helps us. It's like a worse version of our taxes. Where does it go?
It's a great question.
They keep raising the tuition for the students. They keep raising the prices for the athletes. Where's it go?
I don't know. I mean, I guess salaries, teachers, professors' salaries.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I got you.
You sound like the president of a university right now.
Nah, David, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to think, where would the ensuing costs come?
No, the point is, we privatized education. And my whole, look, spend it to make it. You spend it to make it. We've got to get to a point with the NIL where schools are allowed to spend it. I don't want to hear about how schools can't pay athletes. Stop. Because this whole middleman routine we're doing now, it ain't working. Right. Have school pay athletes.
Yeah, well, they don't want. You want to keep their hands clean.
Oh, really?
It's the dumbest thing. It's because people just can't admit that we've hit a new era, and yes, they're getting paid. Well, it can't come from the school because it looks like the school's doing something wrong. No, it's not. You're just
right.
You pay them the way you
the
pay your
school
other
doing
employees.
presentations on the businesses they can hook you up with if you commit to said school and how you'll get paid once you're at said school.
Right.
That's clean.
Right. But when your team wins, it drives up tuition. Enrollment. School's making money off the teams, so why not pay them?
Right. I'd much rather see a kid's family go to Ann Arbor or East Lansing or Columbus and they just show up and they get the bag like Blue Chips.
Yeah.
I'd like $30,000 in an Adidas bag.
Done.
I mean, what are we doing?
Done. Is that it? Okay. You'll have that by Monday.
What was that? It was Shaq, Penny, and then
Ricky Rowe.
And like a hayseed center or power forward. Nick Nolte is head coach.
Yeah.
What
was it? Happy was the booster.
Yes. He was playing the role of Ed Martin. I'm kidding. David, I'm kidding. Just relax, will you? The guy's dead. He ain't
May he rest in peace,
right.
I think.
He died in the nick of time when you think about it.
Day before he testified.
All right. Uplifting finish to the program today. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Tigers got a tough one tonight. Strider is a monster. Enjoy that slider tonight. Watch Hobby take him deep now that I said that.
Mm-hmm.
We will join you after Tiger baseball tomorrow. Should be weather clear. And we'll be right back at it with you with a whole list of nonsense every day, 2 to 6. Thanks for listening, guys.
And moving the community.
Enjoy your baseball. We'll talk to you tomorrow.